plus Imperial Record R626U6I42N plus System Elder plus Worlds, Elder, Medieval World plus Population, approximately 10 million plus Government System, Feudal, Governor presence deemed unneeded until further social and technological progress is made plus Notable assets, none, potential for Astartes recruiting ground, result pending from Ultramarines chapter plus Ignorance is the beginning of wisdom plus An army laid siege to the castle, fighting against demonic horrors and raving madmen under a cloud-choked sky. From all across the Overlord's empire, men and women of power had come, heeding the call of their master. The summon had been simple: come to Castle Drakencraft and cast down its insane lord, or be executed as traitors for refusing to obey. Some had come out of fear of the Overlord's punishment, while others had been drawn by the promise of plunder and undreamed of knowledge. Regardless of their motives, they had come in their thousands, gathering in the hamlets surrounding the castle, planning their own assaults upon the lair of Garion Drakencraft, the betrayer. There they had banded together, forming alliances of convenience, and marched toward the castle towering over the entire region. Anyone looking at the castle would have been able to tell it had not been built for war but for prestige. There were no ramparts, no battlements, no towers from which rained death. Only an assortment of various buildings cobbled together by their own expansion. By all rights the might gathered at the Overlord's command should have captured it long ago. Yet the things that Garion had unleashed within his domain had made a mockery of the efforts of the Overlord's vassals. The betrayer had broken the Overlord's edicts limiting the research into demonic forces, and in his work he had created a host of twisted abominations. In the first days of the war, the Overlord's envoys had attempted to marshal the strength of thousands of warriors, gathering a great army that had marched upon Castle Drakencraft in ordered ranks. But discipline had broken as soon as the betrayer had unleashed his first wave of sorcery, and very few of those thousands had returned. After those responsible had been executed for their failure, it had been determined that the betrayer only reacted in person to massive assaults. Therefore, the way to victory laid in small teams, none of which would trigger his appearance on the battlefield. These squads searched for a way into the castle, hoping to confront and slay the betrayer, thus earning the Overlord's praise and the immense reward he had set for Garion's head. 3 years, Alaric Heinrich muttered to himself as he looked toward the hateful structure from atop the observation tower, at the edge of the war-born village where he and his party had made camp for the night. The warrior wore an armor of black leather, with a sword and short scepter hanging at his belt. His hair, black as the Overlord's soul, framed a face that was marked by the rigors of his duties. A nasty scar ran through his right eye socket where the claw of a particularly nasty beast had taken his eye, though the healers had been able to replace it with a yellow orb, the origin of which he knew better than to ask. 3 years, he mouthed again, in silence this time. Had it only been that long? Somehow, it seemed that he had been doing this forever, the memory of every battle fusing with the others into an endless parade of horrors. But the passage of the seasons did not lie, it had indeed been only 3 years. Outside, beyond this land of shadows and madness, where sanity and reason still held sway, there had only been 3 harvests since Alaric had come to the Drakencraft fief. Sometimes, he hated all those who lived out there, free from the insanity and the horrors he and his comrades had to face every day in order to survive. For 3 years, the gathered elite fighters of the Empire had thrown themselves at the castle, and though some had managed to escape with their lives after slaying some greater minion of the betrayer, albeit fewer with their sanity, they had yet to earn a true victory. The inner sanctum, which Garion had not left ever since the siege had begun, had not been breached by any of the hundreds of expedition that had made the attempt. Entire parties were forced to guard the woods in the area, patrolling their borders to prevent the beasts that lurked inside from raiding the settlements and destroy the bases upon which the war effort depended. Where was the Overlord, thought Alaric to himself. Why had the Master of Elder, mightiest of sorcerers and warlords alike, not come there to deal with this atrocity? Could it be that even the Overlord was afraid of Drakencraft's power? He shook his head. Treasonous thoughts would bring him nowhere, save to the gallows. Instead, he focused on more immediate concerns, like the fact that the sun, barely visible behind the curtain of clouds that almost permanently occluded the sky, granting blessed cover from its insanity, would set soon. He had spent almost 2 hours up here, watching Castle Drakencraft. It was time to come down, eat, and hopefully get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow, He and his party would make another foray into hostile territory. This time, Alaric was hoping to map the tunnels connected to the hidden entrance they had found in the previous expedition. It was unlikely there would be a passage into the castle proper. Another team had tried that in the first year, and after they had been killed, Garion had set his minions on sealing the castle against infiltration from below. But the tunnels likely still held many secrets and valuables, and Alaric's party needed both. They were running out of credit in the strange, twisted economy that had developed around the war. Scraps of lore and plundered treasures were traded for food, weapons, armor, grimoires, and all manners of things that made life bearable on the front lines. The warrior descended down the ladder of the watchtower, and marched through the streets of the hamlet toward the inn where the rest of his party was waiting. He passed few others on his way. The village held perhaps 50 souls at all times, with an additional number depending on how many war parties were using it as a base at the moment. One of dozens of others just like it, Alaric knew that the hamlet could hold up to 400 people, though the one time that had happened it had been almost impossible to sleep in the overcrowded chambers. Right now, there were only 2 parties besides his own here, each in their own inn. While they were all allies in the war, they were also rivals for the treasures of the Drakencraft estate and the attention of the Overlord. It was better for everybody if they remained away from each other, especially in places where alcohol ran freely and shortened tempers. Alaric's party had set its quarters in a wooden 2-storied building. As he grew close, the smell of food emanating from the inn reminded him of just how hungry he was. He entered, greeted by the innkeeper, a small, plump man with a pale face typical to all people of Elder. He sat to one of the empty tables, and signaled for the innkeeper to bring him his meal, allowing himself to relax for a time. The food was a stew, and while it was as bland as it was hot and filling, the only qualities that mattered in the Overlord's army, Alaric could almost feel the gold coins in every mouthful. Most of the supplies had to be imported from the rest of the Empire, and that dramatically increased the cost. But it was better than risk eating something that had grown under the shadow of Castle Drakencraft. Not all beasts and plants of the woods were poisoned, and one could, with some experience, distinguish between those who were safe to consume and the others. Yet still, it was a risk most were unwilling to take unless there was no other alternative. His meal over, Alaric put down his spoon and took a look around at the rest of the inn's main room. Apart from the innkeeper and himself, 2 of his party members were the only other people present. In a corner of the room, his great runic axe resting against the back of his special reinforced chair, Fors was staring right ahead, at something only he could see. A glass stood on his table, with a thin, hollow tube connecting the liquid to Fors' mouth through the small openings in his helmet's grill. This was how Fors took in all of his sustenance now, for he could not remove the helmet, or any part of his set of heavy, black armor. He could no longer speak, either, which was why Alaric had only been able to learn Fors' name and story from those who had known him before his current situation. Fors had once been a knight in service to the Overlord, and part of the first contingent sent to quell the heresy of Drakencraft. He had been among the army that had marched toward the castle as if it were any other battlefield. Then the betrayer had unleashed his sorcery and his creations upon the army. Fors had been bathed into the acidic breath of some kind of great lizard, wounded unto near death even as he cleaved the beast's head in 2. His companions, grateful for his actions, had bore him away from the battlefield. The healers had managed to save his life, but their magic had carried a price. If Fors' armor was ever removed, he would doubtlessly die immediately. The acid still coursed through his veins, and exposure to the outside world would be lethal. Whether or not this caused the warrior any pain was something Alaric had no desire to know, but he showed no sign of it as he took part in their expeditions. Repairing his armor when it was damaged in battle took some imagination from the blacksmiths, but Fors was far from being the most difficult case they had had to work on. The other person present in the room was very different from Fors. Urien was a man with a lady killer's face and an easy smile, not that either were especially useful here on the front lines. He wore clothes made of the hide of one of the beasts the party had slain months ago. At his own exacting specifications, the leather had been cut and assembled to resemble the latest fashions among the courts of the nobility. A pair of daggers hung from his belt, their sheaths covered in the runic script that contained their sorcerous power. On each of his 9 fingers, the 10th had been lost to the poisoned kiss of a trapped lock. He wore a jeweled ring. Alaric knew that a spirit remained bound within 4 of the jewels, waiting to be unleashed upon an unsuspecting foe. The rings were his legacy, Urien said jokingly, But Alaric knew the truth. Urien, the second-born son of one of the overlord's vassals, had stolen the daggers and the rings from his father's treasure before fleeing his ancestral home. Urien said that he had done so to avoid being killed by his elder brother, who suspected him of seeking to become sole heir to their father's domain. Knowing Urien's character, Alaric wasn't sure the brother had been wrong in his suspicions. At the moment, Urien was idly playing with a deck of cards, shuffling the deck over and drawing cards from it seemingly at random, looking at each with a thoughtful expression before putting them back in the deck and starting again. Alaric considered joining the man for a chat, perhaps a game of cards before retiring to his room for the night. But before he could debate whether or not to spend an hour sharpening his wits trying to catch his partner's cheating, the all-too-familiar sound of an alarm tore him from his thoughts. Even as he jumped to his feet, followed by his two comrades, his mind analyzed the tune and rhythm of the bells. Through a simple system, they told him and anyone with the knowledge of this settlement's codes where the attack was coming from and the strength of the foe. The Eastern Wall. He shouted to his companions, knowing not all of them had bothered learning the alarm's code. Beastmen. A bit of exercise before sleep, then, laughed Urien, while Fours remained as silent as ever. Do not get overconfident, warned Alaric as the three of them ran through the streets toward the battle, trusting that the rest of the explorers were doing the same. To do otherwise was to risk death for everyone in the settlement. Even a beast can kill you. Urien's only answer was his laughter. They heard the sounds of the battle ahead, the clashing of blades, the screams of pain, the braying of the beasts. The scent of burning wood reached them too, and the clouds above became lit by the fire spread by the invaders. Then they made the final turn, and the breach in the wooden wall became visible, as did the battle. The silhouettes of the beastmen and the guards and explorers who had rallied to stop them were clear-cut against the background of several houses burning. There were more than 100 of the creatures, braying and howling and snarling and chirping. Each was a hideous amalgamation of man and animal, wolf, goat, bear, bird, it mattered not. They were all monsters, either created in the flesh labs of Castle Drakencraft or bred in the woods by the earlier specimens. Their minds still retained enough intelligence to wield weapons, but all that drove them were hunger for flesh and a deep-seated hatred of humans. They had formed tribes in the woods, led by the strongest and meanest of them all. Some attempts at diplomacy had been made. After all, the beastmen were victims of Drakencraft's madness. It would have stood to reason that they sought revenge against him. But that hadn't been the case, and the envoys had ended up in the tribe's cooking pots. The beastmen worshipped their creator as a god, and they would not betray him. And so, they had become the first line of defense of the Drakencraft estate. The beastmen outnumbered the defenders greatly, and before Alaric's eyes, a pack of them detached from the main horde and began to charge in his direction. Neither he nor Fours or Urien even slowed down. With his sword in his right hand, Alaric lifted his scepter with his left, and muttered a short incantation. Like the beastmen, the scepter was the product of Garian Drakencraft's mad genius. Unlike them, though, it could be of use. It had been shaped from the bone of some creature far bigger than any human, engraved with hundreds of small runes and sorcerous glyphs. Alaric had taken it from the dead hands of a renegade sorcerer with a dozen faceted eyes on his face and a second mouth on his throat. Speaking the words that triggered it was difficult with his single mouth, as was ignoring the sickly feeling that spread across his left arm when he did. And once the battle was over and his blood had cooled down, he would feel the exhaustion of the fight threefold. But in his mind, the scepter's power was well worth these minor inconveniences. The beastmen at the pack's front were hit by the wave of invisible energy emanating from the scepter. They stumbled, then fell, vomiting and twitching as their bodies failed catastrophically. The rest of the pack vaulted over them or crushed them under whatever they had for feet, too full of bloodlust to care. Alaric sheathed the scepter once more. He had learned through bitter experience not to use the power of the artifact twice in quick succession. It had taken 2 weeks for the healers to restore his arm, and every single moment he hadn't spent drugged into a stupor had been pure agony. Instead, he seized his sword in a two-handed grip, and began to fight. His training in the Overlord's army, sharpened by 3 years of near-constant practice, allowed him to parry every blow from the beastmen. On his left, Urien was like a dancer, dodging all strikes that came his way while he cut throats and stabbed hearts with his enchanted dagger. And to his right, Fours was an unstoppable force, a rock against which the beastmen crashed and were cut down. Their primitive weapons hammered against the knight's plate, none of them penetrating the thick metal. Alaric's sword thrust into the snout of the wolf-headed monstrosity, before ripping his blade free and cutting open the bloated guts of an obese, pig-faced beastman. As their bodies hit the ground, a shadow fell over him. He blinked and looked up, to see a 2.5 meters high beastman with a bull head, a mean glare, and a club of stone as long as Alaric was tall held aloft. With a curse, Alaric jumped backward just as the club crashed onto the ground where he had stood seconds ago. There was enough strength behind the blow to cause him to lose his footing and fall on his behind. The Minotaur towered above him, lifting its club for another blow. With a snarl, Alaric reached for the scepter, determined to take the creature with him. A bolt of sorcerous fire hit the beastman in the chest, leaving a smoking crater. For a handful of seconds, it stood still, blinking stupidly as it looked down upon the lethal wound. Then its eyes rolled back, and it fell. Alaric turned to see his savior stride confidently toward the battle. Marinia was clad in her sorceress robe, the purple vestment billowing around her in the air currents caused by the fires. Black, silky hair fell on her shoulders, held away from her face by the golden tiara she wore. Her silver staff glowed with the power she had channeled from the above sea and into the spell that had felled the Minotaur. On her right was a tall, somber man holding a crossbow, and on her left a figure covered in rags, with a hood patched together from a dozen pieces of tissue. Oris and Keller, two of the most dangerous men Alaric knew, and that was saying something. Marinia let loose more sorcery upon the remaining beastmen, and Oris calmly aimed and shot with his crossbow, while Keller remained motionless at the sorcerer's side. As the ragged man had pledged when Marinia had pulled him out of Drakencraft's experiment chambers, he would ensure no harm would come to her. Alaric rolled to his feet, but the battle was already almost over. With the death of their bull-headed champion, doubtlessly the leader of their tribe, the beastmen had lost heart and were retreating. The defenders butchered them as they ran, but no one pursued them beyond the breach. Despite their stupidity, the beastmen were still vicious fighters, and weren't above leading those who thought them beaten into an ambush. Once the beastmen were pushed back, the gathered defenders began to work on stopping the fire from spreading further. Chains were established, water brought and spells cast to appease the flames. It was all very fluid, very practiced. People who had never met before worked together in near-perfect unity. Such was the result of life in Drakencraft. Here, more than anywhere in the Empire, cooperation was needed to merely survive. It was the one thing Alaric liked about the place. Unlike the rest of the Empire, no one would try to backstab you here, not when you might be the only one standing between them and certain death the next day. "Thanks for the save, Marinia," said Alaric to the sorceress. "It isn't your time to die yet," she merely shrugged in reply. Marinia had been the first companion that had joined Alaric when he had arrived in Drakencraft, mere weeks after the Overlord's proclamation. Since then, they had both saved each other's life more time than either cared to count, but manners were still important to Alaric. He might not be a noble like the sorceress or Irienne, but he still fancied himself as no mere sword-carrying brute. "You are wounded," said a new voice just next to Alaric, and he startled. Somehow, Alexia had managed to get to his side without him noticing her approach. The wrinkled face of the alchemist was looking at his arm intently, even as her hands moved to mix the contents of two of the many flasks she carried on her person. "Wounded? What are you?" He followed the alchemist's gaze, and found that his left arm was indeed wounded. A long, bloody gash decorated his forearm, and as soon as he saw it, the pain caught up with him and he winced. "A flying stone from when the Minotaur hit the ground," explained Alexia. "I am not surprised you didn't notice, what with you using this accursed scepter again." "It worked," Alaric began to protest, only to be shut up when Alexia forced the mixture she had brewed into his mouth. Reluctantly, he drank the foul concoction while the alchemist cleansed his arm. As the potion spread through his body, he felt the cut flare with sudden pain. He groaned as the accumulated pain of weeks' worth of recovery coursed through his nerves in mere seconds instead. "It might have worked," replied Alexia, "but you didn't need it. What's the point of using a weapon that shaves off your own life, anyway?" Alexia had never liked Alaric's use of the Drakencraft artifact. In her eyes, and, if Alaric was being honest, in the eyes of almost everyone who knew its origin as well, it was an abomination, and Alaric was a fool for using it. Then again, it wasn't as if the alchemist was entirely unbiased in her opinion. She wore on her cloak the emblem of the Phytian Order, a group of alchemists who had dedicated themselves to the quest for eternal life. Though the Overlord had bent them to his will, they had been allowed to continue their research, and many of the lords of the Empire had benefited from it, enjoying lifespans extended to centuries. It was said the Overlord himself had learned all of their secrets, that it was how he himself had denied the effects of time. All Phytians, on some level, sought eternal life, not just for themselves, but for all others they cared for. They always sought ways to extend their lifespan. The scepter, which with each use consumed a little of Alaric's life force and used it to spread a most abject death to his foes, was anathema to their philosophy. But in Alaric's eyes, it was better to sacrifice a few days of life as an elder than die immediately. Yet it would be pointless to say so to Alexia. "Thank you for that," he said instead between gritted teeth. The wound on his arm had healed, replaced by a pale scar, nearly indistinguishable for the others crisscrossing his flesh. "Think nothing of it," replied the healer, already moving on toward the rest of the battle, where more wounded waited for assistance. Alaric watched her walk away, once again wondering how it was he could never detect her approach, despite the fact there was nothing special to how she moved. Behind him, Marinia and her guards reached him and his two other companions. All around them laid the corpses of slain beastmen, their faces showing more peaceful expressions in death than they ever had in life. Guards and explorers had fallen as well, giving their lives to protect the hamlet from the tribe, to preserve their haven from Drakencraft's darkness. Veterans of the campaign, slain in another engagement that had cost nothing to the betrayer. There were thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of beastmen in the woods, and they weren't even true servants of the betrayer, just failed experiments turned to fodder. Drakencraft feasted on the blood of the warriors sent to destroy its corruption. "Another glorious victory," remarked Doris, his sarcasm as thick as his accent. The next morning, Alaric was woken by an insistent pounding on the door of his chamber, back at the inn. Judging by the light pouring through the window, it was around 2 hours past sunrise. Alaric had slept in, his body recovering the energy drained from it by the scepter's use. "What is it?" he called to the door, struggling to clear his mind from the fog of fatigue. "A herald is here to see you," came the reply in Urien's voice. That simple sentence had the same effect as being suddenly doused in freezing water. Alaric's groggy eyes snapped open, his mind suddenly clear as crystal while his heart pounded in his chest. He leapt off his bed, and struggled to get dressed as quickly as possible. One did not make the heralds of the Overlord wait. Less than 2 minutes later, he was running down the stairs. All the other members of his party were already here, kneeling in a half-circle around the herald. None of them seemed at ease, which was to be expected, but Oris was failing to conceal the slight trembling in his right hand. That, too, was to be expected. In the last year, the Lord granted rulership over his homeland had seized the opportunity granted by Garian's rebellion, and had renounced his allegiance to the Overlord. The rebellion had been crushed mercilessly, the Lord had been no Drakencraft, and his armies no match for the Overlord's might. But a pall of distrust and suspicion had fallen upon all the warriors he had sent to the siege before turning, which included Doris. Personally, Alaric believed that this was foolish. The Lord had likely sent those he knew wouldn't follow him in his betrayal of the Overlord. Still, there had been enough incidents that Doris' dread of the herald was justified. The envoy was standing. Alaric had never seen one of his kind sit, or relax in any manner at all. He rushed to take his place near his companions, kneeling closest to the herald as the one the message he carried was destined to. The herald was identical to all the others Alaric had seen before. He was tall, decked in black chain mail, and on his head was a heavy crown that completely hid his eyes from view but left his lower face, including his mouth, exposed. How the heralds could see anything, Alaric did not know, but they did not seem to be impaired by the strange helmets. Chosen by the Overlord himself, it was said that the heralds were former enemies of the Master of Elder, taken alive and reshaped by his own hand. All kinds of rumor existed about what was hidden behind their crowns. The eyes of a creature of the above sea, through which the Overlord could observe everything his agents saw. The broken and ruined visage of a fallen enemy, his eyes torn out and his mind controlled by sorcery. Or nothing at all, for the heralds were mere puppets with only the lower half of their head remaining, and it was the crown itself that spoke through the mouth. No one knew the truth, though. All that was known was that the herald spoke with the Overlord's authority, and no one, from the lowest peasant to the highest lord, could disobey them without terrible consequences. "Alaric Heinrich," said the herald in a sepulchral voice. You and your comrades have distinguished yourselves through your actions here, and elsewhere on the front lines. And for that, you have been granted a great honor. A cold shiver ran down Alaric's spine. Being noticed by the Overlord's envoys could be a good thing, if you hadn't done anything that could be construed as a crime against his rule at least. But far more often, it was the first sign of great troubles coming. What is the Overlord's will? He asked, still on his knees. The Overlord has grown weary of the long siege of the heretic Drakencraft's domain. While he understands the difficulties of fighting the betrayer's foul creations, he desires to bring an end to the siege now. His sorcerers have warned him that the betrayer is preparing for a ritual of great foulness, one that must not be allowed to reach completion. To this end, soon, at his command, the explorers shall be brought together once more into an army, their ranks bolstered by new troops brought in from the rest of the Empire. They will march onto Castle Drakencraft as one. It's suicide, blurted Alaric before he could stop himself. Behind him, he could hear Thor's armor creak and squeal as metal plates ground against one another, reflecting the unease of the one trapped inside. The betrayer will. The assault is merely a distraction, interrupted the herald, glaring at Alaric, who went silent. While the eyes of the betrayer's lieutenants are upon the army marching on his castle, you and your allies shall infiltrate the estate. A path has been found that will lead you directly into the main building, where Garion practices his forbidden sorcery. You will find him and kill him, and put an end to this war. This, continued the herald, tossing a sealed scroll at Alaric's feet, contains the details of your mission, where you will infiltrate the castle, and the timing of our planned assault. Memorize its contents and destroy it, for it cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of Drakencraft's agents. If you succeed, you will be rewarded beyond your wildest dreams. If you fail, those of you who survive will wish they had fallen into Garion's clutches by the time they have suffered the Overlord's full displeasure. The herald departed, leaving the party stunned. After a moment, Alaric shook off the stupefied paralysis, seized the scroll, and turned toward his comrades. Marinia, he asked, have you done something that would make your father want you dead? Like 9 other explorers on the front lines that Alaric knew of, the sorceress had the dubious honor of being a child of the Overlord. Born from one of his many brides, the only privilege she had received was the education she had been given in the sorceress arts, learning from the best practitioners of the Empire. Like all of the dozens of children the Overlord had had over the years, though, she had been cast out of his castle upon reaching adulthood, expected to carve her own place in the Empire with nothing but her own merits. Marinia had once confessed to Alaric that she had only seen her father 3 times in all of her life. Even so, the warrior's question still had merit. It wasn't unheard of for a child of the Overlord to get into his or her head that he or she could replace the Overlord as Master of Elder. Every time, though, the Overlord had learned of his child's ambition, and his response had been swift, sometimes brutal, sometimes subtle, always lethal. Being sent into the heart of Drakencraft's power certainly seemed to fit the bill on the last one. Nothing I am aware of, replied Marinia, frowning at the insinuation in Alaric's words. I think this might be just what it appears, an order given to us because we are the best suited for the task. An opportunity to strike at Garion himself, muttered Keller to himself. A chance at revenge, at long last. Hearing the excitation in the tattered man's voice, Alaric cast a quick glance at him, checking that he was still in control. Once he was sure Keller was still in control, he returned his gaze to the others. We don't have much of a choice, noted Oris, stating the obvious. Alaric nodded. Come, he said, walking to one of the largest tables, breaking the seal on the scroll and spreading it on the wooden surface. Let's see what intel the Overlord's spies have gathered for us. That turned out to be quite a lot. Evidently, the agents sent by the Master of Elder to direct the war effort had been planning this operation for a long time. The scroll was divided in several sections, describing all that was known of the inside of the Drakencraft estate. How many had died to gather this information was something Alaric could only guess at, but he would not be surprised if the number was in the hundreds. While the entire territory was dangerous, nowhere was more lethal than the castle itself, where Garion and his court of favorites held their most blasphemous rituals and experiments. Alaric's party had only been there once, on the exploration that had freed Keller from his cage. What they had seen in these dungeons haunted them still, but there was no denying the Overlord's command, even if it was issued by proxy. So the whole party studied the drawn maps and indications, engraving all the knowledge into their minds. The plan was for them to use a service tunnel that had been reopened over the course of many months of work, and kept unused so that the minions of Drakencraft wouldn't notice their castle had been breached again. This could work, Alaric found himself saying. We have already fought many kinds of Garian's creatures, and most of them will be busy dealing with the army. The problem will be the betrayer himself. No one knew how powerful Garian Drakencraft had become in the years since his treason. Before, he had been one of the greatest sorcerers in the Overlord's court. That was how he had been elevated to the title of Lord in the first place, and granted his estate by the Overlord. But in all the years of the siege, no one had managed to reach him, at least, no one who had returned to speak of what they had seen. Some of his servants who had been slain by exploring parties had held power such as only the Overlord's mightiest champions had possessed. And despite their minds being irrevocably twisted into madness, none of them had ever turned against the betrayer. Once more, Alaric found himself wondering if fear might be the reason the Overlord had not come to end the siege himself. And, once more, he crushed the thought down. We have 2 days, he said, looking at the time written at the top of the scroll. No expedition for us today, we need to prepare. Fortunately, this scroll also includes an unlimited credit with all the war services. Marinia, go to the local spellcasters and get them to give you their best grimoires, trinkets, whatever you think will be useful to you. Alexia, the same applies to you, get us the best elixirs you can find. Fours, get your armor prepared and the enchantments reinforced and warded. There is no telling what manner of sorcerous interference we might run into in the castle, and I don't want you to fall apart. He looked at everyone assembled. Their expressions, those whose face could be seen, at least, were tightly focused, reading the exposed scroll intently. Even Urien had lost his smile in the face of the momentous task and opportunity presented to the party. What have I forgotten? Praying, suggested Oris dryly. It will take at least 3 miracles for us to reach the betrayer, kill him, and survive. Better get all the favor we can with the gods. That got a chuckle out of everyone around the table, except for Fours, of course. Piety in the Overlord's empire was a rare and conflicted thing, at best. Every territory the Overlord had conquered had held its own faith, oftentimes several. The Overlord had not forbidden the worship of the idols, nor suppressed the religious beliefs of his subjects. But that was because he had not needed to. The gods of Elder had been cruel, powerful beings, whom their faithful served out of fear of retribution and hope of protection from other predators. The rise of the Overlord had proven them false, nothing more than posturing creatures of the above sea, each and every one of them. The Overlord and his generals had fought and slain the archpriests who stood against them, and sorcerers had banished the incarnate, self-proclaimed divines. It was often said that the Overlord had killed the gods of Elder, and added right after that it was good riddance. Only a handful of ancestral shrines remained in use across the continent. Apart from those, there were perhaps 1 or 2 temples whose priests had managed to avoid vengeful mobs coming to punish those who had taken their children as sacrifices. The relationship between the people of Elder and the gods had changed greatly as a result. Now they were called Neverborn, the children of the above sea, the roiling fury that had been shrouded from sight by the Overlord's dark clouds. And rather than receiving prayers and offerings, they were summoned and bound by sorcerers, forced into doing the bidding of mere mortals. Or, like the rings Urien wore, reduced into nothing more than weapons, tools for those they had preyed upon before the Overlord's rise. The man might be a ruthless tyrant, but it was hard to argue that his reign had brought better lives to those living under it. Keep up your training, but don't exhaust yourselves, Alaric continued after the chuckles had died down. Tomorrow, we will move to the outpost closest to our target. We will scout the land the day after that. And then, he took a deep breath. Then, if the fates are willing and in the Overlord's name, we will take down the betrayer. I caught my first glimpse of the truth decades ago, when I was still a respected sorcerer at the court of the Overlord. For a long time now we had known about the creatures that dwell within the above sea, numberless hosts of monsters born of our darkest thoughts and desires, who hunger for our souls. By the Overlord's law, the summoning and binding of these Neverborn is restricted to only those who have proved their strength of will and dedication to the Empire, lest uncontrolled legions bring ruin to our world. Even this is permitted solely so that when one of the creatures manifests itself onto our world, we know how to bind or banish it. I had followed this command obediently, and grown in power and knowledge in service of the Overlord, plundering the secrets of my rivals from their cold, dead hands. Then, one day, as I scryed the above sea for information on the activities of one of my foes, whose name I now cannot recall, so petty such rivalries now appear to me, I saw that which I should not have seen, that which no mortal can see and remain unchanged. I saw the truth, and it showed me the first step on the path to glory. Even here, beneath the earth, the party could hear the battle above. The assault had started mere minutes before they had entered the tunnel, just as the beastmen launched their first attack on the gathered host. By now that attack would have been crushed back, the beastmen retreating to bring more tribes into the fray. Yet the battle was still raging. The other, even more monstrous guardians of Drakencraft's woods had been roused from their lairs by the intrusion in their territory. Despite the fact that the tunnel was tight, dark, and stank, Alaric was glad he and his comrades were there and not part of the assault. He did not mean to disparage those who composed it. They were survivors, each and every one of them, honed by their time spent in the siege. But as dangerous as the mission the Herald had assigned the party was, it was better than being up there. Alaric understood the necessity of the assault as cover, but the thought of how many would die not as explorers, not as warriors, but as bait, sat ill with him. The tunnel's entrance had been located at the bottom of a rocky chasm, deep within the woods. If not for the map provided by the Herald, the party would have passed right next to it and never noticed it was there. The jagged rocks surrounding them had quickly given way to earth, supported by wooden beams and planks. Every step disturbed dust, but despite its age the tunnel wasn't in any danger of collapsing. There were runes engraved onto the wood, which according to Marinia were preserving it from rot by suspending it out of the natural cycle of time. The sorceress claimed that such runes were known to the rest of the Empire, and used widely for construction by the Overlord's subjects. But even if the tunnel itself bore no mark of Garian's heresy, it soon led the party to a place that did. After a bit less than an hour of walking in the tight tunnel, with their torches providing the only illumination, the explorers reached an open space, the earth giving way to stone once more. Only this stone was smooth, polished by a human hand to form an artificial cavern about 20 meters high and hundreds wide. And inside that space were the signs of Drakencraft's corruption. The stone that had been dug out to create the cavern had been sculpted into dozens of grotesque statues, carved into images of repugnant unions of humans and neverborn. Each statue stood upon a pedestal, and their level of detail and the skill with which they had been crafted varied greatly from one horror to another. This was not the work of a single sculptor, but that of many, all trying to reproduce the terrible images haunting their souls. "This place is more recent than the tunnel," whispered Alexia, "but it is still old. It must have taken decades to build all of this." "Themgarian's treachery was planned for much longer than any of us thought," replied Oris, his tone grim. On the other side of the cavern from where the party had entered, Alaric could see a flight of stairs leading upward, sculpted into the very wall. He consulted his mental map of the estate, trying to locate their current position compared to the buildings above. "There," he said once he was reasonably certain of his estimation, gesturing toward the stairs. "This should get us inside the castle itself." No one moved. The thought of walking between the statues was not pleasant. Each one appeared to be frozen mid-motion, as if it had been fighting when some mighty spell had turned it to stone. They looked as if they could start moving again at any time. And considering what else the party had encountered in previous expeditions, Alaric wasn't certain they would not. "Marinia," he asked, "can you confirm those are just statues? Not guardians of any kind?" The sorceress frowned in concentration, and waved her hands before her as she cast a detection spell. Sparks of energy crossed the space between her fingers, forming elaborate patterns that vanished as the spell reached completion. She shook her head. "These things are merely statues, Alaric. They echo with the madness of their sculptors, but they are harmless." "Nothing in Drakencraft is harmless," muttered Keller. Marinia glanced at him. "Well," she admitted, "remaining near them for too long would likely drive you mad. But they are not going to burst into motion and tear us to pieces." "There could still be traps," warned Alaric. "Let's go, but be careful." The party resumed its advance. While Marinia kept her sorceress senses open for any sign of a threat, Urien stalked ahead, searching for more mundane dangers. But neither of them found anything, though Alaric had the distinct impression that the statue's eyes were following them as they passed. The cavern appeared to have been abandoned years ago, once the last statue had been completed. A thick layer of dust covered the stone floor, and some of the less well-made statues were missing extremities, whose fragments laid on the ground where they had fallen after breaking off. Halfway to the stairs, in the cavern's center, they found what had become of the sculptors. In an open space, surrounded by a circle of statues looking toward the space, were dozens of skeletons, one for each statue in the cavern. The hammers and chisels they had used laid on the ground near the bodies, which were clad in the tattered remains of the clothes they had worn in life. How did they die? Alaric asked Alexia, his mouth dry. The healer knelt before one of the skeletons, and began her examination. She picked at the bones, bringing them up before her aged eyes. When she was done, she moved to another skeleton, checking 5 of them in quick succession. After a few minutes, she turned to one of the skulls, which she examined most carefully of all. When she gently replaced it on the ground, her expression was dark, and more than a little fearful. "What is it?" hissed Keller, looking around, agitated. "What did you find? What killed them?" "A blade to the heart," replied the alchemist. "There are traces on the ribs that indicate so. But that's not what worries me. They're skulls. It's difficult to be certain, but the eye sockets all have signs of trauma. Alaric, I think they had all their eyes ripped out of their sockets. Furthermore, I think they did it themselves." Alaric looked at the mass grave again, and wondered at the story behind the cavern's morbid scenery. If everything Alexia had said was true, then this had happened years before Garion had openly flaunted the Overlord's edicts and rebelled against the Empire. For all that he found the statues around him revolting, there was no denying that all of them had been crafted with some degree of skill. He wondered if the guilds of sculptors across the land had remarked the disappearance of so many of their own, if anyone in their ranks had made the link between their fate and Drakencraft. And he also wondered what had happened to anyone who had made that connection. "We need to continue," he said finally. "The only thing we can do for these unfortunates is avenge them." They left the bones of mad sculptors behind, and passed between their insane creations, before finally reaching the bottom of the staircase. There was one last statue there, apart from the others, and the party paused before it. There, shown standing straight while resting his hands on an ornate cane and looking straight at the stone demons, was an image of Garion Drakencraft himself. The level of detail of the statue was astounding. Had it not been for the fact it was twice the size of a mortal man, Alaric would have suspected Garion had been frozen in stone and replaced by some doppelganger long ago. The face of the betrayer was noble, with a kind of aged, dignified handsomeness. Garion was shown with short hair and a pointed beard, wearing not the robes of a sorcerer but a jacket marked with eldritch symbols. The design of his cane's pommel, visible above the stone hands, reminded Alaric of his stolen scepter. For a moment, he thought he ought to pull the artifact out of his belt and smash it to bits. Was it not foolish to bring the betrayer's own weapons and hope they would work against him? But he did not. There would be many obstacles on the path leading to Garion. The power of the scepter would be needed. He would discard it before they reached the betrayer himself, but until then, he wouldn't deprive himself of so potent a weapon. Next to Marinia, Keller was snarling at the stone image of his tormentor, growing more and more agitated. The sorceress laid her hand on his shoulder, and whispered calming words in his ears, causing him to settle somewhat. Then, in silence, the party began to climb the stairs, leaving the stone effigy of Garion Drakencraft, looking down on the demonic sculptures of the cavern. Amidst the roiling tides of meaningless chaos and the windows into potential futures, I saw a great behemoth of iron, a leviathan sailing the above sea, crushing all the Neverborn who stood in its path. At first I believed that this was yet another creature of this strange realm, a manifestation of the Neverborn no one had ever seen before. But as I bent my will to examining it more closely, I soon found out that my initial impression was mistaken. For this was a fortress, and within its walls there live beings of power greater than we can imagine, to whom the Neverborn we so fear are naught but servants. There was a pantheon of entities of nigh infinite power, and before them I, so high in the esteem of my peers and master, was nothing. And so I lost any interest in my quarrels with my rivals, or with any mortal ambition in this world, and focused all my efforts to the scrying of this dread gathering of powers, seeking to understand more about them and how they had come to be. I learned much in the following years, about each of these mighty gods roaming the above sea aboard their great vessel, and that knowledge changed me forever. The stairs led the party into an empty basement, and from there they emerged into what could only be Castle Drakencraft itself. Never before had anyone in the group made it this far. They had recovered Keller in one of the outer laboratories, where the disciples of Garion performed their abominable fleshcraft. There had been some explorers who had reached the castle in the last 3 years, of course. But the only one who had ever returned had done so as a new minion of Garion, tortured out of his mind and implanted with limbs of twisted metal marked with fell runes. It had taken the combined efforts of 4 groups of explorers to put him down and end his rampage in the hamlets. The grand corridors spoke of the former greatness of the castle, before the entire estate had fallen into disrepair as its master focused on other pursuits. Drakencraft was young, as such things were measured for castles. It had been built for its current demented master, not passed on throughout the generations by a noble family. But in the long years of his life before his betrayal, Garion had filled its halls with the spoils of an existence well spent as a sorcerer in service of the overlord. Portraits of associates and paintings of landscapes from across the empire hung on the walls, covered in dust. Cobwebs spread between the limbs of the statues of defeated foes and fallen friends. Tapestries woven from costly fabrics hang from the walls, depicting scenes from the overlord's conquest of the world and the part Garion Drakencraft had taken in several of those victories. And everywhere the eyes of Alaric fell, there were signs of the decadence that had seized this place. The paintings had been defaced with blood and other fluids. Busts had been reshaped, granted new, infernal attributes. The tapestries had been torn and stitched back together, this time showing the downfall of the overlord and all the armies of the world to creature weaved of pure black string. Blasphemous symbols had been painted on the walls, prayers and invocations to various entities dwelling in the above sea. The name of Garion was repeated in many of those prayers, called upon for blessings, the nature of which Alaric would rather not dwell upon. They followed the path that had been marked on the maps brought by the herald. If the intel was correct, then the path would take them to the central ritual chamber, where the overlord's sorcerers had sensed the energy Garion was gathering to perform his grand spell. Sorrowful wails echoed in the distance, getting neither closer nor further away as the party advanced. Sometimes, Alaric could catch a glimpse of pale silhouettes at the edge of his vision, but the apparitions vanished as soon as he turned to get a better look at them. "This place is haunted," growled Keller. "The other victims of Drakencraft are still here, I can feel their pain." Alaric turned toward Marinia, a silent question in his eyes. The sorceress nodded. "He is right," she confirmed. "There are spirits all around us, but they cannot manifest themselves at anything more than these echoes. Whatever Garion's pet did to them, it drained their soul from the strength a true manifestation would require. This haunting is the worst they are capable of." That was to be expected. With how many people had died in Drakencraft, and considering the circumstances of most of these deaths, almost the entire estate was stalked by vengeful ghosts. Once, the explorers had been able to call upon them for assistance, with sorcerers gathering them by the hundred and letting them loose upon the servants of the betrayer. It had been hoped that the very victims of Drakencraft would be instrumental to the end of the siege and the betrayer's execution. But that had all changed when Garion's experiments had created what Marinia had called Garion's pet and most explorers called the Devourer. Whether bound never-born or spiritual construct, the Devourer was no threat to the living, who couldn't affect it any more than it could affect them. But ever since the horned, multi-faced ethereal spirit had been let loose on the estate, the ghosts of Drakencraft were powerless, their identities and strength drained by the Devourer, leaving only weakling echoes behind. It wasn't a perfect process, though, and the Devourer couldn't be everywhere at once. But it had put an end to the dreams of hopeful necromancers among the explorers. Most of their power had been lost overnight, and many had died when their summons had failed, leaving them exposed to whatever physical minion of Drakencraft they had been facing. Since the group held no spirit speaker, however, encountering a cluster of undevoured ghosts would have been problematic. Drakencraft had its own necromancers, and they were more than willing to bind the souls of their victims into slavery, shielding them from the Devourer in return for turning against those who had once been their comrades. It was even whispered that some ghosts did so willingly, betraying their cause in death to save their ethereal existence. "Something is wrong," said Oris. "This has been too easy so far." Alaric would have cursed him for tempting the fates like this, if he had not thought the same. "I think this might be the reason why," came Urian's voice from where he was scouting ahead. The room where the noble scion stood contained many chairs, all oriented toward the outer wall, except it wasn't a wall at all, but a giant panel of glass. Through it, the explorers could see almost all of the Drakencraft's estate. However, right now, the only thing worth seeing was the battle raging outside Castle Drakencraft. As he tried to get a better view of a part of the battle, Alaric started as, suddenly, the image grew on the glass panel, as if the action had suddenly jumped closer. Now he could see the fighting in details, down to each blow and parry. "This is enchanted glass," he said in wonder, thinking of how generals across the world would pay a lord's ransom for such an ability to look at the battlefield from afar. The others also discovered the effect, and they started to use it to get a feel for how the battle was proceeding. Sadly, it was going as they had known it would, badly. The minions of Drakencraft had seen the attack coming, and they had unleashed their fury upon the gathered host. The army had broken apart under the strength of the onslaught, and the battle had devolved into 100 smaller conflicts taking place all across the estate. In the next few minutes of observation, Alaric saw many things he would rather not have. He saw a giant construct made of stitched corpses rip apart a dozen soldiers before ripping a sorcerer apart and plucking his right arm into its side. Seconds later, the limb twitched and started sending fireballs everywhere, having become part of the creature's blasphemous existence. He saw a renegade witch turn a knight's body inside out while he was wearing plate armor, the nature of her spell only becoming clear when the knight hit the ground and the armor fell apart. At the bottom of a lonely tower, he saw a trio of minotaurs with tentacles for arms brought down by a platoon of the Overlord's soldiers using spears to reach the beast's throat, only for black petals to pour out of the wounds in the place of blood. The enchantment in the glass didn't transmit sound, which was likely just as well. Alaric didn't want the soldiers' screams in his nightmares, they already had a broad enough repertoire. He also saw the betrayer's lieutenants, these figures of dread and hatred for all explorers that were whispered about in taverns after dark. There was the Shadow Man, a humanoid silhouette made purely of impenetrable darkness, with his hands down the throats of two unlucky souls. Elsewhere, the Wailing Mother's screams were tearing apart the brains of a group of fighters and ripping their souls from their bodies, before binding them into the ghostly Queen's service. The corpses of more than 30 explorers laid on the ground before the Harbinger, a 4 meters high creature with 9 pairs of arms and 12 pairs of legs. He even caught a glimpse of the Devourer itself, slithering across the battlefield, hovering above piles of bodies for a time before moving away. And there were more, many more. The pits of Drakencraft always spat out more unique abominations with the power to claim dominion over the rest. Around him, the rest of his party was seeing the same kind of things, looking on with morbid fascination. The battlefield was huge, stretching all across the kilometers of the estate, and no two of them saw the same scene. But only Keller saw what all of them did not, what truly mattered. With the eyes of someone seeking the one responsible for his terrible fate, he looked all across the battlefield, making the glass before him flash with images. Then, he said, "Garion isn't there." Once he had said it, they could all see it too. Despite all the monstrosities fighting, the betrayer himself had not taken the field. Keller had searched everywhere to be sure, but it was quite certain that, had Garion joined the fight, he would have become the center of it, as every explorer sought to kill him and end his madness. But there was no center to the battle, only a line, stretched out across the estate where humans fought monsters. "He hasn't left the ritual," mused Alexia, before waving her hand to the window in a gesture meant to encompass the whole battlefield. The herald was right, the betrayer must be working on something very important if this isn't enough to get him to leave it. "Then the plan is working," said Alaric, before shaking his head. "All right people, that's enough enjoying the spectacle for now. We need to keep moving. Every second of this diversion is costing lives. There is one among this pantheon who is closest in thoughts to us lowly mortals, though his form is that of a giant of steel wielding mighty weapons and striding the battlefield while towering above all others. He is the son of a dread empire, and despite his aspect, his concerns are yet similar to ours. He cares about things like honor, loyalty, and duty, while the rest of this pantheon are driven by unknowable hungers and terrible ambitions. Of all of them, he is the youngest, and not yet departed from the trappings of the mortal life he once held. The others look down upon him in a fashion not unlike elder siblings amused by the folly of youth, knowing that in time, he will grow in power and shed the remnants of his former existence. Yet my visions of him bring me hope, for they show that a mortal might ascend to the ranks of the divine, if blessed by fate and welcomed by those already standing within the halls of power. Can I hope for such a glorious destiny myself, I wonder? And how might the hand of the fates be encouraged to favor me? They heard the chanting long before reaching its source, and all of them immediately knew what it meant. Without the need for any signal, the party took a battle formation that had been honed many times against the type of enemy waiting ahead. Fours marched in front, followed by Alaric and Urien. Behind the three of them, Keller guarded Marinia, and, if need be, Alexia, while Oris placed himself between the sorceress and the melee fighters. They did not charge in shouting, but they didn't try to conceal their approach either. When the human cultists of Castle Drakencraft celebrated their gods, it took a lot of noise to get their attention. It had taken some time for Alaric to understand where the human minions of Drakencraft came from. Some had been servants of the betrayer before his rebellion, swept along into his madness. A few were not human at all, but the creations of Garian's mad alchemists. But there were far too many of them, and there kept being far too many of them despite all those the explorers killed, for those to be their only sources. Then he had learned the truth. Despite all the efforts of the siege's forces, there were still more cultists coming to Drakencraft from the rest of the world. Garian's heresy had spread like poison across the Empire, and even the work of the Overlord's agents to root it out was not enough. Entire villages had succumbed to the false promises of lying prophets, abandoning the fields where their ancestors had toiled for generations in order to journey to Drakencraft. In cities, young men and women were deceived into thinking the betrayer was some kind of righteous figure rising against the Overlord's tyranny, rather than a self-serving madman dabbling in forbidden powers that could destroy them all. Then, once they did reach Drakencraft, which only a fraction managed, thankfully, they saw the truth of their master. It was unclear what the process involved exactly. The only explorers who had learned that had been those captured and subjected to it, and they had been impossible to interrogate afterwards. But no matter the reason that had driven the would-be cultist to come to Drakencraft, he or she became a raving lunatic, worshipping Garian as a god and screaming words that could shake the sanity of those unprepared for them. Nothing of their original personality remained, though some developed a new identity of their own, becoming leaders of their own twisted kind. It was tragic, really, but that did not mean any explorer who had ever fought the deluded minions of the betrayer had any pity left for them. The cultists liked to capture their enemies alive in order to sacrifice them to dark and forbidden gods, often in prolonged executions. It was possible to save a captured comrade before his death. In fact, it had been done many times. Whether the rescued would ever be able to live a normal life after the experience was a different story. Alaric's party had been lucky enough to have never lost someone that way. But they had seen explorers who had been captured and brought back, as well as found the sites of old sacrifices. Their hate for all Drakencraft cultists was strong, and when they entered the castle's temple, it grew stronger yet. The temple had 8 sides, and according to the plans given to the party, it had once been a private theater. Row upon row of stone seats surrounded the central scene, more than a dozen meters below the party's entrance level. Cultists were scattered across the audience, standing rather than sitting, chanting their blasphemous chant as they watched what was taking place below. They wore dirty and torn clothes, decorated with the symbols of their dark masters. All of them had a weapon of some sort, a sword, a flail, a dagger, even a mere club in some cases. Theirs was a cruel faith to hungry divinities, and it often required violence such as what was taking place below. The scene of the theater was a vision of horror. An individual who was whatever the cultists' equivalent of a priest was stood amidst 24 bleeding, skinned bodies that hung from various structures of wood and iron. To Alaric's dismay, the bodies were still twitching, the skin captives were alive, even though the shock and bleeding should have killed them long ago. The priest wore pants made of the fur of some animal, and his head was covered by the skull of some unnatural creature with 2 pairs of antlers coming out of it and twisting together to form 2 horns. He was covered in blood from head to toe, and the blades implanted in the stumps of his wrists completed his aspect as a creature right out of hell. Even as the party entered, the madman was cutting off another layer of muscle from the arm of one of his captives with slow, almost loving care. He tossed the bloody morsel into the brazier that burned at the center of the scene, and the flames flared up in response to the offering while the chant intensified further. Desperate to get his vision away from the scene, Alaric glanced upward, but he found no relief there. The room's ceiling had been painted into a mad artist's rendering of the above sea. There, amidst tortured humans, were depicted all kinds of Neverborn, looking down onto the congregation with hungry eyes. Like the statues they had encountered before, Alaric had the distinct impression that the demons were moving when he wasn't looking at them directly. There was a twisted symmetry between the painting above and the carnage below, and Alaric was sure that was intentional. He didn't know what the purpose of the ceremony was, if it even had one, but he knew neither he nor his comrades intended to let it continue. The party burst into the theater like the Overlord's own vengeful fist. The cultists on the upper stairs were caught completely unprepared, and were slaughtered in seconds. But as the explorers descended down the stairs, jumping from one level to the next with increasing momentum, the rest began to react, finally noticing the intruders in their midst. With bestial screams that would have made the creatures haunting the woods of the estate proud, the cultists charged the party. Alaric and his comrades had the upper ground, however, and both superior weaponry and training. They cut through the wretches like a Neverborn's claw through silk. Because of his greater weight, Force accumulated more momentum than the rest of the party in the charge, and he crashed down onto the scene with enough strength to send cracks running across the stone floor. As silent as ever, the knight rose from his knees to his full height, and began to stride purposefully toward the dark priest. What passed for the priest's mind was obviously too addled to know fear, for instead of doing the sensible thing and fleeing for his miserable life, he instead charged the knight. Alaric saw the duel unfold as he and the rest of the party kept the cultists off For's back while he dealt with their leader. It was a tactic they had used many times in previous expeditions. The leaders of Drakencraft minions were often far more dangerous than their lackeys, and taking them down quickly was vital. Who in the group had the honor of facing the enemy champion depended on its nature and the circumstances, but in the present situation Alaric was quite certain any of them, even old, seemingly harmless Alexia, could have taken care of the priest. Still, For's had been the closest and the first to move, so his claim on the madman's life had priority. The horned priest ducked below For's first blow, and struck back with his two-bladed appendages. But the blades failed to penetrate his recently re-enchanted armor, and they slid to each side, leaving a trail of sparks in their wake. For's riposted by pivoting on his left foot, taking advantage of his failed blow's momentum, and kicking the priest in the ribs with his right leg. Alaric couldn't hear the bones cracking, but as the priest was thrown in the air by the strength of the blow he was certain the cultist had felt them. Despite what must have been great pain, the priest rolled back to his feet, an impressive feat considering he had no hands to help him. But just as he rose, For's moved in front of him and rammed his greatsword through his unprotected chest. The runic blade burst from the priest's back, spraying tainted blood all over the floor, where it hissed as it touched the vitae already spilled from the victims' bodies. "The gods are coming," managed to wheeze the priest as life left him, staring into For's helmet's eye slit with something like religious ecstasy on his face. "You cannot stop them." Without showing any sign he had heard the madman's last words, the knight ripped his sword from the priest's chest, and let the corpse fall to the ground. In the rest of the theater, the cultists, dismayed by the casual execution of their spiritual leader, were soon all slain by the rest of the party. Before moving on, the explorers ended the suffering of the cultists' flayed victims as quickly and humanly as possible. They could not be saved, even if the party had been able and willing to abandon their mission to extract them. None would have survived the trip back to the healers in the nearest hamlet. In truth, they should have been dead long ago, and Alexia and Marinia confirmed that only the sorcerous nature of their restraints had kept them alive that long. They made a point of smacking the torture racks apart before continuing. Maybe the Overlord's agents could have made use of them. Everyone knew the Master of Elder wasn't above using forceful methods of interrogation. If not, they would doubtlessly have sold well to some lords. But that wasn't cash any of them wanted in their pockets. Even on Elder, even in Drakencraft, some rewards just weren't worth it. In the Flying Fortress, there is a place filled with incredible wonders, forged in a vista worthy of our ancients' descriptions of hell. Their priests of metal and flesh toil endlessly, directing the efforts of a legion of slaves made of a similar union. Together they craft the weapons used by the rest of the Pantheon, under the direction of the Lord of Machines, a being with a clockwork mind inhabited by an inhuman hunger for knowledge and creation. This demon-faced lord holds much knowledge of the secret patterns that bind all things in the universe together, but his expertise is in the making of war machines and other tools of destruction. Himself is no different, Endlessly he works on reshaping his own form to suit his own designs, replacing parts of his body with new ones forged by his own hands. Yet even as nothing remains in him of his previous form, his indomitable will endures, passing from one component to another, never weakening in its pursuit of law and power. This shows us that the mind can withstand much, if it is strong enough, even the complete reshaping of the body that surrounds it. And there is only one way to find the limits of one particular mind. The architecture of Castle Drakencraft might be typical of the Empire, Alaric had decided, but the arrangement of rooms was something right out of the mind of a madman. That was the only possible explanation. The viewing room and the theatre had been connected by wealthy, if poorly maintained corridors. But now, though they were still on the same level of the castle, the walls around the party were bare stone, the air was cold and damp, and there was vermin skittering at their feet. Torches hung on the walls at regular intervals, casting shadows everywhere. This was a dungeon in the middle of the castle. He glanced at Keller. The rag-covered man was muttering to himself again. No doubt his mind was brought back to his own time in Drakencraft cells by their surroundings. For now, though, he seemed to still be in control, which was good. Alaric didn't want to. A terrible scream echoed across the tight corridor through which they were advancing, coming from further ahead. Then another, and another, and another. Then it was impossible to tell the screams apart, all mixing together into a hideous chorus of damned agony. One thing was clear, however, the source of the screams was getting closer with every second. "Stand your ground," called out Alaric, raising his sword in one hand and his scepter in the other. Behind him, the rest of the party did the same. They came in a shrieking, mindless tide, consumed by pain and madness. Once they had been men and women, explorers and inhabitants of the hamlets who had the misfortune of being taken alive by Drakencraft forces. Forbidden runes had been inscribed onto their flesh, drawn with ritual daggers and infused with sorcerous energy. The power of the above sea coursed through their veins, through their minds, causing the former to bulge grotesquely and the latter to shatter completely, until only the agony was left. The marks of chains and shackles were visible on their gaunt limbs, some even still wore lengths of chains that flung in the air behind them as they charged down the corridor. Alaric could only guess at why the insane prisoners were here. Had they been released in response to the party's intrusion, or had they been set free long ago once the sorcerers had been done with them, and they had detected the intruders in their lair? A bolt from Oris' crossbow struck the one at the horde's forefront in the forehead, and he went down, only for his body to be crushed into paste by those coming up behind him. It had not even slowed down, and Oris cursed as he loaded another bolt with a speed that few others on Elder could match. But there were dozens of the experimented captives. Alaric doubted Oris even had enough bolts for them all. With fours at his side, he raised his stolen scepter, ready to unleash its energies as soon as the horde was the closest possible, in order to catch as many of the wretches in its area of effect as possible. He wasn't sure what result the relic's power would have on the rune-branded prisoners, but it was worth a shot. But just before the horde reached them, another scream erupted, this time from behind Alaric. A shadow passed over him and landed between the party and the raving prisoners, clad in rags and bandages. Keller. Alaric had time to think before the man unleashed the power that he had been bestowed in the very same experiment chambers as the wretches he now faced. Keller's body burst through the rags covering it, growing in size with incredible speed, pulling matter and energy from the above sea to fuel its transformation. The scraps of tissue momentarily obstructed Alaric's vision of the transformation, for which he was grateful, though they did nothing to block the sounds of breaking bones and shifting flesh. When they fell away, Keller was revealed in all of his terrible, dreadful glory, a monster born of the Drakencraft experiments, a true success of the insane fleshsmiths of this corrupt estate. But also one who had retained enough of his mind that he hated his tormentors more than anything else. Though the corridor forced him to stoop, Keller was still twice the size of even armored fours. A pair of long, sharp horns rose from his forehead, curving above his elongated skull. Each of his hands had only 3 fingers, an opposable thumb and 2 black claws. His entire musculature had inflated, but combined with the increase in size he retained a lean, predatory aspect, rather than the grotesqueness of the wretches he faced. Though he was horrible to look upon, there was no denying the sense of completion that radiated from him. He was a finished product, not a failure. And he tore through the captives. Even as they struck back with taloned hands, he ripped them apart with his great claws and fangs. In that moment, he wasn't a man, nor even a monster, He was a force of nature. Behind him, the rest of the party could only watch with mixed awe and horror. They remained frozen in place, weapons still drawn, as Keller slaughtered his enemies and the battle grew further and further down the corridor and away from them. After several minutes, the sounds of carnage finally faded. Shaking themselves out of their awe-induced trance, the explorers rushed forward. They found Keller laying on a pile of dead captives, bleeding from more than 100 wounds. He was not breathing. It was difficult to read the monstrous face of Keller, but some signs could still be seen. Every facial muscle was tense, locked into an expression of terrible agony. Keller had not died well, he had died in pain and horrified of his own nature. His bloodshot eyes, whose pupils were now across, stared at nothing, while gore dripped slowly from the chewed half-corpse he held in his mouth. Alaric reached out and, with some difficulty, closed the eyes of his dead companion. "We will avenge you," he promised. Then, without any more words, the 6 remaining explorers departed the site of the battle. Alaric knew what everyone in the party knew, even if none had spoken it aloud. Keller's spirit would not find in death the peace he had been denied in life. The power of Drakencraft would keep his soul bound to this world, to this castle of horrors. Only by slaying Garion and shattering his power forever could the shade of his comrade be released, along with all the others trapped in the estate. Such a course of thinking inevitably brought Alaric to the conclusion that they had to move quickly, and do what they had come to do soon. He really didn't want to find out just what form the ghost of Keller would take. With the Devourer away from the castle due to the battle raging outside, it was possible all they would need to do was hide while the shade of Keller laid waste to Garion Drakencraft. Possible, but not likely. It was far more probable that Keller's ghost would be insane, and would rampage across the castle indiscriminately. Great, he thought. Another unclear time limit until potential doom. Because just one of those wasn't enough. The heir to the empty throne is prideful, confident in the strength of his blood. Shackled within his heart lies the echoes of a being far greater than he, yet who, despite his strength, was slain in a war so great we cannot hope to comprehend its scale. But these echoes still hold some of the potency of their source. Where he walks, shadows lengthen, whispering of madness and terror into the minds of any who dare approach. The fears of an empire fuel his power, and he feasts upon the souls of the weak. Yet even as his hunger drives him toward the nature of a monster, he craves the power of a lord, and in this struggle he is denied the full strength of both. There is a lesson to be learned there, about the dangers of power and the difficulties of binding it to one's will. All of us on Elder seek power in order to fulfill our desires. But if the power we seek changes us, transforms us into a being of different desires, then what was the point of the sacrifices we made to obtain it? There seemed to be no limit to the number of horrors dwelling within Castle Drakencraft. Soon after leaving the body of Keller behind, the party entered what had, at some point, been a library. High shelves still reached up to the ceiling, but their contents were scattered across the floor, thousands of books torn apart. Glancing at a handful of pages, Alaric found that most of them had been soiled as well, by water or less identifiable liquid. Still, he picked up enough fragments of sentence to put together that these weren't grimoires or occult books, but more mundane works of geography, history, and other natural sciences. These were not the containers of forbidden lore that sold for small fortunes in the hamlets, but even so, each book had been written by the hand of a gifted copyist. The party was quite literally walking amidst a staggering amount of wealth, wasted beyond recovery. A scholar walking through this room would either have burst into tears or suffered a heart attack at the sight. They were advancing cautiously when the first of the library's inhabitants appeared. A thing emerged from between 2 shelves, marching slowly on 7 human legs. Its body was long and horizontal like that of a dog, and the head that emerged at the forward end had 2 hollow sockets instead of eyes. Even so, it turned its eyeless gaze toward the party, and its mouth began to open, drawing in air. Before it could scream, however, a crossbow bolt flew through its open mouth and deep into its skull, dropping it dead instantly. Behind Alaric, Oris reloaded his weapon. The swordsman allowed himself to relax slightly, then, as if to mock him, a scream of alarm rose anyway, this time from above the party. He looked up, and saw another creature crawling atop the shelves. This one looked like a spider, if every leg of a spider had been replaced by human arms and its body by a head with the same eyeless sockets as the 7-legged monster. It was also skittering away, propelling itself across the wooden paths connecting the top of the shelves. No matter. The creature had given its warning, it no longer mattered. The party fell into a circle, with Marinia and Alexia in the center. Oris still held his crossbow, though primarily designed for range. The weapon was sturdy enough to be used as a blunt instrument in close quarters, its structure reinforced enough to bash a skull in if it was used with enough strength. And Oris had proven many times that he had more than enough strength in his wiry frame. For a few seconds, there was silence. Then the entire library erupted in a cacophony of monstrous shrieks, and flesh-shaped horrors emerged from every passage. Each creature was a new vision of horror, but they shared some traits. For one thing, none of them had eyes, only the ghastly pits the first two had displayed. For another, they were all made of various human parts, assembled without care for biology or sanity. A few displayed elements of otherworldly origin, never-born organs and limbs somehow fused to human flesh. As Alaric fought, a perverse part of his mind found itself relieved by the sight of the demonic hybrid. It meant that, at the very least, the foul experiments that had created these wretches had a purpose. Garion had sought to bind never-born and human. The fact that his methods had been inhumanely cruel and abhorrent was only secondary, and had probably never occurred to the madman. But Alaric could not deny that, had sadism been the only reason for the carnival of horrors surrounding him, he would likely have lost his mind there and now, exposed to such evil. The sound of an all-too-human scream pierced the mayhem surrounding Alaric, and he twirled around just in time to see Urien die. The nobleman was being held by a pale-skinned abomination with a nest of tentacles instead of a head. The appendages were burrowing inside Urien's head, blood and brain matter dripping from his ears as they rampaged into his skull. As the tentacles withdrew, Alaric saw that they ended in small mouths. The thing had devoured Urien's brain. Enraged, he lunged forward, and his sword stabbed the creature through the chest. He turned aside to avoid the stream of white blood that burst from the wound, ripping his weapon free to parry a blow from a creature whose arms had been replaced by blades of bones. His strength still fueled by rage, he pushed back the deadly limbs before plunging his blade through the creature's throat. All around him, the rest of the party fought on. Lightning sizzled altered flesh, while Thor's sword cut through even the reinforced bones of some of the monsters. The thing's biology was still close enough to human for Alexia's poisoned darts to affect them, though the venoms had interesting effects on some of the most twisted creatures. A two-headed creature vomited purple blood from 4 mouths, while another simply exploded like a popped water bubble, covering all those around it in a red liquid that fell off clothes and skin far too easily to be blood. Soon after Urien's death, Alaric lost his awareness of the battle surrounding him. Suddenly, he found himself standing amidst a pile of dead monsters, with the remaining members of his party to his side, all breathing heavily. His blade was buried in the head of something with dozens of 9-fingered hands coming out of a snake-like elongated torso, pinning it to the ground. But he could not recall anything between this moment and the explosion of the poisoned abomination. Somehow, despite everything else that had happened this day and all that remained to face, this scared him. "Alexia," he called, his throat sore. "Have I taken a head wound?" The alchemist moved to his side, began her examination. Her old fingers ran through his hair, seeking any injury on his scalp it might hide. After a while, she shook her head. "None that I can see. No cut, no bruise. Why? What has happened?" I don't remember the battle," Alaric admitted. Alexia merely sighed. "That's not something to worry about. You fought well, even if you don't recall doing so. Your mind simply shut down your long-term memory to spare you from more nightmares. It's not uncommon, especially here in Drakencraft. All of my colleagues have seen it before, though we aren't sure if it happens on other battlefields or if it is another feature unique to the siege. I am surprised you have never encountered that phenomenon before, to be honest." "I have," said Oris. "She is right, Alaric. It's nothing to worry about, unless you are also hearing voices." Alaric forced himself to laugh at Oris' unusually poor joke, and looked back from Urien's corpse. He caught sight of a hand emerging from beneath several pale corpses, still clutching a familiar dagger. The sight brought to his mind the many times he had come upon similar scenes during previous explorations. It was common for exploring parties to leave behind the corpses of their fallen comrades. Unnecessary burden were death sentences in Drakencraft. Leaving any weapon or other valuable was less common, but it happened, especially when the encounter that had killed the victim had ended in the party's hasty retreat. When the corpse was discovered by another party, it was standard procedure to loot it and then give it the last rites, burying or burning the physical remains to deny them to Drakencraft's servants. While none of the party needed Urien's daggers, his rings could still be of use. At Alaric's command, Fours began to move the monstrous corpses out of the way. Marinia carefully removed the rings, placing them in a small pouch hanging from her hips. The power contained within them would be useful in the rest of the mission. If only Urien had had time to use one of them, he would still be alive, but such was life in Drakencraft. Even when you took all possible precautions, you were still at the mercy of a cruel twist of fate. If my successes on Elder had led me to believe that I was a sorcerer of some talent, that misconception was crushed into dust when I beheld the Pantheon's god of sorcery. Great chains bind this being to another, shadowed figure, one that I could not see clearly but that reeks of blood and intrigue. Other chains also reach out from him and to unknown entities, for he is the dealer of dark bargains, the pact maker. His knowledge and power are such that he can walk between worlds without the need for the flying fortress, and unleash forces capable of destroying these worlds. By debts and covenants he leverages his own tremendous might toward even greater achievements, all the while walking a dangerous line. That, after all, is what all of us lesser practitioners of the art do. We risk our lives, our minds, our very souls, in order to become wielders of powers far greater than ourselves. We offer parts of ourselves to the entities dwelling in the above sea, and in return are granted that which we think we desire. But the truth is, we are only ever given that which the never-born think will serve their own designs. I sense something, said Marinia some time after the party had left the library behind. A powerful soul approaches, stepped deep in the dark hearts of this place. She closed her eyes, and shivered before continuing. And he has sensed me as well. A sorcerer approaches. Garion? Asked Alaric. No. He's much weaker than I would expect the betrayer to be, though still powerful in his own right. And I sense unease in him. Why would Drakencraft feel uneasy in the center of his power? I don't know, said Oris. Because there is still some shred of conscience in his old, wretched soul? Like the lesser cultists, the sorcerers who served Garion Drakencraft came from all across Elder. Some had been cultists themselves, who had shown some talent for the arcane, but most had already been practitioners when they had sworn themselves to Drakencraft's dark cause. Drawn by promises of easy power, they flocked to the betrayer, hoping to share his lore and might. And in truth, Garion was generous with both, giving his apprentices free access to his heretical research. The Overlord's agents had tracked the history of some of the most prominent sorcerers of Drakencraft, and found that they had been average students at best. Yet in Drakencraft, they had become powerful, capable of summoning great Neverborn and binding them to their will. And all it cost them in return was their sanity. For all sorcerers who served Drakencraft were, without exception, mad. The knowledge Garion had poured into their minds had shattered their psyche and tainted their souls. They were worse than the cultists, those were merely animals, seeking to shed blood and cause torment to satisfy their dark deities. The sorcerers, however, still possessed some spark of true intelligence, and were consumed by terrible and unknowable ambitions. It was them who led the dreadful experiments on captured subjects, them who performed dark rituals in their own private portions of the estate. When not directly commanded by Garion himself, they were divided as well. There were stories, whispered where the heralds could not hear, of explorers who had made a deal with such beings, escaping with their lives in return for taking action against one of his rivals for Garion's favor. Alaric's party had killed renegade sorcerers before. But it had never been easy, and they had already lost 2 of their number in this expedition. Yet he doubted there would be a chance to avoid the fight. If Garion was about to complete some apocalyptic ritual, none of his minions would risk him being disturbed by intruders. They finally faced the sorcerer several minutes after Marinia had first detected his presence. The party entered the room at the same time as the Drakencraft minion, both stopping in their tracks as they looked at each other. They stood in an abandoned dining room, on opposite sides of a long table that was still covered with dusty plates and silverware. There was no rotting food, though, cut off from the rest of the world and with thousands of mouths to feed, even Garion wasn't insane enough to waste supplies. The sorcerer wore a set of blue and bronze plate armor, with the emblem of a crescent moon with a single eye inscribed on his chest plate. The emblem was innocuous enough compared to some of the other heretical designs Alaric had seen in the castle, yet its sight filled him with disgust and dread all the same. A ragged and torn cape of black velvet hung from the sorcerer's shoulders, covered in mud and blood. His face was pale and covered in scars, his head bald and his expression manic. A broken sword, its blade ending a few centimeters from its hilt, hung from his hip. Alaric immediately noticed that the sorcerer was favoring his right leg, and that his armor was dented and spotted with drying blood. Like the armor had told him that this wasn't one of the ritualists or a wandering researcher, these signs told him the sorcerer wasn't a guard either. This was a battle mage returning from the battlefield outside, perhaps to report or to seek healing. No words were exchanged, no threat or offer were made. Instead, the sorcerer snarled and raised his hands above his head, summoning his power. The shadows at his feet and across the room answered his silent call, seeming to boil like water. Then dark, angular limbs emerged from them. Small creatures of pure blackness rushed toward the party, jumping over the table, scattering cups and plates in their haste. Alaric rushed forward, his sword swirling around him, Fours at his side. Their blades cut apart the dark creatures, but more and more appeared, and not just from the sorcerer's shadow. Every patch of darkness seemed to have become their spawning ground. Oris, Alexia and Marinia were swarmed with the shadowy minions even as Alaric jumped over the dining table, moving as fast as he could toward the summoner. If he could kill him, the flow would cease and they could deal with the remaining monsters. A horrible scream came from behind him just as he was about to jump down the table. He flinched, and one of the spindly creatures took the opportunity to jump on his right arm and start climb up to his head. Instinctively, he rolled himself on the wooden surface of the table, trying to dislodge the creature, but it clung on and kept moving up. In desperation, he reached out with his left hand, searching for anything he could use as a weapon. After what seemed to be an eternity, during which the creature was almost on his face, his fingers closed around the hilt of a table knife. Feeling absurdly grateful to whomever had forgotten to clean up the table after its last use, he stabbed the shadow thing with the knife, tearing it off him and pinning it to the table. He raised his eyes from the creature's twitching form, trying to assess the situation, to find the source of the scream that had made him flinch. He soon found it, and his heart sank. Alexia was dead. The alchemist's body was almost entirely covered in a swarm of the shadowy familiars, but there was no mistaking her state. He could see her hand, and no flesh remained upon it. Only bones, floating in the sleeves of her garment. He shuddered. Would that have been his fate too, had his hand failed to find the knife? As he scrambled back to his feet, Alaric saw Marinia reach into her pouch and produce two of the rings she had taken from Urien's lifeless body. The sorceress threw them, one to her own feet, the other above Four's head. The knight was locked in battle against a tide of the creatures, almost invisible beneath dozens of them. Yet his armor was protecting him from their strange power. As the rings hit the ground, Marinia raised her staff and pronounced a string of guttural syllables. Alaric had already heard these words. Urien had spoken them himself when he had unleashed the ring's captives in previous expedition. The swordsman supposed he shouldn't be surprised that Marinia had memorized the spell, he just hoped that recollection was perfect. Everyone knew the dangers of summoning Neverborn using a flawed incantation. Multicolored light burst from the two rings, and within that light appeared suggestions of predatory shapes. For a terrible instant, it was unclear whether or not Marinia had succeeded in binding them, then they fell upon the shadowy creatures, ripping them to pieces with glimpsed claws and fangs. Hideous sounds of pain and shadow being torn apart echoed in the room, soon joined by the screams of the sorcerer himself. The demon bound within the second ring battled against the arcane defenses of the mage of Drakencraft, and the power bound by the wealth of Urien's family proved superior. The sorcerer screamed amidst the twirling colors, then fell silent. His armor hit the ground, scattering to pieces. Of the sorcerer himself, there was no trace, no body. Whether the demon had devoured it entirely or dragged him, alive or dead, into the above sea, Alaric did not know. Between the release of the two rings and the party's own efforts, soon the room was cleansed of the last shadowy creatures. Victory was theirs, but they had lost another member. With heavy heart, the party resumed its march, bereft of their soul healer. Their chances of success were growing more slim with every encounter with Drakencraft's defenses, but they would not stop. They refused to stop. Duty and vengeance, and fear of the Overlord's retribution, drove them on. The child of loss is pale, carrying human hatred within an inhuman mind. Hers is the madness born in the soul of the innocents who are carelessly trampled by the strong, all that they knew and loved forever destroyed by the whims of those who think themselves beyond the reach of divine retribution. Her power could crack worlds apart, but the insanity that burns through her mind denies her the kind of focus that would require. She is bound to the dealer of dark bargains, pacted to his side until he grants her the revenge they both crave. The dealer has covered her in invisible chains, restricting her power so that she does not slay the Leviathan by mistake. Yet still, in the lightless depths, her laughter echoes, and drives hordes of celestial servants insane. Their eyes burn with images of an antediluvian city razed to the ground by an empire that dared to claim it ruled all that could be ruled, and they turn on each other, seeing not the faces of their friends and family, but the armor-clad conquerors who burned this city of timeless antiquity. The 4 remaining members of the exploring team, Alaric, Fors, Oris and Marinia, arrived into some manner of temple, though it was different from both the statuary they had found underground and the converted theater filled with insane cultists. It was empty and silent, a circle with 2 entrances opposing each other. The floor was covered in an 8-fold star, each of the 6 points not pointing to an exit, instead ending within an alcove carved in the walls. Within each alcove was a small obelisk of blank stone. The room was on the marked path to Gerion's ritual chamber, but as they entered, Alaric couldn't help but wonder why the agents of the Overlord had traced a path leading through so many dangerous rooms. Could it be that the other rooms were full of even worse dangers? That wasn't a comforting thought. The moment the party set foot in the circle, all of them glanced at the alcoves. They had all seen the same thing, shadows moving in the corner of their eyes, vanishing as soon as they looked right at them. Yet as they looked at the alcoves, the phenomenon continued in all of the alcoves they weren't directly looking at. "More ghosts?" said Oris, holding his crossbow in a nervous grip. Its bolts wouldn't be of any use against spectral foes, but like the party's entire arsenal, the runes engraved in the weapon should allow it to affect them in a more direct manner. "No," replied Marinia. "These are different from the echoes we encountered earlier. They are angrier, more focused, more powerful." Untouched by the devourer, Alaric completed silently. There were only 2 kinds of wraiths that fit that category, those bound to Gerion's service, and those the soul-consuming demon hadn't gotten around to devouring yet. Alaric wasn't willing to gamble on which type they were about to encounter. For a moment, he felt almost overwhelmed by despair. Already, 3 members of his party were dead. The map, which had proven surprisingly reliable, told him they were almost to their destination, but how many more battles would they need to fight to get there? And would the survivors be in any shape to challenge Gerion himself, even if he was busy with the ritual? His thoughts were interrupted when silhouettes coalesced in the alcoves and began to advance. They were human silhouettes, complete with explorers' gear and detailed faces, but they were composed of translucent blue mist, and their eyes glowed with white, unforgiving light. Through each ghost, the obelisk could be seen, no longer blank, but instead covered in sorcerous runes glowing with the same light as the spectre's eyes. 6 ghosts bound into the service of Drakencraft, to defend this room from intruders. 6 fallen explorers whose souls had been turned into weapons by the betrayer. Would this be their fate should they fail in their mission? "Hold them at bay," called out Marinia as she slammed her staff into the ground at the circle's center before beginning to whisper arcane formulas, arcs of power crackling along its length. None of the 3 others expressed any doubt at her command, or, in Fors' case, couldn't express any doubt. They formed a circle around her, and prepared to fight the shades of those they would have once called comrades. This wasn't the first time they had done so, but every time was still as disturbing as the first. The specters carried ghostly echoes of the weapons they had wielded in life. Those Alaric faced were armed with a mace and a saber, and they struck at him with as much skill and coordination as he would have expected from living opponents. They moved to flank him, but he struck first, ramming his sword into the head of the mace-wielding ghost while rolling out of the way of the saber's downward strike. There was some resistance, though not as much as with a flesh-and-blood foe. The ghost shrieked as its hold over reality faded, returning it to a mere phantasm rather than a physical presence. Alaric rolled back to his feet, and jumped, aimed at the remaining spectre. His blow was parried, and as the 2 withdrew for another exchange, he caught sight of what was happening to his comrades. Marinia was still chanting, and Fors was keeping his 2 ghosts at bay, but Oris was in trouble. Having already dissolved one of his foes by smashing its head in, he had exposed his back to a ghost who did not wield any visible weapon, but the dead did not need such implements. Horus twitched as the spirit simply walked right through him, entered his flesh and vanished from sight. For a moment afterwards, he remained still, then Alaric saw him raise his crossbow, pointing it toward Marinia's unguarded back. His face was twisted in a horrified rictus, his eyes darting around in desperation, glowing with an eldritch light. His arms were trembling as he fought against the possession, but he was failing. The spirit wearing his body like a suit of armor was too strong, its hatred for the living too powerful. Time seemed to dilate as Alaric considered his options. The crossbow wasn't aimed just yet. In but a few fractions of a second, it would target Marinia's spine. It was unlikely the ghost could possess Horus for long. Already the esoteric symbols engraved on Horus' leather armor were burning as the spells contained within them fought to throw the spectre out. But the ghost would still have time to kill Marinia before it was expelled. And without the sorceress, it was doubtful the party could triumph over the rest of the spirits, let alone Garion himself. Alaric made his choice. He lurched forward, sword arm extended, and his blade pierced Horus' armor and bit deep into his flesh, cutting through his heart and reaching all the way to his right shoulder. The crossbow clattered to the floor, and the light faded from Horus' eyes as both his soul and the spirit possessing his body were cast from the corpse. With a shout of exultation, Marinia let loose a devastating spell that spread from her in a circle of cold light. All spectres caught in that ring screamed and vanished, their power dispelled by the sorceress' will. As the wave reached the obelisks, they crumbled to pieces, small rocks scattering on the ground. Silence fell upon the battlefield. For a long moment, the three survivors remained still, as Horus' blood dripped from Alaric's blade. Then, without a word, they lowered their weapons, and continued their march. No words could change what had happened, what had been necessary. Behind sealed doors, where even the bravest of the other gods dread to go, the blood champion with broken wings is bound. Even in chains, he still holds his great axe, the terrible weapon that fell countless gods in wars gone by. None are his match on the field of battle, save perhaps the son of a dread empire, but he pays a terrible price for his power. He was once a god of war, but now he is only a god of slaughter, consumed by a thirst for blood that can never be sated. When his proud wings were torn, the last of his sanity fled, and now he must be bound lest he rampages across the Leviathan, leaving naught but death in his wake. The chains that keep him were crafted by the Lord of Machines, and enchanted by the dealer of dark bargains to be strong enough to hold him. Their cold iron cools his burning blood, granting him some measure of peace, but not nearly enough. His screams of mindless rage echo through the corridors, each a terrible promise of carnage yet to come. Such are the dangers of walking the path to glory, where even one misstep carries terrible consequences. But the promised rewards are so great, what man could refuse to take such risks? They were so close now. Only one room remained between them and the ritual chamber, and they entered it with weapons raised, ready for anything. Surely this, the last line of defense between Garion Drakencraft and his many enemies, would be the most challenging obstacle yet. A long corridor led to the ritual room, ending in an archway decorated with images of demons and humans cavorting together. 3 pillars of black stone stood before the archway, covered in the same horrible scenery as the archway. A pair of braziers burned on the side of the arch, casting flickering lights upon the sculptures that made it look as if they were moving. Atop these pillars, 3 creatures crouched like gargoyles, though they were unmistakably alive. They were humanoid, with a pair of feathered wings erupting from their back. Their skin was scaled and grey, their feathers a dirty white. Their hands and feet were adorned with vicious claws, and their faces, which sported 3 eyes in a triangle on their forehead, were distorted by the fangs raising from their lower jaws. Angels. Alaric felt an instinctive surge of mixed hatred and fear at the sight of the winged beings. In the time before the rise of the Overlord, many of the Neverborn who had preyed upon the people of Elder had taken such guises, deceiving countless fools with benevolent disguises. Though these false gods had been wiped out by the Overlord's armies, the cultural scars remained. What had Garion been thinking when he had created these things? Fours advanced ahead of Alaric and Marinia. The angel on the central pillar stretched out its wings and descended upon him, while its brethren did the same, flying through the air in downward arcs towards Marinia and Alaric. His sword alone would not be enough for this, Alaric could sense it. These were Garion's last guardians, the culmination of his blasphemous research. The air around them shimmered with half-formed visions of pain and destruction, ruin and torment. These things, whether they had once been mortal or birthed in the pits of Drakencraft's insane alchemy, were more than half never born. With practiced speed, he drew the scepter from his belt. He had not used it in the entire expedition yet. With Alexia dead, using it now was a risk, for he could not rely on her to heal the damage it would inflict upon him. But now was not the time to hold anything back, not when they were so close to their goal. He aimed the scepter at the angel coming down on him and spoke the words of power, speaking them faster than he ever had before. The invisible energies hit the winged being, and it shrieked and twisted, but so did Alaric. Something in the angel's nature had intensified the price of wielding the scepter's power. Agony burned through every nerve of Alaric's body even as the angel came crashing to the ground, blood pouring from its mouth and eyes. He blacked out, his sword slipping from his hands, and fell, barely registering the scepter exploding in his hand, shards of bone impacting against his armor, one of them cutting his cheek open. An indeterminate amount of time later, Alaric surged back to awareness. Besides the corpse of the angel he had slain with the scepter laid another, its flesh charred black by sorcerous lightning. Marinia was standing near it, laying heavily on her staff, breathing deeply, her face flush with the effort it had taken her to kill Garian's creation. Alaric forced himself to his feet, and, feeling dizzy, drew a small bottle from his belt and drank its contents. Immediately, his belly began to burn and his mind cleared as the potion did its work. Ahead, Thors stood over the broken form of the last angel, his great sword running with the creature's blood. "Good job, Marinia," Thors said Alaric. "Come, we are almost." His words died on his lips as the knight slowly fell to the ground. Blood pooled under him, pouring from the massive rent in his chest armor. For the first time in years, Thors' flesh was exposed to the outside air, at least for a few seconds before the convulsions stopped. Thors was dead. Now there were only two of them remaining. Alaric turned to Marinia, and the sorceress merely nodded, her expression grim and determined. They needed to continue. They had gone too far, lost too much and come too close to their goal to turn back now. Together, they passed between the pillars and through the archway, and emerged into the ritual chamber at the center of Drakencraft Castle. The ritual chamber was open to the darkened heavens above. The ceiling had only been removed recently, there were still piles of rubble at the foot of the walls, where they had been swept away. Hundreds of candles made of red wax were spread out across the rubble, casting a ghastly illumination on the scene and filling the air with the scent of blood. The ritual circle took up the whole room, almost 20 meters in diameter, and was the most complex one Alaric had ever seen. Around it were 13 figures clad in black robes, 12 of them chanting in low voices. And there, at the spot of the ritual circle closest to the entrance, was Garian Drakencraft, betrayer of the Overlord. Unlike the other sorcerers, who faced into the circle, he was turned outward, looking at the two intruders. He looked just like his stone image down below the castle, a little older perhaps, with some wrinkles that either hadn't been visible at the time of the commission or that the sculptor had tactfully omitted. He even wore the same clothing his statue had, though with even more sorcerous runes and enchanted jewelry. Even to Alaric's mundane senses, the betrayer radiated power. Merely being near him caused his skin to prickle, and looking upon him hurt his eyes. The only being who had ever had this effect on him had been the Overlord, when he had seen the Master of Elder during a military parade more than 20 years ago. Now all that remained to do was for the last two agents of the Overlord, one swordsman and one sorceress, to kill him. And greatest of them all is the Dark King, sitting at the center of this circle of dread gods. His eyes peer into the infinite blackness of the human soul, seeing all that tries to remain hidden. He never rests, never sleeps, for his mind burns with immortal ambition and undying hatred. Even among this brotherhood of betrayers, none dare raise their voices in defiance, bound by fear and loyalty alike. They all obey him, these beings of unspeakable might, for his is the will that keeps them together, united in their unholy purpose. He looked at me as I wandered the halls of his domain in spirit, and saw me clearly, despite being no sorcerer, for a being such as he has no need for our own petty conjurings in order to bind the greater powers to his will. Then he called me by name, and commanded that I bow to him and prepare the way for his coming. And I knew that I could not deny his order, nor could I oppose him in any way, for I had seen all the power that was at his command. The sorceries of our realm are as nothing to him and those he leads. The heavens themselves belong to him and his kind, and his conquest is inevitable. We cannot stand against this storm. His great vessel, which alone holds the power to destroy our world 1,000 times over, is but one of the leviathans under his command, each led by another Dark Lord who yet bends knee to this king. The construct of soulless iron, the lords of ash and shadow, the sinner and the slaves to ruin, they are all his followers, and their own servants a legion. All we can do is join with this unstoppable power, which is what I have done. Soon my ritual will be complete, and the way will be cleared. At that time, what will you do? Will you stand in futile defiance, or join me and kneel before the awakened one? What will you do, Alaric? Get out of my mind, roared Alaric, his sword pointed straight at the betrayer. Next to him, Marinia startled, surprised by his outburst. He ignored her, his attention wholly focused on the one he had come to kill. You have been taunting me ever since we stepped foot in this tunnel, he growled, slowly advancing toward his prey. Whispering in my ears, trying to infect me with your madness as your minions killed my comrades. But I deny you. Geryon looked down at Alaric, his expression unreadable. Then, slowly, solemnly, he nodded. You are strong, he said, his voice echoing unnaturally across the open chamber. You proved that beyond doubt by reaching this place, even slaying my last guardians. But now you show yourself to be strong in mind as well as in body. I thought I could turn you, make you see, and you have proven more strong-willed than any other that made it into my castle. But know this, everything I told you was the truth. The gods cannot be stopped. You can deny me, but you cannot deny them. You are a coward, spat Alaric, his agitation growing with every word. An old man too craven to fight. Maybe I am, conceded the betrayer. But it changes nothing. They cannot be defeated, Alaric. Not by us. Perhaps not by anyone or anything. Alaric shook his head in disbelief. This was the man who had become the nightmare of the entire empire? The source of all the evils that had befallen the region? Coward, he growled again. How many people have you killed because of your cowardice? How many more do you plan to kill? As many as necessary for me to complete my objective. As many as must die to ease the coming of the gods and prove my loyalty to them. Service to them is the only path to survival for our people, and the path to glory for those strong enough to walk it. You are mad, Alaric concluded. Be prepared, Marinia, he whispered, holding his sword in a two-handed grip. Cover me while I run for him. At the very least, thought Alaric, we need to stop the spell somehow. Whatever it is, it's got the Overlord himself worried, so it can't be allowed to reach fruition. Even if we all die, another team can be sent later as long as the ritual isn't finished. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden blast of agony in his back. His hands opened and his blade fell. For a moment, his mind could not register what had happened to him. Then, with the terrible clarity of revelation, he knew. Slowly, on legs that trembled with pain, he turned, looking at his last remaining comrade. Marinia stood with her staff in her hands, pointed right at him, glowing with the power it had just unleashed at Alaric's defenseless, trusting back. Her face was neutral, though he felt as if he could see a shadow of something, remorse? Exultation? He could not say, in her eyes. This wasn't like what had happened to Oris. She wasn't possessed. She, Marinia? He asked, his voice filled with the incredulity he felt at her betrayal. Why? The sorceress' reply was another lightning bolt that sent Alaric skittering on the ground. Blood filled his mouth, something had burst inside of him. He struggled, trying to raise to his feet, but with a flick of his wrist Drakencraft let loose a wave of energy that sent agony through every nerve of his body. His skin split apart, and his blood began to spill onto the floor, covering the runes, which flared with renewed energy as they drank his life away from him. If only you had seen the truth, said Marinia, and now her tone was clearly full of regret. You could have joined us as we rose to the heavens and took our place there, among the gods. These things you saw, Alaric managed to say, even as his life bled away from him. They are not gods. Only monsters. You will soon learn, my friend, said Geryon, that there is no difference between the two. The incantation of the sorcerers had reached its terrible conclusion, and after a final shout, they went silent. Alaric saw the black clouds of the Overlord's spell of shadow break apart, and beheld the madness hidden behind them. He saw the roiling tides of the above sea with his mortal eyes, his dying mind finding patterns among the ever-changing chaos. He saw the great Leviathan Garion had talked about suddenly flare into existence above the castle. Despite the distance, he could make out an infinity of details, the towers rising from its main body, the hundreds of openings on its sides, the malevolent carvings that had grown on its metal skin. "Look, Alaric Heinrich!" shouted Garion Drakencraft, his face distorted by emotion and the unnatural light coming from above. "They are here. They have come, as promised." Then a pillar of light appeared in the center of the ritual circle. When the light faded, 9 figures stood in the previously empty space. They were towering giants clad in black armor embroidered with gold. 8 of them wore tusked helmets, while the 9th went bareheaded. Garion, Marinia and the surviving sorcerers prostrated themselves before these giants. "I am Archon the Awakened One," proclaimed the bare-headed figure, Lord of the Forsaken Sons. "You have served me well, all of you, and shall be rewarded." All sound faded from Alaric's ears, and his eyes finally closed. As death finally took him, he knew only despair for the fate of his people, of his world. His soul left his body and, strengthened by years of trial, was not immediately dissolved into the etheric currents of the immaterium. Instead, it was snatched by a demon of Zeonch, who brought the shrieking spirit to the crystal labyrinth. Alaric had proven his cunning when he had seen beyond the lies weaved around the mind of Garion and the Overlord, as well as those who followed them. Now the Changer of Ways sought to reward this insight, even if Alaric had not asked for this boon. In the realm of the Architect of Fate, the soul of the warrior would be reshaped into an aspect more pleasing to the God of Change. For though the minions of the betrayer were deluded on a great many things, they were right where it mattered most. The gods had come to Elder. Marinia had stood at the side of gods as the Overlord kneeled before them. That fact still caused her mind to reel, making her pause in her steps every time her thoughts returned to it. She had been standing while the Overlord had knelt. For most of her life, her father had been a distant figure, a living god that was worshipped by all those she came in contact with. From the lowliest servants to the guards and the visiting lords, even her mother and the other concubines, all had feared the Overlord's wrath and craved his favor. Her mother had come from the western side of the continent, the one most recently conquered by the Overlord. She had been a clan leader in her own right, and had fought valiantly against the armies of the Overlord, just like the rest of her people. So valiantly, in fact, that the Overlord had abandoned the idea of subjugating them with pure military might. Instead, he had gathered his greatest sorcerers. Garion had been one of them, young and naive back then. Together, they had performed one of the most powerful rituals ever cast upon the surface of Elder. The details weren't clear, but the ritual had somehow erased the very identity of the people of Marinia's mother. Their name, their beliefs, their history, all had been wiped out. Writings had burned, carvings had been worn out by unnatural winds. Memories had vanished as soon as their owner had fallen asleep. Many had gone mad as they attempted to deny themselves slumber in order to preserve their heritage. Even the names they had given each other were lost. The West had fallen easily after that. Marinia's mother had been taken by the Overlord as a concubine, as a trophy, really. As the girl had grown up into a powerful sorceress of her own, she had truly begun to realize the scope of the Overlord's power, the influence he held over Elder that allowed him to cast spells so potent. And yet, for all his power, the Overlord had knelt before the Awakened One. More, he had never considered fighting. This was the truth of the siege of Drakencraft, one that had only been revealed to Marinia in the night before the final assault on the estate. Her room had been visited by a herald, perhaps the same one that had delivered the orders to Alaric, perhaps another. It was impossible to know for certain. The herald had told her then that when she and her party confronted Garion, and somehow the herald had been certain they would manage to do so, she was to assist the betrayer. It was the Overlord's will that the ritual Garion Drakencraft was working on reach completion. Marinia, shocked into forgetting the dangers of questioning her father's command, had demanded an explanation. She had been shocked even further when the herald had delivered one. The Overlord and Garion had been working together all these years. When the betrayer had understood what his visions meant, he had shared them with his master. Together they had hatched a plan that would allow them to survive the coming of the gods, and, if they were lucky, even gain from it. The gods of Garion's visions would come, and they couldn't be stopped. Therefore, they must be appeased. They sought warriors and power, instruments to use in their own unfathomable wars. The Overlord's armies were many, but unsuited for service in the heavens. Only the truly strong were deserving of such a destiny. And so, the siege. After sacrificing thousands of soldiers in an assault carefully crafted to end in seeming inevitable failure, the Overlord had sent his proclamation. Explorers were gathered from across the whole world, and sent to hone themselves against the traps and defenders of Drakencraft. The death toll of the first assault had silenced any doubt on this approach. The entire estate was a proving ground, where warriors worthy of joining the gods would cultivate their strength until the time Garion had completed his research and found a way to call the gods to Elder, or until they came of their own volition, whatever came first. The final assault was nothing more than a great sacrifice and a way to winnow out the unworthy. The lives of those too weak to survive the battle would feed the ritual's power, and the gods would be brought onto Elder. The team of assassins was but a way to reassure the leaders of other parties that there was more to the plan than another suicidal assault, and to provide the greatest of offerings at the precise moment of the ritual's culmination. And as the blood of Alaric Heinrich had been spilled onto the stones of Castle Drakencraft, the life of the defiant warrior had brought the last component to Garion's grand design. Now, Castle Drakencraft was all but empty. All of Garion's creatures, his monsters and his apprentices, had been taken by the gods, brought into their celestial leviathan. The hamlets where the explorers had been based had also been emptied, with the gods marching into their streets and choosing those worthy of joining their armies. Some had fled from them, and thus proven undeserving, but most had remained, and awaited the gods' judgment. There had been no punishment for those who had not passed the test. They must merely return to whatever life they had before the siege, with whatever loot and new strength they had gained from it. But Marinia knew it was not over. In time, the events of the siege would fade from memory. The coming of the gods would become nothing more than a legend. Maybe the Overlord would fall and be replaced by a new ruler of Elder. His aura of invincibility had been shattered, after all, but he was still mighty, for a mere mortal. But whether he did nor not, eventually another sorcerer like Garion would look into the above sea, and catch a glimpse of the gods. And the whole thing would start all over again. The cycle would feed the ranks of the gods' armies, and perhaps even provide them with new members of their ascended circle. Such was the ambition of Marinia, as well as that of Garion and his most learned disciples who had come with them. In time, the other chosen explorers would also seek it. The gods, who called themselves the Forsaken Sons, were immune to the ravages of age, and wielded power beyond their understanding, yet they had once been human. Their existence was a promise, a proof that it was possible to rise to such levels of power. Alaric had seen this, yet he had refused it. Whether that was a sign of inner weakness or strength was something Marinia hadn't yet decided. The path would be difficult, but she had her sorcery, her mind, and the power of the 2 remaining demon rings she had taken from Urien's corpse. Hundreds of the best warriors of Elder had been taken to the hand of Ruin, the god's great vessel. Soon Marinia and Garion would be the first to receive the gift of the gods, to be remade in their laboratories so that they, too, would no longer fear the ravages of time. What the Phytians had spent centuries trying to achieve, the gods could grant in moments. But first, they had something to do, one last service that could not wait, and the gift of agelessness would leave them stricken for some time. They stood with the awakened one in a vast circular chamber. Apart from the 3 of them, the room was empty, yet filled with the echoes of some momentous spell. Chains hang from the ceiling, attached to nothing. Unpowered wards covered every surface. This place had once held something of immense power, something that the gods had sought to cage here. She wondered what it had been, and how it had escaped. "What is this place, Lord?" asked Garion, gazing at the incredibly complex wards with awed eyes. "This," replied the awakened one in a low, thundering voice, "was once the oracle's chamber. Here was held a powerful foe of our Warband, a demon of great cunning and might. It was bound by the sorcery of the coven, but found a way to escape. Now this foe endures in a different prison, one that makes this place looks like a paradise. But this place is still filled with power, and the most apt for our purpose." "And what is that purpose, Lord?" said Marinia. "On Elder, Garion designed a spell that allowed him to call out to me, to reach through the storm and touch my mind. It was how he offered himself to me, and how he eventually called the hand of Ruin to Elder. Now the 2 of you will prepare that spell again, together. You will call upon the power contained within this chamber to fuel it. And I shall use it to speak to one of my brothers." "It will take time, my lord," Garion dared to say. "I will need to teach the young lady the proper incantations, and we will need to work together to adapt my designs to this place's particular energies. We will need hours, perhaps days." Marinia feared that this would anger the god, but the awakened one merely nodded. "I expected as much. Our work on Elder is not yet complete. We are not ready to depart. You will complete this task before we go." Then he closed his eyes. His armor groaned as his body relaxed ever so slightly in it, servos locking in place, leaving the awakened one utterly still. But he was not sleeping. Marinia could still feel his thoughts, roaring and raging inside of his skull, and outside as well. The energies of the chamber were reacting to his presence, suffusing his soul. In turn, his spirit spread outward, beyond the confines of his body and into the above sea. Tendrils of thought drifted across the openings in time and space left by the chamber's previous occupant. The Dark King had called this place the Oracle's Chamber. Before, the name had likely come from the prisoner kept here, but now the only seer here was the awakened one himself. The sorceress didn't know what her master saw in these waking dreams, and had no desire to know. She was not a goddess herself yet, surely such visions would destroy her. While the gods slept awake, Marinia and Garion worked. Never before had the sorceress teamed up with someone as knowledgeable in the arcane as the so-called betrayer. Her mentors in the Overlord's palace were but children compared to him. His mastery of the etheric currents, his knowledge of the above sea, were unbelievable. Before she could hope to rise among the gods, she would first need to rise to his level. It took them 3 days to complete their task. They ate the supplies brought by the half-flesh, half-machine servants of the gods, which somehow granted them the energy needed to forego sleep entirely. All the time, the awakened one remained standing, eyes closed. By the time she drew the last rune, Marinia felt her vision swimming with otherworldly images. The energies of the chamber were infusing her own mind, now that she had opened herself to them in order to understand their flow. Her grip on her own thoughts was slipping. For the last few hours, she had been moving out of instinct, not reflection. She suspected the same was true of Alaric. The chamber itself was guiding their actions, or perhaps it was the diffused spirit of the awakened one. "Lord," she said at last, her voice little more than an exhausted croak. "It is done. The spell awaits only your command." The eyes of the god snapped open, gleaming with a pale light that soon faded away. He looked at the circles, drawn around his own prone form so that he would be part of the spell's design, and nodded slightly. The 2 architects of the spell withdrew to the entrance of the room, determined to see the result of their work with their own eyes. No order came for them to depart. Either the awakened one was granting them the boon of witnessing what was to come, or he merely did not care. As the god gathered his will and sent it down the arcane paths traced by the 2 sorcerers, the circles and runes began to glow. The energies of the chamber were drawn into the spell. Yet all it could do was open a channel, a path for the communication to take place. It fell to the awakened one to provide a destination for the call. The sorcerers had not known who it was their god sought to contact, nor how far away this being might be. They had known, however, that the greater the distance the more strain the spell would place upon its living component, the source of the missing information, the awakened one. And whoever the Dark King was trying to contact was far further than Marinia could even conceive of. In her attuned state, the sorceress could sense the streams of energy more clearly than ever, and she was astonished at the pressure the spell was putting on the god. Any elder-born sorcerer would have been crushed by the demands of the spell, yet the awakened one barely seemed to notice it. In the center of the room, a great pillar of sorceress fire burst upward. Then, as the spell reached its intended target, the flames twisted, and within them appeared a giant head that towered above them all. It was noble and proud, and bald save for a top knot of black hair. The eyes burned with a fierce golden light that swept over Marinia and Garion before focusing on the other god in the room. "Commander Rakan," spoke the figure. Its voice was deeper even than that of the Forsaken Sun's Lord. It echoed across the chamber and into the mind of the 2 sorcerers, burning at their thoughts like the fire of destiny itself. "First Captain Abaddon," breathed the awakened one, before shaking his head, and bending his knee to the apparition, and then saying, "War Master." And as Marinia heard the words, and the respect, the submission, in them, she realized that the awakened one, the master of a pantheon of gods, he who had brought the Overlord to his knees, still bowed to other, greater powers. Something broke within her at that realization, and she began to laugh without joy, falling to her knees, unable to stop trembling. The realization of her own insignificance burned her sanity away, and she finally understood why so many of the minions of Drakencraft had been mad. They had seen this too, seen how small they really were in the great scheme of things. Garion still stood, watching in fascination. Marinia kept laughing madly, her voice unheard above those of Arkan and Abaddon as they discussed what was yet to come. It would be a long, long time before she stopped. Azeroth Sector, Chemairo's system. 741.m32. It was often said that the fate of all who lived in the Azeroth sector depended upon the decisions made in Chemairos, its capital. And while that was true, most people quoting the saying were talking about the Palace of the Lord sector, on the planet Chemairos itself. And most of the time, they were right to do so, for certainly the Lord sector held nearly unparalleled power in Azeroth. But nearly wasn't the same as totally. Far from the Gilded Palace on Chemairos, hidden in the asteroid belt that made the system nearly impossible to enter without the proper navigational data, there was a void fortress where the holders of another kind of absolute power met. The fortress had no name, for it did not exist on any document. What few supplies were acquired by its custodians and the mechanisms that kept it habitable were brought by those who used it as a meeting place, a small indignity in return for such a secure place to discuss their affairs. Still, human nature being what it was, it had always been inevitable that the station would end up with a nickname among the very select few who knew of its existence. To those, all members of the Holy Inquisition who had proven their loyalty, power and intellect 100 times, the station was known as the Blind Eye. It was something of a joke, or what passed for one in the Ordosh. Had the station been equipped with Auspex arrays, it would have been a tremendous source of intelligence, its position allowing it to track entrances into the system and to monitor almost every Vox traffic and astropathic sendings. But that would have risked exposing the station's existence, and so those who had built it centuries ago had selected not to do so. The inside of the Blind Eye was austere, devoid of any decoration or creature comfort. There wasn't any emblem of whom the station belonged to, nothing that could possibly serve as the anchor of a remote psychic viewing. Those who reached it by way of small personal gunships were escorted to the meeting room by blank-faced servitors, whose deceptively simple augmentations hid an array of weaponry capable of tearing through ceramite armor like paper. None living remembered how the servitors have come to be here. The technology that had gone into their construction was now lost to the Imperium. In the entire sector, only 8 men and women knew about the Blind Eye's existence, using it for their meetings far from both the eyes of their enemies and that of their colleagues. Never before had all 8 been gathered at once. But this time, one of them had deemed circumstances were dire enough to warrant calling all members of that elite circle. And it seemed that all had agreed, for 8 inquisitors sat, or stood, for some could not, or would not, sit, in the meeting room, around a table of bare metal. There were some sectors where having 8 inquisitors at once in the entire sector was rare, and that number in one location the prelude to a cataclysm. But most sectors in the Imperium did not live under the looming threat of the Wailing Storm. The storm's baleful influence had drawn inquisitors to Azeroth as surely as it had driven thousand souls in the sector to ruin over the centuries of its unholy existence. More than 100 inquisitors were members of the Azeroth Conclave, and that number didn't include those operating in secrecy or merely following a trail from another sector. And still it wasn't enough. There would never be enough inquisitors in the Imperium, and, at times, entirely too much. We have all noticed the same pattern, began the first of the assembled worthies, a man that had been old before any of the others had been born. That is why I have called you here. His name was Norioth Eldanswen, Lord Inquisitor of the Azeroth Conclave. His body, hidden beneath a cloak of red and gold marked with emblems that proclaimed his rank to all who looked upon him, was more machine than flesh. Hundreds of years of service to the God Emperor had whittled away at him slowly, and he had embraced the augmetic replacements rather than vat-grown clone ones that his aging body would always end up rejecting after some time. His contacts in the Azeroth Mechanicus had allowed him access to the finest mechanical enhancements, making him as strong as an Astartes, if perhaps not as quick. Despite this, his eyes were still those he had been born with, though they had long since gone blind. He saw with different senses now, a mystical sight that let him peer into the soul of those he judged. Whenever he appeared before the full conclave, in the official inquisitorial headquarters on Chemairos, his face was stern and his voice imperious. It needed to be so, if he was to have any hope of keeping the various factions of the Chemairos conclave under control. But here, with only his most trusted brothers and sisters, if not exactly his friends, around him, his voice was much softer, though there was still a core of adamantium detectable within. Cult activity throughout the entire sector has increased dramatically over the last few years, he continued. In normal circumstances, that alone would be enough cause for alarm. But as you each sent me reports on your encounters with the vile minions of the Dark Gods, I discovered something more. Please, all of you, share with your colleagues what you told me in your letters. Let us verify, he added with the ghost of a smile, that what I saw wasn't just an old man jumping at shadows. Linessa, could you begin? Linessa Melkaus was a tall, handsome woman, with short silver hair ending shortly before her shoulders and eyes as green and hard as emeralds. Clad in black from head to toe, with the stylized eye of the Inquisition emblazoned on her chest in silver, she had a power sword and a plasma pistol at her hip. Not for her the disguises favored by her more subtle colleagues, or the elaborate clothes suited for life in the courts of imperial nobility. Her pursuits were, in their own words, simpler and more honest, though no less necessary. She was, and had always been, a huntress of mutants. As such, she technically belonged to the Ordo Malleus, under whose purview fell all things touched by chaos. But she had often said that another ordo should be created for those who concerned themselves with the Dark God's mortal slaves, rather than their immortal spawns in the warp. I came to Meridia, she began her tale, to investigate reports that the mutated working classes there had begun to organize and were preparing another revolt against their overseers. As a rock sector, Hive World Meridia. 17 months prior, the screams of the Arbits were almost impossible to distinguish from the braying of the mutant horde. The ordered lines of the force Linessa had led into the Underhive had collapsed what seemed like hours ago, overwhelmed by far greater numbers than anyone had expected the Twists to possess. Yet mere numbers would not have been enough to cause the Arbits to scream as they now did, with more panic than wrath in their voice. Especially Arbits from Meridia, a hive world whose productivity depended heavily upon the work of the mutant classes who lived below the surface. Revolts were common here. Every few years, the anger of the Twists at their condition grew just as their numbers did, and inevitably they had to be purged back to more manageable levels. 5 times already Linessa had taken part in these purges. In the privacy of her thoughts, she considered it a vacation of sort, far easier than the work she was used to but still productive in their own way. But this time, not only had the mutants risen in unprecedented numbers, they were driven by something more than mere hunger or dissent. They cared nothing for their own lives. She had seen a pack of them give their lives by stuffing themselves into a Lehman Russ main gun in order to cause it to detonate upon being fired. Now the vast avenue by which the forces of Meridia's elite had descended into the Underhive for generations, the Inquisitor knew that the city itself had been rebuilt to facilitate the purges after the first bloody uprising, was a killing field. Thousands of Twists lay dead on the ground, but hundreds of Arbits had also fallen, and this was a rate of exchange that favored the mutants heavily. Already 3 members of her retinue were dead, and the rest were forming a circle around her, desperately trying to protect her from the mutant horde. They were tearing through them, each slaying dozens of the Twists, but it simply wasn't enough. Sooner or later they would be overwhelmed. Retreat, never an option Linessa considered lightly, was impossible. They were surrounded on all sides, an island of pure humanity amidst a sea of tainted flesh. For a moment, it seemed as if they would all die here, an ignominious end to an illustrious career. Then they saw it. It came from the depths of the Underhive, and the mutant horde parted before it with shouts of praise and something that could only be worship. She caught a few words above the din of battle, Great One, Master, King, and other titles, and as she took in the new arrival, she could certainly see why the Twists would call the creature by such grand names. The mutant lord towered above even the taller of the Ogryn-type Twists, every part of its body covered in grotesquely bulging muscles. Its head was covered in a multitude of small, toothless mouths, and the only eyes she could find were on the monster's throat. Beyond the 2 massive arms that came from its shoulders in the way the God Emperor had intended, each clutching a metal rod as tall and wide as Linessa herself, the mutant had 3 more limbs coming out of its chest. Those were emaciated arms that ended in clawed hands, yet a mere glimpse of the black liquid that dripped from their fingertips sent a shiver down the Inquisitor's spine. No matter what, her instincts warned her, she must not be touched by these claws. Scraps of colored cloth hid some of the monster's anatomy, and for a moment Linessa thought she recognized the pattern used by Meridia's noble families. There was a manner in which the monster moved too, that reminded her of her few contacts with imperial nobility, a sense of confidence, of self-belief in their own importance regardless of reality. Seeing this attitude in the inbred bloodlines of the Spireborn was already grating enough. Witnessing it on an abomination like this creature was more than she could bear. Linessa spat to the ground, and tore her sword from the guts of a two-headed freak who had made it past her guards. Her acolytes focused on the twists who had a chance of being a threat to their mistress, not afraid of letting her deal with some of the rabble. "We cannot stand our ground here," she shouted to them, pointing toward the hulking monstrosity with her blade. "We must kill this one. It must be their leader." It wasn't much of a plan. The monster's presence must be what had brought so many twists to battle and driven them into such a frenzy, but there was no way to be sure killing it would change anything to the situation on the battlefield. Yet it was the only plan she had, and if she was to die, she would rather die against a greater abomination than torn apart by the claws of hundreds of lesser ones. Together she and her acolytes pushed forward through the mutated throng, toward the towering beast. It noticed them too, and its mouths curled into hideous parodies of smiles as it began to advance toward them in turn. It was Barry who reached it first, the old soldier Linessa had pulled from the Imperial Guard and into her service more than 30 years ago. He opened fire as he went, unloading his automatic stubber in the mutant lord, yet the shells bounced off its skin, leaving no worse than welts that, while they looked painful, did not even slow the monster down. A swung of the mutant's club tore Barry's head from his shoulders and sent it flying through the air like a child's toy. His body fell, fingers still tight on the trigger, sending a few last bolts that miraculously hit the twist, but did no more damage than the previous ones. Hardening her heart against the loss of her acolyte, Linessa charged. She felt the temperature around her drop, and everything she saw was suddenly tinted blue and moved slowly. Her psyker, Nyrave, has just cast a quickening aura around her. She ran straight for the mutant lord, racing against the cub it was bringing to hit her. The aura around her would be broken the moment she was hit by it, and it was long enough that the monster only needed to swing in front of it. She leapt, her sword held in two hands, and hit the creature in the chest. The impact made her head ring, but her power sword was stabbed deep in the monster's sternum. For a moment, she peered into the eyes of the twist, big, blue eyes filled with surprise and shock. Then the eyes became veiled by death, and mutant and inquisitor toppled to the ground. The rest of the horde screamed as the monster fell, grief, horror and despair all mixed together in a dreadful chorus. When the slaughter the Arbits had inflicted upon them had done nothing to deter their resolve, the death of their leader seemed to completely shatter their morale. Never before had Linessa seen such a rout, not that all mutants fled. Some did, but others threw themselves at the Arbits even harder, as if welcoming death. And still more remained where they stood, gazing blindly ahead in shock. Already the Arbits were seizing the opportunity, and Linessa had no doubt that soon enough order would be restored, the numbers of the twists purged. Yet as she looked down at the giant corpse laying at her feet, she could not feel the familiar tingle of cold satisfaction that usually came to her after a mutant massacre. All she could feel was a sense of dread and foreboding. Azarok Sector, Chemairo's system. 741.M32. I brought the creature's body back to my ship, to have my savants dissected. Its physiology puzzled them to no end, but they were able to tell me that whatever it wasn't born on Meridia itself. Its genetic structure is completely different to the local twists, far more altered than they are. Someone brought it to the Underhive, to see dissension among the mutants. They did find this, however, branded upon its chest. I had not noticed it while I was fighting it. Linessa drew a roiled parchment from her pockets and laid it across the table in front of her. It was a drawing of black ink upon the white of the parchment, depicting a circle of chains in which was a horned, bestial head. Gasps of recognition came from the rest of the gathered inquisitors, and Noryov nodded to himself grimly. This symbol, or others similar to it, was a recurrent theme in your reports, and one of the reasons for this meeting. Linessa, what is the situation on Meridia now? Order has been restored, praise the Emperor. The death of the leading mutant caused the uprising to collapse far quicker than any had before. As I said, many of the mutants took their own lives or mutilated themselves when it fell. It will take some time for the Arbits to recover, their losses were severe, and recruitment in that organization is always slow, due to their high standards. Better that they remain under full strength that we not be able to trust their competence or loyalty, said Noryov. The Arbits were one of the few imperial organizations most inquisitors at least somewhat trusted, for they were far less prone to any form of corruption than other groups. Thanks you, Linessa. Irwin, he continued, turning to another inquisitor, what about you? Gregory Irwin was a very different kind of inquisitor compared to Linessa. He was a small man, dressed as a member of imperial nobility, with only the rosette he wore around his neck marking him as a member of the Holy Order. His face was perpetually set in a wondering expression that had led many to underestimate him, but all present knew what lay behind the facade. Gregory had spent more than 100 years hunting heretics of all kinds within the ranks of the Imperium's elite. His clothes concealed subdermal armor, and his silver tongue had made dozens of heretics unwittingly confess their crimes to him while the rosette was hidden under his shirt. He was also acknowledged by his peers as the most powerful pyromancer in the entire sector. His psychic power, in the upper end of the beta level, had been honed by decades of training and practice. I spent the last year on Achilles, he said, tracking an organization of smugglers trafficking in Xenos artifacts. 3 months ago, I got a lead on a delivery to one of the nobles of Hive-Herengrad. I went there with my team, intent on questioning everyone there. I had enough proof of their involvement to have them all executed if I wanted. I had no idea. As a rock sector, Hive World Achilles. 3 months prior, hundreds of meters below, on the other side of the pollution cover that separated the spires of Hive-Herengrad from the lower levels, Imperial citizens cowered in fears as the clouds flared with light. Amidst the burning wreckage of a spire that had once belonged to House de Land, Gregory Irwin wielded fire as his weapon as he did battle against traitors. The Inquisitor was alone, his entire team slain in the battle's first moment. If not for their sacrifice, he would be dead as well, killed before his mind could register what had happened and understand what he had stumbled into. Gregory had not expected to have much to do in House de Land. Stay silent and look intimidating while his interrogator, a thin fellow named Boris, explained to the nobles the punishment for their purchases of orc skulls if they did not tell everything they knew about the organization that had supplied them. He hadn't planned on making good on those threats. The disruption to the Imperium that would have caused would have been far more than their crime was worth. After the horrors the War of the Beast had visited upon Achilles centuries ago, the noble families of the planet took any occasion to insult the greenskins in any way possible. Some of their members had been alive at that time, after all, when an attack moon had hung in the planet's sky, and orcs had hunted for slaves in the streets. A handful of trophies could be forgiven. Possession of orc bones wasn't even illegal, only the means by which House de Land had acquired them. It should have been an easy operation, which would have helped Boris grow more confident for the day he wore a rosette of his own. And yet, when the party had battered down the door of the banquet room and proclaimed the Inquisition's arrival, the members of House de Land had not screamed in panic and thrown themselves at the mercy of the Emperor's agents. Instead, all 3 members of the house, the head couple and their only son, and all 4 of their guests, allies from other families, had turned into monsters. One moment they had been normal men and women, clad in fine clothes and staring at the broken doors with shock painted on their faces, a few still holding glasses of wine. The next, the glasses were clattering on the marble floor, and 7 nightmares were rising from their seats. Their eyes had glowed with eldritch lights, their veins bulged with black blood, and their teeth had fallen to the ground, revealed to be dentures hiding small, pointy fangs. They had leapt, no, flown, using some sort of psychic ability that let them levitate, and butchered Gregory's acolytes with their bare hands. Their transformation apparently granted them supernatural strength, for their thin, noble limbs should not have been able to rip out Boris' head with their bare hands. One of them, the one who had been the son of House de Land, had had his hands around Gregory's throat when the Inquisitor's reflexes had finally kicked in. The inferno he had summoned, there had been no time for a more subtle invocation, had reduced his attacker to nothing, as well as the corpses of his retinue and nearly the entire level of the spire. But the other tainted nobles had survived, shielding themselves from the heat through the same power that allowed them to fly. The spire had not resisted the damage Gregory had inflicted upon it, and the upper levels had broken off the molten stump and fallen down, crashing into the hive kilometers below. The Inquisitor was no empath, but even he could feel the fear and pain of those who had been crushed. But there was no time to mourn the death of so many imperial subjects, no time for anything except fighting. The traitors were all around him, hiding in the wreckage and striking at him when they thought they saw an opening. Already he had slain 2 more of them, he could not tell which. They had shed too much of their humanity to be recognizable. But 4 more remained, and Gregory's side was scarred where he had used his power to seal the wound one of his foes had managed to inflict. The blow had pierced through his armor as if it hadn't been there. Never before had Gregory used his powers so much, drawn so much energy from the warp. His talents laid in investigating corruption in the Imperium's upper echelons, and that rarely gave him the occasion to simply let loose and burn heretics with the power of his mind. But he had still kept up practicing his skills, and he was glad for it, in a cold, vengeful manner. The wards tattooed on his skin were sizzling his flesh, burning with the corruption against which they were defending. Even with them to shield his soul, he could hear whispers at the edge of his perception, infernal promises and taunts. He ignored them, drowned them out by filling his mind with the catechisms that had been taught to him when he had been but a child in the black ships. He knew that, had anyone looked at him fight, the observer would have been hard-pressed to tell which side of the conflict was the more monstrous. Fire covered him from head to toe, turning him into a blazing avatar of the Emperor's wrath. A tiny part of his mind, that which wasn't busy controlling the power, shutting off the demonic whispers or fighting the actual battle, wondered what had happened to House de Land and their allies. Every noble family he had ever seen fall to the lures of heresy had a different story, one he had always uncovered before consigning the guilty to the pyre. But here, he had stumbled onto de Land's betrayal, instead of carefully hunting it down. He did not know the reasons behind the house corruption, and it irked him for several reasons, not the least of which being that, had he known in advance, his acolytes would still be alive. Why? He howled into the flames, his voice amplified to be heard over the sounds of the inferno. Why would you do this to yourselves? Because we would not be prey again, came the reply in a surprisingly clear voice. You will never understand, with all of your power, but we refuse to ever be powerless before the predations of the alien again, no matter the cost. The unfettered offered us a path to power, a path to no longer being prey, and we took it. This is not power, spat Gregory, his hatred and rage sharpened by the torrent of power burning through his soul. It is madness. It is corruption. It is evil. In the name of the God Emperor, I name you all excommunicate traitorous, cast out from his light from now until the end of time. Come out of the shadows, and face his judgment. Hissed curses answered his proclamation, all traces of humanity gone from the voices. All at once, the 4 remaining traitors burst from their hiding places, passing through the flames unscathed as they flew toward Gregory. Before they could reach him, the Inquisitor unleashed the full power of his wrath, and a new blast of flame engulfed the ruined spire top. The heretics burned, not even their bones remaining. In the underhive, thousands saw the light through the clouds, heard the distant sound of the blast, and begged the Emperor for protection. Gasping, fighting to breathe the burning hot air, Gregory looked around him. Judging by the melted furniture, he was in the ruins of a private office of sorts. Miraculously, a wooden desk stood in the devastation, intact, and on it, there was a rolled scroll. Warily, the Inquisitor reached out with his mind to check for traps. It would have been just his luck to slay the heretics only to be killed by their defenses just after, but found nothing. For a moment, he considered leaving it there and be on his way. He needed medical attention, and soon. But this was too much of a coincidence. The hand of fate must be at work. He stumbled to the desk, took the scroll, and, leaning against the furniture for support, began to read. Despite the fire still raging all around him, his heart grew colder with every word. Azarok Sector, Chemiros System. 741.M32. That scroll was an abomination, said Gregory, his face set in stone as his tale ended. I destroyed it after reading it, but I remember its contents enough. The Emperor shield my soul. It was instructions for the sorcerous rituals through which the members of House de Land had changed themselves. It also hinted at promises of greater power, in return for future services. There was no name on it, but it was sealed with the emblem of the demon head within a circle of chains. After that, I returned to my safe house, and spent nearly a month in bed recovering from my injuries and taking care of the aftermath. The spire was so thoroughly destroyed, unfortunately, that no trace remained that could lead me to any other conspirators. After that, Until I received the call to come here, I retreated to one of my private estates. I was still purging myself from the effects of wielding as much psychic power as I did when your astropathic message came. What about this unfettered you said the heretics mentioned? Asked Noryov. I found no mention of that name in the scroll. He might be its author, that would certainly fit with everything else, but no clue as to his identity. All I know is that he possesses extensive knowledge of the most forbidden of subjects, and is surely as black-souled a fiend as Horus himself. What of House Deland? Asked Linessa. Surely not all of their members were present that night. They vanished, said Gregory grimly. As soon as I could, I sent a mandate for their capture, alive or dead, but all 24 acknowledged members of the bloodline were gone, as were some of their servants and not inconsiderable sums from their accounts. Before coming here, I called more of my acolytes to continue the investigation in my absence. If any of these traitors remains in Imperial space, they will find them eventually. Their disappearance certainly points to them being involved in the foulness you uncovered, said Noryov, and if they spread the unholy knowledge that transformed their kindred, they might constitute a grave threat to the sector. There will always be those who are willing to do anything in return for power. It is a flaw in human nature against which only the Emperor can protect us. The old Inquisitor sighed, before turning his gaze toward another member of the group. Logan, he said. I believe you encountered a different manner of corruption on your last investigation yourself. The tall, dark-haired man in ornate carapace armor standing at his post with a long staff ending in a golden aquila nodded. Like Gregory, Logan Gorth was a psyker. Unlike the pyromancer, however, Logan had not been selected for service by the Inquisition aboard the Black Ships. He had journeyed all the way to Terra and been subjected to the ritual of soul binding with the God Emperor's own divine essence. His eyes had melted when he had beheld the radiance of the Master of Mankind, and his eyeless face could inspire dread into the hearts of the most resolute of heretics. Like most soul-bound psychers, Logan still saw, after a fashion, using his psychic senses to compensate for the loss of his eyes. My last investigation took me to Poor Maces, an agri-world in the Abyssian Marches, said the blind Inquisitor, talking about the region of the Azarok sector closest to the Wailing Storm. The officers of the Administratum there had reported a string of murders, the circumstances of which were gruesome enough that they dared call upon the Inquisition for help. My personal ship brought me to the system after a journey even more tumultuous than usual in the Marches, and I went to the planet's single spaceport with my acolytes. Azarok sector, agri-world Poor Maces. 8 months prior. The gunship had landed 20 minutes ago, and they hadn't found a single living soul for yet. All of their hails to the spaceport had gone unanswered. The ship's auspex hadn't even detected a single Vox signal on the planet. The landing site, a vast expanse of ferrocrete on which cargo carriers had landed to be loaded with the planet's harvested grain for hundreds of years, had been vacant when they had arrived. Now, the party of acolytes surrounding Logan was drawing near the Administratum's headquarters on Poor Maces, or, more precisely, the only Administratum building on the Agri-world. Poor Maces harvests might provide sustenance to the people of several nearby systems, but it was still a backwater hole where only the disgraced of the Administratum were sent, but not the truly incompetent, of course. Those rose all the way to the top in that monolithic institution. Logan saw the world around him as a painting of shadows, a reflection of reality only illuminated by the light of other souls. For some reason he had never been able to decipher, his own soul cast no light in his own psychic sight, but his acolytes did. He had brought 7 of them here with him, leaving only his interrogator aboard the ship as a precaution. Their souls were strong, and the light they cast was potent enough that the Inquisitor could see far further than they could with their mortal eyes. And he, too, did not see anyone. It worried him, though he did not let it show. The Administratum's building was a stocky tower, as ugly as any Logan had ever seen. To him, it seemed as if the walls were only half there, solid enough to block his view of the inside but less real than the ground. It was often like this with the buildings belonging to the Administratum. There was something in the organization itself that made its holdings less present to Logan's senses. That was why the Inquisitor had no clue what awaited them inside until Parian, a tall, muscular fellow who had once been a bodyguard for a crime lord until he had discovered his master dealt in blasphemous scriptures and had gone right to the Inquisition, pushed the main door open. It wasn't easy, the door was locked, and made of heavy metal. He had no proof against Parian's gene-forged strength. The lock broke, the door turned, and the stench of old blood hit the party like a solid wall. Skeletons in torn robes. Logan's sight did not include colors, though he could guess these were the grey of the administratum drones, were scattered all across the vast open space where the clerks had done their job of keeping track of the grain shipments. A giant aquila was engraved in the wall opposite the entrance, above another of the administratum's countless motto. This one reads, "Service is its own reward." The eagles' heads had been destroyed, and the wings were pocketed with holes where someone had struck with something very heavy. Yet this was far from the worst desecration. The corpses laid randomly on the ground, likely left where they had fallen, but every surface, from the floor to the walls to the ceiling itself, were covered in blood. Even dried, the liquid shone faintly in Logan's sight, a sickly light that illuminated the entire space. Still, neither the blood smell nor its faded soul light were enough to hide those hiding behind overturned desks from the Inquisitor. To arms! Logan had barely time to shout before their ambushers revealed themselves. The attackers were thin, starving-looking men and women dressed in blood-drenched rags that had once been agricultural clothes. In their hands, they held scythes, axes and other tools converted into melee weapons. Their faces were distorted by hate, and as they charged, ignoring the hail of fire that cut many of them down, they screamed the same thing as one. Vengeance for Carthago. Dilendo Imperium. Dilendo Imperium. High Gothic for the Imperium must be destroyed. How had these riches learned these words? Surely the population of poor maces hadn't needed such education to care for the fields. But Logan did not have time to mull on this mystery for long, for more and more of the bloodthirsty maniacs were revealing themselves, and his acolytes would not be able to kill them all before they reached them for long. The Inquisitor raised his staff, and called upon the lingering traces of the God Emperor's power that remained in his soul. After so many years, they were little more than embers, the memory of a light so powerful it had seared his eyes away and burned deep into his very essence. He blew on these embers with the currents of the warp, and they flared for a moment. He channeled that flare into his staff, and the aquila atop it shone with the merest fraction of the light of the golden throne. His acolytes, their souls pure and their minds devoted, were unaffected. Not so the madmen. Their screams turned from hatred to agony, and they clawed at their eyes, rivulets of blood running down their cheeks. Yet they did not stop their charge, driven forward by something more powerful than the terrible pain they must be experiencing. In fact, those who had been beyond the reach of the flare seemed to be even more enraged, their eyes fixed upon the shining aquila, spitting the same words, Dilendo Imperium, over and over again as they rushed forward. Logan saw one of them break his wrist on a desk in his haste to reach the Inquisitor, yet the madman didn't appear to notice. He was shot before he could reach his target, and as he fell, Logan caught a glimpse of the man's bare chest, illuminated by the light of his tainted soul. The man bore a marking that covered almost the entirety of his upper body, a pattern of criss-crossing scars that formed a circle surrounding a brute representation of a horned death's head. The scarring must have been horribly painful, and most of the cuts seemed to have been infected. As Logan looked at the other attackers, he saw that almost all of them bore a similar mark on their chests. On and on they came, and Logan unleashed the aquila's light 3 more times when it seemed his acolytes would be overwhelmed. Only then, when more than 100 fresh corpses had been added to the pile, did the attack stop. The smell of newly spilled blood almost completely covered that of the old. Among the dead, a few remained alive, too wounded to do more than crawl as they spilled their guts behind them. Yet even in this state they continued to move toward Logan, their eyes locked onto the aquila atop his staff. Gesturing for his acolytes to let him pass, the Inquisitor marched to the closest of these wretches and placed his hand upon her head, focusing his will to keep her immobile while he tried to peer into what remained of her mind. There were no defenses to speak of, only madness and burning rage. He had to steel his mind to prevent the inhuman fury from spreading to his own thoughts. His mind cut deep into the madwoman's fractured psyche. He caught a few glimpses of her life before the madness had seized her, a lifetime spent working in the fields, just like her parents had done before, and their parents before that, and so on for generations. Then he saw through her eyes as she cut down a man in the administratum's grey robes, his face a mix of terror and incomprehension. But in the moments before the woman finally succumbed to her grievous injuries, he found nothing to indicate what had driven her and the others to madness. All he could hear in the corners where this knowledge should have been were the same 2 words, repeated again and again, filled with a malice that transcended mere hatred. Dilendo Imperium. Azarok Sector, Chemairos System. 741.m32. Carthago, murmured Norioff once Logan had finished his tale. I have never heard that name before. Nor have I ever heard that phrase, Dalenda Imperium. Does any of you know of it? No one had, but Logan had a theory nonetheless. The madmen focused their aggression on the Administratum's offices and symbols, and the sight of my staff sent them into a frenzy. I believe that Carthago must be related to the Imperium's past, perhaps a city or planet that fought and was destroyed during the Great Crusade, or one that fought on the wrong side during the heresy. As for why enemies of the Imperium would use High Gothic as their battle cry, the Inquisitor could only shrug. After this, we searched the rest of the planet, but found no further trace of life. All the settlements were nothing more than graveyards filled with more corpses, the only living being those we had killed in the Administratum building. We could find no survivors, not even children. We also didn't find the bodies of anyone younger than 15, he continued, his tone becoming even darker. Yet the records indicate there were hundreds of them at the last census. We will all ask our scholars to investigate both the name and the battle cry, decided Norioff. Perhaps a clue as to their fate might lie in this direction. And perhaps your own encounter might be more directly linked to this as well, Matthias, he continued, turning toward another Inquisitor. It is possible, admitted Matthias Alaric, looking thoughtful, a strange expression on the man. Matthias Alaric was one of the few Inquisitors who dedicated themselves to war as much as to the primary duties of the Ordos, to investigate the schemes of the enemies of man, and crush corruption wherever it might take root. In Matthias' eyes, war was the anvil on which the Imperium was forged, and it was in war that the greatest of corruption could take place. A noble who fell to the worship of Slanch in a gilded palace might do great harm, true. But to him, the real danger to the Imperium happened when generals and warlords were tempted away from the Emperor's light. After all, had not Horus succumbed to the lies of chaos during the Great Crusade? Soldiers were those who determined the future of the Imperium, and no matter how much obedience they displayed to other authorities, the men and women who fought under the Emperor's banner could only trust one of their own. And so, in order to keep close to those whose downfall could be the most damaging, Matthias had made himself into an instrument of war that few could match in the sector, even among the Space Marines. He rarely spoke of the other reason, that those who did fall were far more lethal for all their training. Even here, in the Blind Eye, deep within Imperial territory, Matthias wore his suit of power armor, handcrafted by the finest artisans of the Adeptus Mechanicus and into which he had incorporated several archaeotech devices he had collected over the years. At least he had taken his helmet off for the meeting, revealing a bald, scarred face with an Aquila tattooed on his right cheek, a legacy of his time as an Imperial Guard, decades ago, before he had been chosen to serve the Inquisition. The tattoo was cut in twain by a thin line of pale flesh, a scar that hadn't been there when Norioff had last seen his colleague. A power maul the length of a man's body was attached to his back, and an array of smaller weapons hung from his belt. Let me tell you of my own encounter with this symbol, he continued, looking at the scrolls still laying on the table. For the last 9 years, I have been working on Andros Rest, where the Imperial Guard is still battling the rebellious natives. It has been a difficult task to keep the heretical beliefs of the enemy from perverting the regiments sent to the war, but me and my agents managed it. However, a few months ago, I went to one of the outposts on the front line to investigate accusations of heresy raised by an officer on his superior. Azarok Sector, Warworld Andros Rest. 7 months prior. Block. Dodge. Attack. A body broke apart under Matthias' blow, 2 messes of flesh flying in separate direction. He whirled his giant maul around like another man might a quarterstaff and rammed it down on the head of yet another foe. Left to its own momentum, the weapon would have torn through the rest of the corpse and hammered the ground with enough strength to send men nearby to their knees. But the Inquisitor redirected it in a curved motion to shatter the blade of a third traitor, alongside his entire right arm. Another came to his right, wearing a captain's stripes on his bloody uniform. He thrust his sword right for the Inquisitor's head, the only part of him that wasn't covered in armor. Matthias moved out of the way, but not quickly enough to avoid the blade entirely. He felt the sharp pain on his face as his cheek was sliced, and the heat of his own blood spilling from it. He realized that the symbol of the Aquila had just been damaged, and, for some reason, this enraged him far more than the damage to his own flesh. He let go of his maul with his left hand and drew one of the guns at his belt, letting his instincts guide his hand rather than choose consciously. When he aimed at the soldier, he found that his instincts had chosen his Gastus pattern bolt pistol, the weapon his Inquisitor master had offered to him as a reward for his first successful mission as an acolyte, years ago. He pulled the trigger, and the head of the soldier exploded in a shower of bone shards and gore. Matthias' left hand wasn't his dominant one, but the Gastus pattern included a variety of stabilizers to help firing with precision. It was a weapon made to eliminate individual targets, not to rain suppressing fire upon a mass of enemies. Once again, his instincts had chosen the perfect tool for the situation. All around him, there was only madness and death, acolytes fighting guardsmen and guardsmen fighting each other. One might think that meant there were two sides fighting here, those loyal to the God Emperor and the renegades. But that would be a mistake, and likely a fatal one. Apart from Matthias and his escort, none in the entire outpost was still in service to the Golden Throne. The woods of Andros Rest had not been in Imperial control for hundreds of years now. When the War of the Beast had come, Andros Rest had been a pleasure planet, a garden where the nobility had retired to spend long periods resting in even greater indolence than they did in their own palaces and spires. But when the orcs had descended upon the planet, thousands of survivors had fled to the woods and, against all expectations, they had begun a guerrilla war against the greenskins. Nobles and servants alike had, somehow, survived in the wilderness, and even thrived. By the time the Imperium had returned to the world, every construction on its surface had been destroyed, every last orc was dead, and the woods were filled with savage tribes who saw all outsiders as deadly enemies. For decades, emissaries of the Ecclesiarchy had attempted to bring those tribes back into the fold. It had only been 10 years ago that, at long last, Sector Command had abandoned the idea of retaking the world peacefully and sent armed forces to Andros Rest, or, as the soldiers named it when they thought no one could hear, Andros accursed backwater fracking forest. One of the armies directed to this battlefield had been the 282nd Imperial Regiment of Tulak. The soldiers of the Tulak and 282nd, like all those that shared that homeworld, had long been praised for their discipline and their blade work. Tulak was a feral world, where the tribes hunted great grazing beasts and settled their different through ritual duels. Talent with a sword was the measure of one's worth as a warrior, and though the tribesmen took well to the training in the ways of the Astra Militarum, all regiments raised from this world had used this predilection to great effect in the field. It did cause a worrying tendency to have promotions through the ranks being decided by skill with the blade rather than actual strategic acumen. But as outsiders, the commissars were there to prevent it from becoming too much of an issue. The commissars were dead now, of course. Matthias had seen them die when, all of a sudden, every Tulakan in the camp had gone mad and started killing anyone in reach of his sword. Las guns and other weaponry hung from their shoulders or laid on the ground, discarded. The traitor guardsmen weren't using anything but their swords, and their fists if those got broken. He was surrounded, his acolytes spread out across the vast command room, discussing with other members of the regiments when everything had gone wrong. It had happened all at once and without warning. One moment he had been discussing the war with the outpost's commander, lying through his teeth about the reason of his presence there. In the heat of battle, he couldn't quite remember what the lie had been, something about an increased rebel presence in the area. Then, the commander and every other Tulakan in the room had started to scream in agony, clawing at the flesh of their right arm. Matthias had caught a glimpse of what they had been clawing at when the commander's nails had ripped through his uniform, breaking themselves bloody in the process. A brand, formed from cuts that had suddenly opened on the flesh and creating the image of a bloody demon head surrounded by a circle of chains. He hadn't been able to get a clear look at the other soldiers. Each time he had seen where the brand should have been, it had been covered up by the blood that had spilled from it. But that was enough by itself to indicate that they, too, had been branded, suddenly and without warning. He was no psyker, nor were any of his acolytes present, but he doubted that Tulakan had willingly embraced this madness. Something had forced it upon them, some sorcery powerful enough to affect their very flesh. Sorcery must have been involved. The regiment's Psyker Primaris had died at the moment the screaming had begun, blood flowing from his mouth in a lethal stream. And so now he fought against men who, despite their sudden madness, had retained all of their martial skills. Like every soldier deployed on Andros Rest, The Tulakan in the outpost had also been wearing their armor and weapons at all times. Even the cooks and other non-combatant personnel had been wearing their sword, a point of honor for the regiment that meant that everyone in the outpost was now a danger to Matthias and his escort. Already 2 of his acolytes lay dead, their blood spilling on the floor and mixing with that of the insane soldiers. With a shout, Matthias whirled his maul around him in a wide circle. In their bloodlust, the soldiers surrounding him didn't try to leap out of the way, the one weakness their madness had inflicted upon them. The Inquisitor barely felt the impact as his weapon tore through armor and bodies alike, sending gore flying through the room. Only the last man hit by the arc wasn't immediately slain, instead thrown to the ground with a sickening sound of bones, skin and organs bursting. For a fleeting moment, something like sanity passed through the dying man's eyes, and he whispered a few words that Matthias was barely able to hear over the sounds of the battle. The words were filled with horror and devotion, and they echoed in the Inquisitor's mind, sending a chill down his spine. The angel, with broken wings. Then that moment of sanity was gone, and the bloodthirsty snarl returned. Despite his wounds, the man tried to raise, his hands still closed tight around his broken sword. Without a word, Matthias brought his power maul down and splattered the contents of his skull on the ground. And as he rallied his acolytes to him and began to fight his way out of the command center and through the outpost, he made a silent vow, to himself and to every soldier in the camp who had been turned against the Emperor. I will find this angel, and I will kill him. Azarok Sector, Chimera's System. 741.M32. We managed to get to our transport and leave the outpost, finished Matthias. The forces I sent later to reclaim it arrived to find the outpost desert save for corpses and a handful of survivors who were promptly eliminated. Afterwards, I sent agents to investigate every other Tulakan regiment operating in the sector, and messages to other Inquisitors beyond. I was en route to Tulak myself when I received your message, Noriov. Good, replied the older Inquisitor. The notion of entire regiments suddenly falling to chaos is unsettling, to say the least. And the method by which the Tulakans were turned, these brands you describe, even more so. This angel with broken wings, said Logan. It could be a demon, perhaps the one the symbol is supposed to represent. Or it could be something else, Noriov thought, but he did not speak the words aloud. There were secrets that were too dangerous to share, even to the other members of this elite circle, secrets that were not his own to spread. He remembered that day, 2 centuries ago, on a blood-soaked battlefield, when he had vowed to a towering figure in red power armor to keep what he had witnessed that day a secret. Yes, an angel with broken wings could mean many things indeed, and he feared Matthias' vow could end up driving the Inquisitor in places where even devils feared to tread. We shall see, he said out loud. At the very least, we know that, as always, the archenemy reaches out to break the Emperor's soldiers and turn them to its will. The Tulakan would make a powerful instrument for it, but they are still only men. Sylviana, your report indicated that you encountered another plot, one that might have far greater consequences than the loss of an entire regiment. Sylviana Borland had little remaining of the body she had been born with, even Noriov looked natural compared to her. After several brushes with death, all that remained of her flesh was her brain and a handful of organs, kept alive in the mechanical body her Mechanicum allies had built for her over the years as she lost more and more of her flesh. To the outside eye, she was a metallic construct in the shape of a human woman, with glowing patterns on the smooth adamantium that covered her. She saw the world around her through a variety of sensors arranged to emulate the senses she had lost. The tech priests knew that, without enhancements to her brain, which she had refused, she would have gone mad from receiving the full output of what her body was now perceiving. Now, Sylviana directed her teams of acolytes from afar, rarely taking to the field herself. She was, after all, the exact opposite of inconspicuous. All those present at the gathering were curious to hear what had brought her out of her isolation. By now, she began, you have probably heard what happened on Zitherian Alpha. An entire Forge city lost, destroyed from orbit on accusations of techno-heresy. I was the one who signed the order for bombardment in the Inquisition's name. My contacts among the Magus called for my aid when they lost contact with the Forge city Zitherian 96, after reports of monstrosities hunting through its streets. When I arrived to the system, I wasn't the only ally of the Mechanicus to have answered their call for help. There was also a strike cruiser of the heirs of Sanguinius. It was decided that I and the Space Marines would go to the Forge City, to make sense of what had happened there and rescue the Fabricator Locum, who had gone missing since the Trouble's beginning. Azeroth Sector, Forge Worlds Etherian Alpha. 6 months prior, the Heirs of Sanguinius fought well against the tainted Skitarii and other infernal constructs that rampaged through the ruined streets of Zitherian 9-6. Clad in silver and red, the 20 Astartes who had accompanied Sylviana to the Forge City were a blade of purity had cut through the corruption. Their chapter was young. It had been created in the Fourth Founding, after the catastrophic losses sustained by the Adeptus Astartes during the War of the Beast, but already they had earned many rolls of honor in the reclamation of the galaxy that had followed that horrific conflict. Another would be added after today, of that she was certain. Sylviana had come without her own acolytes. She did not want to insult the Space Marines by suggesting their protection wasn't enough, but the truth was that she also didn't want to risk any of her own agents into the death trap this city had become. Zitherian 9-6 was at once ruin and nightmare. Great factories had been torn open, temples to the machine god that had been thoroughly desecrated. The ground was spotted with craters where powerful explosive weapons had gone off, and rivers of toxic liquids flowed from broken pipes, filling the air with vapor that would melt the lungs of any living creature. These toxic clouds obscured even her vision, turning her surroundings into something that only seemed half real. The shadows of silent forges surrounded her party, and within those shadows, monsters lurked. Skitarii that displayed repugnant augmentations and transplant of living, mutated flesh were the most common of those. They were hideous to look upon, and doubtlessly their long, curved claws and other lethal appendages would have made them deadly to the population of the Forge City. But Sylviana had fought alongside the Skitarii of the Mechonicus, and these things were far weaker. She suspected they had been created as instruments of terror, not war, though she did not dare attempt to dwell too long on the motivations of heretics. The Heirs of Sanguinius had already killed hundreds of them, using their blades in most cases rather than waste their ammunition. Far more dangerous than the Skitarii were the other beasts of tainted iron and blood that stalked the ruined streets. While there was unity to the Skitarii's appearance, who all looked like exact copies of one another, each of these greater constructs was unique. They had fought against 3 of them so far, one that had looked like a spider the size of a Lehman Russ, one that had been like a giant snake with hundreds of mechadendrites, and the last one, the most dangerous yet, forged in the image of the man, taller than even the Astartes. This one had moved with something more than the bestial intelligence of the others, and it had slain 4 heirs of Sanguinius before it had been put down. Sylviana had caught a glimpse of a human brain in the wreckage, covered in implants. Who had it been, she wondered, who had been taken by the horror's creators and turned into its control core? More monsters wandered the shadows, hunting for the last survivors of Zitherian 9-6. Once, there had been more than 100 million souls in the city. Now, corpses littered the ground, most of them torn to pieces, meat and augments ripped from their bones. There were still survivors, but they had gone hiding underground, in the deep tunnels connecting every building of the massive city. The surface had been abandoned, with only the few stragglers they had encountered left. Emperor's Light, thought Sylviana. She could no longer feel fear as she had when her body had been made of flesh. The tech priests who had built her new one hadn't thought it necessary to emulate the complex systems that created this emotion, but she could still worry. Hundreds of tainted Skitarii and these monsters are all around us, and we rightly consider them a few stragglers. That was the reason they had not come here with a greater force. Had they done so, the chaos vermin lurking beneath their feet would quickly have risen to face them. As it were, speed was their best asset. They must complete their mission before the evil below could react to their presence, or flight would be their only option. At long last, they reached their destination. Fabricator Locum Kierol Mesa had occupied the center of the Forge City, as was tradition among Magus with such dominion. The gates of his castle laid on the ground, torn open by some terrible force. Cautiously, the Space Marines and the Inquisitor passed through. Their mission was simple: find out what had happened to the city, and if possible, recover the Fabricator Locum. The other Magus thought this was a rescue mission. Sylviana and her escort knew better. If they found Kierol Mesa, they would drag him to the Inquisition's ship in chains, and question him with all of the Ordosh methods until they learned everything that had led to the Forge City's current fate. And if he was innocent, had merely been a victim or a dupe, he would still die for his failure to prevent this horror. Not even the lords of the Mechonicus were beyond the Inquisition's purview. Not once such terrible events had already happened to the domains placed under their responsibility. The 16 Astartes and the Inquisitor passed through the gates. They expected a trap. 3 of the heirs went ahead, scouting for signs of the enemy. Sylviana could listen in on their vox transmissions, an unusual courtesy, but a necessary one. They didn't find anything but signs of battle that were already weeks old. The castle was desert, silent save for the crackling of what few machines had survived the destruction. Guided by the plans they had extrapolated from the structures outside and the recording of visiting tech priests from the other forge cities, they continued. In a display of paranoia and secrecy too typical of the Mechonicus to have been suspicious at the time, the fabricator had not shared the plans of his abode with anyone. But the strike team still knew where to go, to the central cogitator chamber, the place from which fabricator Mesa had ruled the entire city. Visiting fabricators had been granted audience in it. It was as much a place of worship to the Omnissiah as it was a center of command and a last sanctum. If Mesa still lived, he would be there with his circle of most trusted servants and whatever defenders he had been able to gather. Sylviana doubted they would find him, though. The moment she had realized the warp touch had abandoned the surface, she had been doubtful of Mesa's chances of survival. Yet the central chamber was still the best place to go to find answers. The gates to the chamber were sealed, and bore marks of assault, as if one of the beasts had wandered in the castle and tried to break in. But they were still closed. At a command from Ilios, the sergeant in charge of the Astartes, a tech marine moved into the control panel on the door's side. It had been ripped out of the wall, exposing wires that sparked in the air, but the Mars-trained warrior manipulated them for a few minutes, and then the gates slid open. Inside was a vast circular room, but no living soul. Where rows of cogitators should have stood there was only empty space, and the walls bore damage indicating that devices had been ripped out of them violently. But it was the center of the room, the place from where the fabricator locum would have linked with the entire city, that drew Sylviana's attention. The command throne, which had featured in every recording of this place, was gone. In its place stood 2 melted pillars of black metal, between which laid shapeless fragments of the same. This had been an ark, one large enough to allow passage for the cogitators that had been taken from this room. Sylviana drew closer to the ruined apparatus, and saw the sorceress runes engraved upon the metal, along with the circuitry running under it. Her senses glitched slightly when she looked at it, which told her that this was a warp-tainted device if the runes had not. A portal, she thought, a way out of this city, and perhaps even out of this world. She was now certain Kierol Mesa wasn't here any longer, and all but convinced of his guilt. The fabricator had done this to his own city, let loose the horrors upon it, then he had fled along with his accomplices and the cogitators that contained his blasphemous research, to whoever had brought him to ruin in the first place. A curse from one of the heirs made her look up, and she saw what had drawn the oath. The symbol of the cult Mechonicus should have been there, displayed in bronze and iron. But instead of the half-cybernetic skull superposed with the sacred cog, there was a horned, bestial skull, surrounded by a great chain. Azeroth Sector, Chemairo's System. 741.m32. We withdrew from the city using one of the air's Thunderhawks, concluded Sylviana. Then I signed the order for the orbital destruction of Zetherian 9-6. The other fabricators protested loudly, of course. They all agreed that the city needed purging, but each of them seemed to think he, and only he, should be allowed to send a last exploring team, to recover what secrets of the Omnissiah might be saved before the corruption be burned away. I refused them all, of course. Better some knowledge be lost than risk the taint spread to the other forged cities and we later be forced to condemn the entire planet to exterminatus. Better indeed, muttered Noriov, the rest of the gathering doing the same in agreement. The Mechonicus was entirely too fond of knowledge at times, and entirely too suspicious and willing to have it destroyed at others, depending on the internal currents of the cult's politics. But they should have known better than to dispute the decision of an inquisitor. Perhaps they had, at that. It was difficult to say, with the tech priests. Perhaps they had simply sent their requests because they didn't want the Inquisition to get the impression that its members could act too freely on the worlds belonging to the Omnissiah's faithful servants. Or perhaps it had been a way for them to forget the trauma of what had happened, to pretend that Zetherian 9-6 had merely fallen victim to some natural catastrophe rather than hideous corruption. For all their cold and logical facade, the tech priests could be surprisingly human in their motivations sometimes. One of the truths Norioff had learned through his long life was that, in the end, it didn't matter that the tech priests sought to replace all of their flesh with iron. They were still as complex, paradoxical and self-destructive as any unaugmented human, and therefore needed watching just as much. More, since they held so much power. The disappearance of Kirill Mazer, his inner circle and their resources is worrying, he said out loud. If they were captured by the forces of the archenemy, there is much that could be extracted from them. And if they really turned from the Emperor's light. He left his sentence unfinished. The Dark Mechanicum wasn't a subject anyone sane enjoyed talking about. After the horrors of the Horus heresy and the terrible war that had forever scarred Mars, the heretics who had joined the War Master had been banished alongside the traitor legions into the Eye of Terror, and they left this infernal realm even less often than the Chaos Marines. But when they did, they always did so at the head of great and horrible armies. If Kirill Mazer had been tempted into joining the forces of ruin, that would have been in return for forbidden knowledge, the lure that drew tech priests the most easily. And who better to have such knowledge than those who were already part of the Adeptus Mechanicus? Twisted reflection. Norioff turned his gaze toward one of the two inquisitors who hadn't spoken yet. Alphon, he said politely. If you would? In the Azeroth conclave, Alphon was a mystery, an enigma that had drawn the suspicion of many inquisitors. Arrived in the sector less than 10 years ago, he had only ever given his name as Alphon, with only his rosette to prove his rank as inquisitor. But in those 10 years, Alphon had built a network of contacts across the sector that equaled anything his peers had established in decades, or inherited down a chain of master-apprentice relationships that had endured for centuries. He was a man of medium height, with short brown hair and eyes, and a face so ordinary he could vanish in a crowd within seconds. He wore a grey coat, the likes of which millions of Imperial citizens wore on any given Imperial world. There were absolutely no sign of his allegiance to the Ordosh anywhere on his person, though Norioff knew Alphon carried his rosette in his pocket at all times. Norioff alone knew why he had come to the sector, and that was another secret he intended to keep. But so much secrecy and success in one man drew attention, no matter how much Alphon tried to avoid it. There were plenty of rumors circulating about him in the conclave. Sometimes inquisitors could be as bad as servants when it came to hearsay. On several occasions, Norioff had had to step down and prevent one of his colleagues from outright accusing the secretive inquisitor from heresy, an outright ridiculous accusation. Norioff knew full well that Alphon would never deal in anything that approached radicalism, at least not in the way his detractors thought. It was on Apollo, he began, that I heard my first mention of the chained demon head. Azeroth sector, Hive World Apollo. 4 months prior. Marcus Helden didn't look like any street preacher Alphon had ever seen. For one thing, he was fat, nearly obese, though his face showed signs that he must have been even more corpulent before the fever had seized him and he had forsaken all mortal pleasures. There hadn't been time yet for his new ascetic lifestyle to make him truly thin, but the months the prophet had spent in the streets of Apollo's capital city had still left their mark upon him. His body, naked save for the loincloth preserving his dignity, was scarred and bruised, and none of these had been inflicted during his capture, which he had not resisted at all. I knew you would come, he said as soon as Alphon entered the small, windowless room that had been converted into a cell as soon as his agents had claimed the building as their base of operation. The man's face showed no sign of joy, only a deep sense of resignation, and a glint of madness in his eyes. The man had been lucky, in a way. His fiery, apocalyptic sermons had earned him the ire of Apollo's nobility. The Spireborn disliked anything that unbalanced the statu quo, and Marcus' declarations had certainly done that. Many of the rabble that listened to him had started to believe that their noble masters would be the cause for everything the preacher had prophesied, though he, himself, had never said so. There had been talk of revolt, and it wouldn't have been surprising for Marcus to be killed discreetly before Alphon's own agents on Apollo could capture him. Lucky indeed, though many would not see being in the Inquisition's hands as a fate preferable to death. Alphon's agents on Apollo had included a psyker, and he had detected something around Marcus that marked him as more than a mere madman. At their Inquisitor's order, they had kidnapped him in the night, and brought him to this place, one of many secret lairs Alphon's agents had on the planet. Usually, Alphon wouldn't have come here himself, but he had received reports from other psykers across the sector, vague warnings and prophecies of doom. For reasons of his own, Alphon put some degree of trust in portents, and those told that something terrible was on its way. He needed to know all he could about it, and if Marcus' visions contained even the shadow of a clue, then he was determined to have it. "I am of the Inquisition," said Alphon, showing his rosette to Marcus. He wasn't really surprised when the man didn't seem to be scared at all and only nodded to himself, as if this confirmed whatever he had expected. "I know you claim to be a prophet of some kind, and have foreseen a danger to the Imperium. You will tell me all that you know." Marcus began to speak then, and continued for hours. His sanity seemed to fluctuate as he did so, and most of the time he was weeping or giggling, or staring ahead blindly, his lips moving but no words passing through them. Even so, he spoke of a great many things to the Inquisitor. It was impossible to say if what he was seeing was in the past, the present, or the future. He didn't seem to know himself, but Alphon believed it was all three, mixed together in the throes of madness. The very air grew colder as Marcus recited his prophecies, frost forming upon the walls and on the exposed skin of both Inquisitor and captive. But the preacher did not seem to notice the cold. He spoke of a bat on the hunt, flying through the night, relishing its freedom until, like a hunting hawk, it was called back, unable to escape the will of its master. He told of unnatural alliances that must be mirrored to obtain victory, and of deluded lords who would lead their people to their doom in the pursuit of false glory, their eyes blinded by the most cruel of lies. He described shadows dancing at a serpent's song, and statues of ash walking across a barren wasteland. He wept as he described an entire world's worth of souls consumed, snuffed out forever to fuel the winds of madness and ruin. He sung a wordless, heart-rending tune for half an hour, then screamed about a night shackled by deceit and honor woven together by cruel artisans, turned against those he had once loved, in service to a lord without mercy. Amidst horrified screams, he declared that this night's death would herald peace, and death. He laughed bitterly as he told of champions reforged under the light of a murdered star, only to be slaughtered and their souls sent to a realm of eternal hate and war. That one, at least, Alphon thought he understood. Nevertheless, all of those proclamations would need further analysis. Alphon had seers of his own, psychics trained in the Emperor's tarot, and he could call upon the services of astropaths, used to interpret metaphors and abstractions. But there was one that caught his attention, one that warranted further immediate questioning. Marcus had spoken of a Dark Lord, gazing from the abyss with unblinking eyes, seeking the key to ruin and doom. "Tell me more about this," Alphon urged in as gentle a tone of voice as he could manage, which was still threatening enough to have a street tough fall on his knees and beg for mercy. "This Dark Lord, what does he seek? What are his goals?" "He seeks," Marcus took a deep breath, his eyes open wide, his face turning purple as he stared at something only he could see, and every word went out of his mouth faster than the last. "He seeks to snuff out the hope born of the old sin. To extinguish the twin flame of betrayal and glory so that it cannot stand against the harbinger of the end when the final days come. He is coming. The chained demon head obeys his will, but it will be his undoing in the end. In the fires of wrath shall he be undone, unmade and remade, reforged and destroyed, forever and ever until. The former merchant seized violently, forcing against his shackles with such strength that Alphon heard his wrists break under the strain. For a few seconds he remained immobile, then slumped down, lifeless. Medicas rushed in, but Alphon knew that it was too late. The man was already dead. Whatever he had seen had been too much for him. The man's last words were burning in his mind, though. He had been present a few times when an imperial seer had given a prophecy, a true prophecy, different from the vague hints given by a reading of the Emperor's tarot. And he had seen them coming true in person 3 separate times. On each occurrence, the end result had matched the words of the prophecy, though never in the fashion he or anyone else had expected. Yet it seemed to him that Marcus' prophecy, if it truly were one, was as straightforward as those things went. The details were muddy, and would require much analysis and research, but one thing was crystal clear. After 200 years of peace, war was coming to Azeroth. Azeroth Sector, Chemairo's system. 741.m32. Silence hung in the room in the aftermath of Alphon's tale. After a few seconds, Alphon added a few details. Dissection of Marcus' corpse and psychic communion with his brain revealed that he was indeed a psyker himself, his gifts focused on prediction. Yet he was more than 70 years old, and nothing in his life before that point showed any hint that he had that power. Something caused him to awaken it, but again, there doesn't seem to have been any traumatic experience before he suddenly abandoned his life as a merchant and started preaching in the streets. I have received reports from across the entire sector, continued Noryov, that astropaths and psychers have received visions of the same nature. The details vary, and my people are working hard to interpret them, but they all point to some nameless threat to the sector. But before we speak of it, please tell us your own encounter with the symbol of the chained demon head, Gales. Gales' servant was a man with shoulder-long hair, one blue eye and another replaced by a glowing cybernetic replacement. He was sitting, but held in his left hand a ornate cane that was as much a weapon as it was a walking aid. He had carried the thing with him ever since he had fought against a cult leader 10 years ago and had been forced to have his psyche fuse his foot's shattered bones together quickly, before the castle where they had fought collapsed on them all. The healing had been enough for him to escape, but the pains had tormented him ever since, and there had been nothing any imperial medicae could do save prescribe painkillers. Unfortunately, even the mildest of those would impair Gales' mind, however slightly. The stubborn Inquisitor had chosen to accept the pains and try to spare his right foot rather than risk his wits being muddled. I went to Nereus Sanctus after one my informants told me she had heard alarming rumors about the Cardinal's state of mind, things that, to her, hinted at heretical beliefs, said Gales. She had proven several times before that she could be trusted on such matters. I infiltrated the Cardinal's chambers, but alas! As a rock sector, Shrine World Nereus Sanctus. 13 months prior. The cathedral was aflame. Demons walked its corridors, hunting down priests whose prayers failed to grant them salvation. Blood ran from the eyes of saintly statues, forming pools at their feet from which creatures of the warp emerged into reality. The skies were burning with the light of the fires set across the single city that dotted the planet, built around the grave of Saint Nereus in centuries past. Many had died, but those were the lucky ones, for their souls had escaped the horror of this world and were now safe in the Emperor's keeping. At least, that was what Gales told himself. But even if the dead's shades had been burned by the power of chaos, he suspected it was still a kinder fate than what awaited the thousands who had been taken alive, herded into vast spaces and locked in, surrounded on all sides by leering warp spawn. His own fate, he suspected, would not be any kinder. He had come to Nereus Sanctus thinking to uncover corruption among the ranks of the ecclesiarchy, perhaps to have to fight against the temple guards if things went wrong or the taint was more deeply rooted than he believed. He had entered the cathedral and summoned the cardinal to meet him before the emperor's gaze, that he might answer his questions while his acolytes searched his rooms. Unsubtle, yes, but the reports of heresy he had received indicated that the man would try to weasel his way out of accusations, unable to even conceive that he might actually be punished. Instead, mere moments after a panicked chorus boy had run out to fetch the cardinal, terrified screams had begun to echo through the building, soon followed by inhuman howls. Then the warp manifestations had begun. All attempts Gales had made to raise his ship had failed, something was obstructing communications, and judging by the mocking laughter that was all he could hear over the vox, it wasn't something from this side of the veil. He had not heard from his acolytes since the horror had begun, and now he doubted he ever would. He had no idea what had happened to the cardinal. Some of the demons he had fought had claimed to have tasted his soul, but they weren't exactly a trustworthy source. And it was likely that Gales had been duped, drawn to this world just in order to fall victim of this demonic incursion, which cast the report that had brought him here into a suspicious light indeed. After several minutes fighting against the unholy creatures, long-limbed creatures with scaled skin and prehensile tongues that reeked of shattered hopes and ruined dreams, Gales was finally cast down when one of the demons wiped his legs from under him and brought a stone club that had once been a saint's sword arm upon them. He screamed in pain, and other creatures seized the opportunity to disarm him, casting his weapons aside before battering them until they were as broken and useless as his legs. And there, before him, stood a giant in black armor, holding in his hands a crozius that radiated unholy light. He had emerged from the very same puddles of blood as the demons themselves, and the air around him still shivered with the unnatural energies coursing through him. The emblem of the chained demon head was painted on his right shoulder pauldron. Infernal sigils burned upon the armor, but the traitor Ostates went without a helm, revealing a face that was a horrible patchwork of burned, scarred, and absurdly smooth skin. Gales had heard of those who carried such weapons among the ranks of the traitor legions. Dark apostles, the heralds of the ruinous powers twisted, evil faith. "I am Karalit," said the Chaos Marine in a voice that made Gales shiver despite the heat of the fire surrounding them. "I am the Lord of Ashes, and you will serve me. You, and every soul on this wretched city, this temple to the false emperor. In life, or in death, it matters not to us, you will serve." The Astartes, Karalit, lowered his crozius until the weapon touched Gales' skull. Immediately, pain blossomed within his brain, a burning agony unlike anything he had known before. Compared to this, the pain in his foot was nothing, a candle compared to a nuclear holocaust. It tore through his mind, ripped his defenses apart until his very core was exposed to the dark power of the crozius. Inquisitor Gales' servanters started screaming. It would be a long, long time before he stopped, and by that point there wouldn't be a Gales' servanters anymore. Azarok Sector, Kemiros System. 741.M32. It was already too late. He had hung himself, amidst rooms whose walls were covered in blasphemous markings, including the image of the chained demon head. "We disposed of the body, of course," continued Gales smoothly, "and I had the entire quarters quarantined and thoroughly examined, then cleansed and exorcised. We interrogated the cathedral's entire personnel, then, having not found any trace of this corruption in them, they were all mind-wiped of the last few months. The Emperor willing, the next cardinal will never know what happened in his quarters, though I have no doubt there will be some rumors, with so many people having vague memories of this period." Once again, the gathered inquisitors were silent. Gales' tale, the madness of a cardinal, his fall to darkness and suicide, was enough to shock even these seasoned guardians of mankind's purity. The cardinal's death is an ill omen, but the presence of the demon head's mark links all of our tales together and is one fouler still. These are not random acts, nor the sign of an underlying conspiracy seeking to corrupt the sector from within. Each of these groups you defeated would have done great damage to Imperial forces in Azarok, but that damage could have been healed in time. No, I believe they were tactical strikes, seeking to cripple the sector's defenses before a true invasion. I agree. We have always suspected the Wailing Storm was more than a simple tempest, another part of the galaxy lost to the random fluctuations of the warp. Now I fear we underestimated the threat it poses. It might not be another Eye of Terror, but the entire Trebedius sector was consumed by it. 100 worlds lost to us, and during the scouring, when the traitor legions were still rampant across the galaxy. And an entire chapter lost as well, caught in the birth of that storm. All present made the sign of the Aquila, silently paying homage to the memory of the sons of Calth, the Ultramarine's successor chapter who had been declared destroyed more than a millennia before. Likely, they had been the champions mentioned by the seer of Alphon's tale. The rest of Sector Command might believe nothing can live in the Wailing Storm, continued Norioff, but we know better. An attack, a war, is coming, and we must be prepared to face it. These plots we foiled cannot be the only ones. Even if they were, we cannot assume it is so. The rest of our colleagues must have encountered such traces as well, even if they did not recognize them for what they are. We must call the conclave together in full, said Gales. Share this warning with them. The Ordosh must be united to face this new threat, our resources all brought to bear against it. I concur, replied Norioff. Any objections? All of the 6 other inquisitors gave their agreement, grim-faced and resolute. They thought they knew what was at stake, and intellectually, they did. But only Norioff had lived through the War of the Beast, only he remembered the terror of feeling the entire Imperium on the brink of extinction. He doubted the threat in the Wailing Storm was on the same scale as the Great Beast. Dire as the portents were, they were not that dire yet, but he knew that many hadn't thought the Orcs were a threat until they had proven to the Imperium that it would never be truly safe. Gregory's tale of the corruption that had claimed House Deland was just one example of many of the madness that had resulted from the War of the Beast. Even after the Beast had been slain on Alinor, even after the Imperium had been rebuilt and the High Lords cleansed by the beheading and Van Gorich's summary execution at the hands of the Imperial Fist's chapter master, there had still been those who lived haunted by the existential dread the Orcs had brought to the Imperium. I will send the astropathic summons at once, said Norioff, tearing his mind free from the horrors of the past and focusing on how to battle those yet to come. It will take some time for all of our colleagues to receive them, longer still for all who decide to come to arrive. With any luck, It will be in time, but we should make our own preparations in the meantime. All members and personnel of Sector Command must be checked more thoroughly than ever before for signs of corruption, and those who are above all suspicion must be informed. We must send our acolytes to those worlds that will be key to holding the sector. We can be relatively certain that the attack, when it comes, will come from the Wailing Storm. The worlds nearest the border must be defended. The meeting lasted several hours longer, before each Inquisitor returned to his or her ship, and began the work that they hoped would safeguard Azeroth from the coming war. None of them had spoken the name aloud, but they all knew what was really coming, a Black Crusade. And only one of them knew who would be at its head when it came, one who was not what he seemed to be, one whose loyalty was not to the Golden Throne but to the Awakened One. One who remembered being Gaeli's servant as Inquisitor of the Holy Ordosh, yet was not that man anymore, if he had ever been. None of the others had seen through him, not even Norioth with his fabled second sight. The walls set in his mind and soul by the Lord of Ashes were strong, forged by an immortal intellect imbued with the power of the dark gods themselves. They had taken the bait, as his masters had known they would. They had found the clues laid around for them to discover, foiled schemes that had only been created to catch their eyes and set them on the desired path. Now they would call the rest of their kind and gather them all in one place. Just as his masters wanted, just as they had planned. None would know, none would suspect the truth. Not until it was too late, and the hand of the Awakened One tightened around the throat of the Azeroth sector. Of this, the being who was called Gaeli's by the Inquisitors of the Blind Eye was certain. None could stand against the coming storm. Fire flickered in a place of absolute darkness. In a realm beyond the ken of mortal minds, where paradox reigned supreme and madness was law, 7 souls, 1 living and 6 dead, fought together to survive. They had fled together into this place, seeking to escape the hounds sent on their trail by those who would destroy them before they could fulfill their potential. The escape had been a desperate one, a reflexive flight without even the barest of precautions. By all rights the 7 bound spirits should have been destroyed long ago, consumed by the monsters that dwelled into this twilight realm of pain and fury. But through will and wisdom they had survived, their essences forged together by the fires of the Sea of Souls until they were inextricably linked. The 7 who were one did not remember how long they had been in this place, fighting against living shadows and fleeing those which could not be fought. Time had no meaning here, and the progress of events could only be measured in how their spirits became closer and closer as the winds of the warp hammered their essences closer to each other. Memories lingered, of an existence before this nightmare of endless flight, one that had had a purpose beyond survival. When those memories returned to the surface of the 7's mind, their surroundings flickered with images of a great war, of cities dead and dying, of giants in armor bringing ruin to all that they cherished. Once there had been more spirits with them, souls they had saved from the claws of the predator sent after them. At the time, it had seemed kinder to risk bringing them along than to abandon them at the non-existent mercy of the nightmarish hound. But these had vanished one by one, either taken by their hunters or just dissipating in the Sea of Souls. Now the 7 who were one were alone with the nightmares pursuing them through the shapeless corridors of this infinite realm. They had gone far, if distance had any meaning here. They had gone away from the raging inferno where they had entered this realm, fleeing the countless hunters that had been drawn to its flames. Then they had sought the darkest places, where no light shone to draw the beasts. All the way, something had driven them, an half-remembered instinct that had pushed them forward. They did not think about their destination, there was no pause in the battle for survival that gave them the time for reflection. Then, after what seemed like an eternity, the 7 who were one saw a circle of light in the darkness, that the hunters dared not approach. Its light was anathema to the beasts, burning their spiritual bodies whenever they tried to get close to it, lured in by the succulent soul sense that emanated from beyond the luminous circle. For the first time in an eternity, hope blossomed within the 7, and they rushed through the opening, leaving the Empyrean behind. Pain waited on the other side, pain like nothing they had ever felt, as their combined essences struggled to adopt a physical form after so long spent as a pure collection of spirits. The 6 who were dead faded away, their consciousness receding as the 7th returned fully to the land of the living and, overwhelmed with the nearly forgotten sensations that came with a body of flesh, promptly passed out in front of the webway portal through which he had just emerged. He did not hear the cries of alarm, nor the footsteps of the Guardians rushing in to investigate and neutralize the intruder who had somehow entered Craftworld Myantor. Myantor floated gently in the blackness of the void. Great wings spread from its prow, catching distant light and turning it into motion. Though the craft world was so far from any star, its advance was more due to sheer momentum than anything else. Towers of wraithbone rose, sung into existence by Eldar builders. Artisans worked in open workshops, their wares laid around them for the eyes of those who might desire them. A vast city covered nearly the entirety of the craft world's available space, dotted with artificial forests and lakes that, despite their true nature, seemed as natural as could be found on any world ever known to mankind. There, more than 1 billion elders lived, at peace in their isolation from the rest of the galaxy. Beyond the region of space Imperial cartographers knew as the Azeroth sector, the craft world sailed the solar streams as it crossed the immense distance between two stars. Its journey had begun almost 1,000 years ago, and it was still only half complete. Both the star at its starting point and the one at its destination were huge, far too hot for the rocks orbiting around them to be of any use to the greedy humans. Had the pilots of the continent-sized vessel wished to reach their destination more quickly, they could have used the webway and arrived hundreds of years ago, but this journey wasn't about their destination. It was about being where none could find them who had not been told where they were. At least, none had been able to, until today. The monkey laid on the ground, surrounded by a dozen guardians. He was on his back, unconscious, yet the Eldar warriors kept their weapons trained onto him at all times. Behind the circle of guardians stood the webway portal, humming gently with the resonances of the infinity circuit. The runes of warding that kept the children of She Who Thirsts and the other ruinous powers at bay shone softly, unbroken and unmarred despite the intrusion. Two elders stood apart from the circle of guardians, observing the situation. Their aspect immediately marked them as leaders among their people, though each of them walked a different path. They both looked at the intruder, who was the first human being either of them had ever seen in the flesh rather than in recordings, but their reaction to his presence were very different. "We should kill him," said the first of these two. To a human observer, he would have appeared the pinnacle of calm and self-control, but to the attuned senses of another Eldar, his body language betrayed his anger and nervousness in a dozen subtle ways. He wore armor similar to that of the Guardians, but far more elaborate, and a sword hung at his hip, sealed in an exquisite scabbard. His face was obscured by the helmet he wore, decorated by a feathered crest that rose more than 30 centimeters above his head. "Why do you think so?" The tone of the other Eldar leader was gentler, and carried an undertone of amusement, like that of an adult facing the demand of a petulant child. The softness of her face and the curves of her body revealed her as a female, and she held no weapon, though her robe was engraved with runes of protection, and all who looked upon her knew she was far from defenseless. Her long, silky black hair was arranged in a ponytail that still reached her lower back. "He is a monkey," said the first Eldar, as if that was all the justification needed, and indeed to him, it was. "His mere presence here insults us all." "Does it, though? Does it really?" The second Eldar took another look at the humanoid lying down on the ground. The intruder was tall for one of his brutish race, with shoulder-length silver hair, something that the Eldar had no idea whether it was common or not. His eyes were closed, yet a glow of the same grey color could be seen through the lids of his eyes. Scars ran on his body, both old and new, and the old ones had only half healed, while the most recent still bled the man's life onto the white stones that paved the ground. All he wore was a tattered, blood-stained vestment that barely preserved his modesty. But what truly drew the attention of all the elders in the vicinity was the monkey's right arm. "He brought back our kindred to us," she added, pointing toward the appendage with a thin, graceful finger. 6 gemstones were embedded in the human's arm, fused with his flesh and linked together by a network of black metal that meshed seamlessly with the skin around them. The inner glow of the gems betrayed their true nature: soulstones, the vessels in which the souls of dead elders took refuge to escape the ravenous hunger of the youngest goddess. "Then let's cut off the arm and set our brethren to rest in the infinity circuit. This is an aberration, and more than that, a threat." The female Eldar shook her head. She could not fathom the circumstances which had caused the human before her to be bonded to the stones, but she could see the currents of energy that went from him to them, forming a circuit where each sustained the other. Without the human's own living soul, the spirits resting within the stones would have perished long ago, and likewise, without the power of the Eldar ghosts, the monkey would wither and die. The warlord sensed her disapproval, and guessed at the motivations behind it. Still, his anger at the human's presence did not lessen, and he pressed on. Myantor has been served well by our choice to depart from the regions of space claimed by the Monkeys Empire. We have been able to avoid conflict for hundreds of years, living in peace here, with naught but this orc-wandering flotilla 2 centuries ago to trouble us. I do not know what you see in this individual, Farseer, but mark my words, his coming will bring violence to our home. Perhaps, admitted Farseer Elethria Minius. But all the other Farseers have sensed the same lately. A great tempest lies close in our future, Irithiel. It cannot be prevented or escaped, but we can and must sail its currents as best we can for our people. If this human is a sign of the coming tempest, it is at least not one in service to the great enemy. Irithiel Arts, Autarch of Myantor, finally conceded to the Farseer's words with a slight nod, but again, his anger did not vanish completely from his aura. That was to be expected. The path of command had less anger in it than the other paths related to conflict, for directing the armies of the craft world required a cold, clear mind, but there was still much pride on that path. It had been Irithiel who had led the defenders of the craft world when, 200 years ago, Myantor had been under attack for the first time in a millennia. After centuries of peace, the paths of the warrior had only been threaded by a handful of souls, and Irithiel had been the only autarch aboard the entire craft world. But he had rallied the Aspect Warriors and the Guardians, and together they had repelled the Orc borders and bought time for the craft world's weaponry to destroy their ramshackle flotilla. Without his leadership, the Greenskins would have inflicted far greater wounds to the vessel that they had. That he still walked the path of command after all these years worried many, but none dared to question the hero to his face. All of this explained why, to him, seeing a human intruding through a supposedly secured webway portal had to be galling. How exactly that had happened, Elethria wasn't sure, but she suspected he had been guided there by the spirits in the Soul Stones. These ghosts were powerful, though their light was weakened by the ordeal they had just gone through. She reckoned they must have been warlocks when death had claimed them, trained in ways of drawing as much psychic power within themselves as they could without drawing the attention of the enemy. The human too had suffered. His life force was a wounded and twisted thing, weakened by too many injuries over too short a period of time, only a fraction of which was visible on his body. She knew little of human physiology, yet she suspected that without the support of the Soulstone's energy, the man would already be dead. The Eldar ghosts and the human were one now, for better or worse, and she would not let Irithiel destroy the Monkey and potentially condemn the spirits to a fate worse than oblivion. Even a hero could not be allowed to take matters of such import as the fate of 7 Eldar souls into his own hands. As the Autarch finally abandoned the idea of killing the Monkey, for now, he began to stir, and opened his shining silvery eyes. Only the pupils of his eyes had been tinted by the psychic energy coursing through his body and soul, and he looked at his surroundings with a strange calmness to him, as if he had somehow known where he would be when he awoke. The Farseer broke through the circle of guardians, Irithiel on her heels. The Monkey looked up at her from the ground. Already the psychic energies coursing through him were quickening, fed by his now active mind. His wounds had stopped bleeding, though they were still raw. "Who are you?" She had taken care to speak her question in Low Gothic, the base language of the Imperium. It felt inelegant and vulgar on her tongue, but she needed answers. The man took several seconds to reply, his eyes gazing at nothing as he tried to remember. When he spoke, however, his voice was firm, and to the shock of both Farseer and Autarch, his words belonged to the Eldar tongue, albeit with a strange accent that neither of them had ever heard. "I am Tarek of Paraxis. Where am I?" "This is Craft World Myantor, home of the children of Aisha. I am Elethria Minius, and this is Irithiel Arts." "Eldar," sighed Tarek before muttering to himself, "of course. Where else would they guide me?" Slowly, carefully, the Monkey rose to his feet, wincing as new pain flared in his wounds. "Tell me, Elethria of Myantor, what year is this?" The question was hardly surprising. Time flowed strangely in some portions of the webway even under the best conditions, and this man's travel through the labyrinth dimension had been under anything but those. If any of the knowledge of the spirits in the Soul Stones had passed on to the human, and the mere fact of his arrival was evidence enough that it had, then it was to be expected that he would ask how much time had passed in the material realm during his journey. "We haven't made contact with the Imperium in many a cycle," she said cautiously, "but by your calendar, it is currently the 741st year of the 32nd millennium." Shock was plain on the man's face. For several seconds, His mouth moved wordlessly as he tried to process what she had told him. Her curiosity grew, only to be partially sated, and simultaneously increased, by his next words. I lost 12 centuries. It took several minutes for Tarek to draw himself out of the stupor the revelation of the current date had plunged him into. That was surprisingly quick, considering how much longer 1200 years must seem to a human, with their exceedingly short lives, than to an elder. It was Elethria's understanding that humans, like elders, had another name in addition to their own, marking their belonging to a family. But when she asked, politely and after introducing herself and the autarch at her side, still glaring at the human from inside his helmet, Tarek claimed that he had no recollection of his family name, and of many other things as well. I wandered through the warp with the guidance of my friends here, he explained, rising his right arm to display the soulstones embedded within it. He frowned as he looked at the soulstones. They weren't like this when I got into the portal, though. How did you come by them? Asked Elethria, Irithiel towering at her side, his posture radiating readiness to strike at the first sign of danger. It was a crown, I think, said Tarek, running his fingers upon the black tendrils of metal running through his flesh, his expression thoughtful. They were embedded in it like precious jewels. I took the crown from an enemy, a Chaos Psyker who was using it to enhance his powers. That is quite an accomplishment, noted Elethria, fractionally raising an eyebrow in what she believed was the human expression of surprise. Did you have psychic abilities of your own before? She trailed off, gesturing at Tarek's right arm. He shook his head. No, I just got lucky. Well, that, and he was too arrogant and tried to toy with me rather than kill me when he had the chance. He got close, and I was able to kill him while the crown's spirits fought against his control. I took the crown off his corpse. There was a battle raging around and I didn't want to risk it falling back into the hands of the enemy. The Farseer detected no lie in the man's words, yet she also sensed that he was still holding something back. In time, she would investigate further, but for now there were more pressing questions. She had made some quick calculations while listening to Tarek's explanation. 1200 years ago, the human empire would have been fighting their devastating civil war, when half of the emperor's sons had been turned to the service of the great enemy. She had not been born at this time, she was barely 3 centuries old. But she had read the archives that spoke of the so-called Horus heresy, as if it were the first time a champion had been turned against his people by the whispers of the primordial annihilator. The Farseers and autarchs of the time had watched from the sidelines, unwilling to involve themselves, but equally unwilling to remain ignorant of what was happening. Did you fight against the legions of the Warmaster, then? She asked, forcing her mouth to speak the title in Gothic, its crudeness made even greater by the elegant Eldar language surrounding it. The Eldar had their own names for Horus, none of which flattering, all of which laced with varying degrees of contempt, hate, fear and power. But she doubted Tarek would recognize any of them. No, answered Tarek, the heresy was over by then. But the wailing storm engulfed Paraxis, and the entire Trebedius sector according to our leaders. Then came the Forsaken Sons, traitor Astartes in armor of black and gold. Dread rose within Elethria at his words. Space Marines, the brutish gene-bred warriors of the Emperor of Mankind, had long been a potent foe of the Eldar, whether they still served the purpose for which they had been created or had been brought to kneel before the dark gods. But the visions of all Farseers who dared to look upon the galaxy's future had brought knowledge of the Black Legion, the traitors clad in black and gold under the leadership of the one known as the Despoiler. Were these Forsaken Sons a splinter of the great host contained within the Eye of Terror, having somehow escaped their infernal prison? But no, that was impossible. There had been no Black Legion 12 centuries ago. What game were the ruinous powers playing? They were waging a war of conquest, continued Tarek, unaware of Elethria's racing thoughts, and Paraxis was the only system in the whole sector with a chance to resist them. We had space marines, armies, hives turned into fortresses. And yet, we were still losing when I left, our last city broken into by the forces of chaos. I cannot imagine even the sons of Kalth turning such a desperate situation around. And once Paraxis was secure, the Forsaken Sons must have conquered the entire wailing storm. And they won't stop at that. Their leader, Archon, hates the Imperium to the point of insanity. He will not be content staying in the storm and ruling over his slaves. He will come for the rest of the galaxy eventually. This is a matter for the Monarchy and their empire, said the autarch. It is no concern of us. We are away from your worlds in this region of space, isolated enough that this Archon will never find us. Let your kind slaughter each other, it is no concern of ours. No, replied Tarek softly. This concerns you greatly, son of Aisha. How so? The sneer in the warlord's voice was unmistakable, and surely must be so even to Tarek's human ears. But he did not take outrage, and merely continued talking, his voice entirely too calm for the world-shaking news it delivered. Because when the Forsaken Sons waged war on Paraxis, they had many allies. Some of those were demons, others corrupt humans. But they also had allies from Azino's species. They called them the Shai'alat. I never fought them in person, but I saw picked captures of them. Though twisted, they were unmistakably Eldar in aspect, and they were the servants of Slanch. The mention of She Who Thirsts' name had nearly as much an impact on the elders as that of the Shai'alat, the children of hell in the Eldar language. Gasps of horror rose from the onlooking guardians, temporarily shaken from their warrior trances by the proclamation. All of them had lived their entire lives under the threat of the youngest goddess, the doom of the Eldar. From infancy, they had been taught about the dangers of emotion, every history lesson about the past glory of their species bound to another about what had brought forth their downfall. They had spent their entire lives on the path, training and focusing their minds to prevent themselves from being dragged down the same path as their wayward forebears. To them, the idea of an Eldar willingly serving Slanch was inconceivable. It would be like a mouse worshipping a cat, cattle paying homage to the butcher. Even Elethria, her mind trained in threading dangerous paths, found it all but impossible to even consider the notion. Irithiel reacted most violently of all. With all the speed that could be expected of one such as he drew his sword and leapt at Tarek, his aura burning with rage and denial. His action wasn't the result of any conscious thought, but merely an instinctive reaction to Tarek's words, born from the desire to silence what he perceived as blasphemy. Elethria reached out with her mind's power, trying to stop the Autarch before he could make a terrible mistake, but she was too slow, still stunned by Tarek's proclamation. However, the psychic energy she was calling upon sharpened her senses enough to fully catch what happened next. As the blade of Irithiel descended upon Tarek, the soul stones in his arm burst with sudden brilliance. A dome of silver energy surrounded the human, and Irithiel's strike bounced off it. The impact caused the kinetic shield to flare, and the Autarch was thrown back with great strength, flying above the circle of guardians and tumbling to the ground more than 10 meters back. The stunned silence that followed was broken by Tarek a few seconds later. For a fraction of a second, Elethria thought she saw surprise on his face, as if he had not expected the projection of psychic energy that had saved his life. But if she hadn't imagined it, it was gone in an instant. "Do not do that," he said calmly. "I understand your anger, for I felt the same when I first saw others of my own species turning to chaos. But it is the truth, and you must accept it. I do not know from what infernal pit the Forsaken Sons dragged them, but the Shai'alat are real. They revel in the perversion of human genetics, creating armies of twisted flesh things to fight for them, and are bound to the Forsaken Sons by some unholy pact. When Archon drives his legions out of the Wailing Storm, the Shai'alat will be part of his host. If you do not prepare to face them now, how many will die in vain when you finally see them with your own eyes?" The Autarch rose to his feet, glaring at the man from behind his helmet. Most humans would have quaked to be the target of such anger from so potent a warrior, but Tarek remained unfazed, staring back at Irithiel with complete calm. Elethria wondered if the man had always been like this, or if his time through the warp and the webway had changed him into what he now was. "Enough, Irithiel," she said before the Autarch could speak again. She turned toward Tarek and continued, "Come with me. There are others who must see you too." Elethria was bringing Tarek to the rest of the Farseer Council. All of its members had sensed the humans' arrival upon the craft world, much as she had. The combined destinies of the human and the 6 Eldar souls he carried within his flesh had sent shockwaves across the infinite sea of potential futures. Elethria had been the closest to his arrival, and thus she had been the one to welcome him, but all the Farseers were greatly interested, even more so once she telepathically shared with them the knowledge Tarek had delivered to her. The news of the Shai'alat had shaken them too, even those who had guided the craft world's fate for centuries. Once, their failure to foretell Tarek's predicted war would have made them skeptical of the humans' sincerity. but they had all failed to foresee the orc attack on the craft world 2 centuries ago. The council had been taught a lesson in humility that day, when greenskin barbarians had rampaged through the pristine streets of Myantor, spilling the blood of the children of Aisha. They had been reminded that for all their power and wisdom, there were powers that could obscure their sight, blind them to the machinations of their foes. And the Wailing Storm certainly qualified. The Eldar had their own name for what Tarek called the Wailing Storm, born of the visions that had haunted the craft world's population when it had erupted 1,000 years ago. To them, the storm was Mardala, the death that screams. It had taken several weeks for every seer and warlock on the craft world to fashion and place the runes that had finally kept the psychic cries of the storm from entering the sleeping minds of the Eldar. Even now, all Farseers knew better than to attempt to scry its infernal depths, which Elithria now bitterly realized might have been the plan of the great enemy all along. Unable to see into Mardala, the Farseers could only see the impact it might have upon its surroundings, and they had cared little for the human worlds that populated the region. That had been a mistake, and one for which they might still pay greatly. "Where are we going?" asked Tarek as they continued their march. The human was now wearing a simple vestment of white cloth, brought at Elithria's command. To her surprise, he had raised up the right sleeve so that the soul stones were exposed. He hadn't seemed to notice he had done so, acting as if it were natural. Just how much was the Monkey's mind influenced by the Eldar souls? "To the Dome of Crystal Seers," she replied. "Your presence here, and the knowledge you bring of what lies within the warp storm, requires the Farseers to convene. We will attempt to link with the spirits in your soulstones, and scry the future for clues as to these Forsaken Sons' next move." They walked for several more minutes before Tarek spoke again. "During the war on Paraxis, I heard the Space Marines mention that the enemy had a seer of its own, a being of great power that they used to predict our moves and arrange the entire war to their advantage. Are you sure your predictions will do you any good against something like that?" "We are more practiced at divination than even the most gifted practitioners of the Imperium," said Elithria, perhaps a touch more stiffly than she had wanted. "If we put our collective will to the task, I am sure we can pierce whatever defenses the servants of ruin have raised around their activities. They might have been able to conceal themselves from us when we did not know they existed, but with the focus your presence will give us, it will be a different story." The rest of their march went in silence. They walked through pristine streets and before the elegant buildings that housed the people of Myantor. Sung into existence from the very bones of the ship, even the lowest house was a thing of supreme beauty and artistry. The group's path took them through one of the more noble districts, where lived Eldar families whose bloodlines went back to the leaders of the species' long-lost empire. Here, the buildings spoke of the glory and power of their inhabitants as well as of the skill of their builders. Great spires and towering manors rose from the ground, surrounded by beautiful gardens and decorated with elaborate sculptures of wraithbone and light. And yet, Elithria couldn't help but notice that many of these houses were empty, or nearly so. This quarter had been where the orc attack had struck first 2 centuries ago, and while the damage to the craft world had long since been repaired, the lives lost in the battle could not be so easily replaced. Several houses stood as little more than memorial tombstones to entire bloodlines, while others were ghost houses where a handful of servants tended to the last surviving members of their master's family. What few elders they passed only glimpsed at Tarek, their aura a mixture of surprise, curiosity and contempt for his humanity. But they saw Elithria, Irithiel and the Guardians, and assumed he was secure, that the warriors could prevent him from causing any damage to the craft world. After his demonstration before the portal, the Farseer wasn't so certain. There was power in the monkey that did not belong wholly to him. But he was following them quietly, and whatever threat he might pose, the Council of Farseers would be able to deal with it. The Dome of Crystal Seers was part meditation garden and part graveyard. When the craft world had been built, in the twilight days of the Eldar Empire, this dome had been intended as a place of tranquility and reflection, where elders could come to look upon the stars amidst carefully groomed trees. They would find peace there, away from the tumult of excess that had swallowed the greater part of their species. Now, however, few came here. The reason resided in the statues of crystal that dotted the landscape. "What are these statues?" asked Tarek as they marched toward the center of the dome. "I sense something from them." "They were once Farseers like myself," explained Elithria, loath to share such knowledge but unwilling to risk antagonizing the strange man by denying it to him. All of their lives they threaded the path of the seer, until their own power consumed them and their flesh was turned into crystal by the very energies they used. Now their souls are part of the infinite circuit, but we keep their mortal remains here, to honor their sacrifice and to assist in our own divinations. Will this be your fate? If I live that long, then yes, eventually. That put an end to the exchange. Speaking of inevitable death often had that effect. It was one of the few things that transcended any petty notions of species. The council awaited them in an artificial clearing, surrounded by a ring of carefully groomed trees whose green leaves glistened in the artificial sunlight. A handful of crystal statues could be glimpsed among the trees, where Farseers had chosen to spend their final moments in the shade. One statue stood in the center of the clearing, the dead Farseer having met his fate on his feet, looking up at the translucent dome. Despite the transformation, its traits remained clear, and Elethria knew them well. This was Toranot Wingel, first Farseer of Mayan Tor. He had been the one who had led the craft world away from the Empire in its final days, and the one who had guided it during the cataclysmic days that had followed the fall. He had been powerful and wise, but it was said that the sorrow of his people's fate had accelerated his transformation into pure crystal. He had been the first on Mayan Tor to suffer that doom, but he hadn't feared it, accepting it instead as a release from the doubts and torments of his life. Toranot had led his people through the darkest of times. Elethria hoped his spirit watched over them still, and would aid them in what they must do this day. 11 elders waited for them as they entered the clearing. Only Elethria, Irithiel and Tarek came, the guardians left behind. Even the Autarch shouldn't have been here, but Elethria hadn't even tried to tell him to turn back. She had needed no foresight to know how that would have gone. Still, Irithiel also had sense enough to remain on the edge of the clearing, close enough to intervene if he felt he was needed but far enough to show he understood this was, primarily, a matter for seers. The other Farseers stood around the statue of Toranot in a loose circle. As Elethria took her place and completed the circle, Tarek continued to advance unprompted, drawn to the crystal image of the dead elder in their center. He examined it for several seconds, before turning to face half of those who now surrounded him. He spread his arms outward, one mundane and one shining to the Farseer's sight with contained power and unspoken futures. He raised his head to the dome and the stars beyond, his eyes glazing at the wondrous sight. How long had it been since he had last seen a sky freed of the madness of chaos or the pollution clouds so common to imperial worlds? "Let us begin, then," he said, and the council of Farseers cast their minds into the ether around him. The minds of the elders acted as one, following paths of thought that they had been trained to thread. They combined their power and sight, and Elethria felt herself be chosen to be the voice of the resulting union. She spoke, and her voice was no longer fully her own, for it now echoed with the power of the 12 Farseers. "We will begin with Paraxis." An image began to appear in the circle, a floating map of floating stars and worlds surrounding Tarek and the crystal statue. It wasn't an exact map, of course. The distances that would have involved would have required either the heavenly bodies be so small as to be invisible, or the map stretch out for kilometers around them. Instead, it was a mental construct, a projection of how the region of space that was now lost to the Mardala, with planets orbiting stars untainted by the corruption of the warp. The information needed for it came from the mind of Kerith Yesnala, a Farseer who was rightfully proud of his knowledge of the past. "Show us which star it is your Imperium knew as Paraxis." Tarek wandered amidst the project image, his gaze jumping from one star to the next. "I was a sea captain once," he said to no one in particular. "My maps were flat then, two-dimensional, yet they carried much information encoded in them. I remember seeing a star chart once. It had seemed so blank, lacking in details. Numbers and pictographs, names and distances. I always wondered what its makers were trying to hide with such mundanity. Now I know." He pointed to a star orbited by two worlds, and Elethria felt Kerith gasp in recognition. "You know this system," noted Tarek. And she did. Through the link, Kerith's knowledge flowed through her. Once, Paraxis had been a colony of her people, but not part of the Empire. It had been a lair of outcasts and renegades, those who went too far even by the decadent standards of the Elder at the height of their power. A haven for magmen and monsters, thought destroyed during the fall. Then, to the horror of those who had lived in those times, it had been discovered that the system had survived. Kerith did not know how, nor what had become of those who inhabited it. The records were scarce, as if their authors had been unwilling to write down details about what they had witnessed in their psychic explorations. Perhaps the sealed archives held more, but consulting them would have to wait. For now, it was enough to know that there was more to Tarek's claims of corrupted Eldar than mere fancy or madness. It provided an anchor, a point from which the Farseers could start their work. With a flicker of her mind, Elethria opened her pouch, and rune-etched stones flew out and began to swirl around her. The rest of the circle brought forth their own runes, and soon the Farseers resembled the star map they had created, with the tools of their craft orbiting around them. Together they sent their minds across the streams of time, threading back the thread of Tarek's journey through the Sea of Souls toward Paraxis, and from that system to those who had brought it to heel. The star map contorted and twisted, becoming an image of the Mardala, voracious and all-consuming, inhabited by a primitive form of malevolence. Even with her eyes closed and her mind set onto the myriad paths of possibilities, Elethria could still see the blaze from Tarek's soulstones as the spirits within reacted to the psychic undertaking around them. The Farseers dared not dwell into the warp storm too long, even together, even with the twin focuses granted by Tarek's presence and the knowledge of Paraxis. Even though they were only observing it through the medium of runes and psyche, the very concept of the Mardala beat at their very souls with ravenous hunger. They must hurry. The psychic construct of the Farseers' combined minds took the shape of a ship sailing the currents of time, with each Eldar becoming a crew member and Tarek standing on the bridge, compass and anchor all at once. They reached Paraxis, and Elethria saw the two worlds turned around that star. One was dead, populated only by the ghosts of dead soldiers and the echoes of ancient nightmares. But the other, the one closest to the system's sun, was alive and pulsing with corruption. Cities rose on its surface, each in the throes of a different evil. A ruin held within it the very heart of the Mardala, beating in rhythm with the screams of an immortal captive. "We must find those who are responsible for this horror," Elethria heard herself say. "We must go back to when they were here." The spiritual ship tumbled back through time, further and further away from the present until they saw the fall of Paraxis to the powers of ruin. Cities grew smaller, less tainted, less whole, until at last a flotilla of chaos-marked ships returned into the system, their prow facing backward. On the bridge of the illusionary vessel, Tarek pointed toward the greatest of the new vessels. It was a monstrously huge thing, over 10 kilometers in length, bristling with weaponry and hangar bays. "The Hand of Ruin," he said, all Farseers somehow hearing his mundane voice. "This is the flagship of the Forsaken Sons, and aboard which Arkan will have sailed. Then there is the thread we must follow." The Farseers exerted their will, and the past began to unfold once more. The thread of the Hand of Ruin, and that of the Chaos Lord who ruled it, sped forward into the more recent past. As Tarek had thought, with the conquest of Paraxis complete, the Forsaken Sons had started a campaign to bring the entire warp storm under their control. There would have been much to learn from watching how they had done so, what difficulties they had encountered and what fell powers they had consorted with during that war. But there was no time. The power of the Mardala would destroy them. Instead, the Farseers looked upon the thread of the Hand of Ruin, and propelled themselves further ahead, abandoning the past to instead look upon the potential futures. The vision swam, and they departed the image of the wailing storm, emerging on the shores of what the Monkeys called the Azarok sector. And that was when they started to scream. If not for Irithiel's presence and quick reaction, Elethria doubted she would have survived. As the Farseers reached into the future of Arkan and his flagship, seeking to divine the plans of the Lord of the Damned, a ripple of pure chaos hit them like the fist of Kala Menshikane itself. It shattered their psychic shields and cast down their defenses without even slowing. Insanity poured from the warp and into the linked seers. The runestones shattered the pieces under the strain as the tides of destiny themselves turned against those who would peer through them. Something had sensed their attempt, something vast and terrible, and it had struck at the circle through time and space. For a moment, Elethria felt the presence behind the attack, vast and terrible in its hatred, bearing the mark of the primordial annihilator. But before the attack could reach her, Irithiel slammed into her and, with his warrior aura surrounding hers, severed her connection to the circle even as he dragged her away from the clearing. Her vision cleared from the fog of pain, and she looked to see what was happening to her colleagues. 11 elders hovered above the ground, arcs of black and purple lightning jumping between them. At the center of the circle, Tarek was shouting wordlessly, pale light bursting from his arm and battling the warp lightning, forcing it back wherever it struck. Agony radiated from the captive seers, burning into Elethria's mind with its intensity. Yet even in their pain, they screamed, not meaningless moans of suffering, but prophecies glimpsed through the haze of suffering and the madness of the power that sought to blind them. Gareth spoke first, forcing his mouth to form words rather than screams. "I see the tides open, and the armies of despair and damnation pour forth from the hell they created. I see a sea of blood, and hear the laughter of the four chaos gods. I see." He was silenced when, without warning, his head exploded with a sickening pop, sending bone shards and brain matter all around his decapitated body, still hung in the air by sorcerous energies. As if on cue, another Farseer, Janda, who had wielded his power for 5 hours without pause to save his class of Eldar children from the orcs, began to shout. "The angels will fall and rise on blood-stained wings. Iron shall turn against iron and sanity give way to madness. The daughter of ancient sin will kill the watchers of the eye and blind the two-headed eagle to the truth." He too was made silent by death, his entire body suddenly transforming into dust that was scattered by the winds of the unnatural storm, his clothes still hovering 2 meters above the ground, lightning coursing through them. For a moment Elethria could see Janda's soul, before it vanished, and horror and grief bit through her heart as she glimpsed his soul stone on the grass. Janda's death had been too quick for his spirit to have time to seek refuge within it, and was now lost to the warp, denied the peace of the infinity circuit and damned to an eternity in the claws of she who thirsts. "The divine work shall be profaned anew, monsters bred from tainted light," screamed Nuvi Iron Rona, her voice filled with terror. "The doomed shall fight the damned, and the crimes of the one who does not sleep shall draw the Silver Knights from their fortress of myth and into war." She burned in white-hot fire, reduced to ash in seconds, her last words nearly lost over the sound of her body's combustion. Her soulstone fell, shining with heat and, to Elethria's relief, the inner light of Nuvi's soul, salvaged from the horrors of the warp. Her attention was swiftly diverted, however, as Nalirin Vakun began to speak in a monotone, emotionless drone in stark contrast to his convulsing body. "The hand of sin and the hand of death shall clash upon a world lit by the fire of burning tombs. The silver light shall shine brightest in the darkness of hopelessness. The grave of heroes and monsters shall be cracked open." His death came in the form of a dramatically accelerated aging, his muscles withering away on his bones before he became no more than wrinkled, desiccated skin hung over brittle, rotten bones. Yet his part of the prophecy, for surely that was what this was completed, as Yindorna Raidi picked it up. The synchronization was so perfect that Elethria wondered just where the prophecy was coming from that held all the council in its grasp, and whether it could be trusted at all. "And all shall be lost if it cannot be sealed forevermore with the blood of the martyred child." Then Yindorn died, her body simply vanishing from the feet up in a cascade of glimmering golden particles that ceased to exist mere moments after their appearance. From the side, Elethria thought that she caught a smile on her colleague's face, a look of pure exultation that transformed into naked horror just before her head too ceased to be. "Enough!" shouted Tarek in a voice that was not his own, that echoed many times across the entire dome of crystal seers. The cold light of his soulstone-encrusted arm flared to blinding intensity, and at last the storm of dark lightning faded, dissipated by the blast of power that had come from the trapped Eldar spirits. The Farseers, alive and dead, collapsed to the ground like puppets with their strings cut. Elethria could still feel the souls of those who had not been destroyed by the power of the prophecy they had received. As silence fell upon the clearing, Elethria heard alarmed shouts in the distance, calls for help and distant motion. But she did not look back through the trees, nor at Irithiel, who stood next to her, helping her up. She stared at what lay on the ground next to Tarek. The crystal remains of Toranot Wingel had been destroyed, reduced to nothing more than a pile of shards glistening in the light of the false sun. The painting was as beautiful as it was terrifying. It had been painted on the back wall of a private shrine, in the house of Irithiel's family. The Autarch had brought Elethria, and, at her insistence, Tarek, after the disaster in the Dome of Crystal Seers. He had heard the prophecies of the Farseers while in the throes of the war-brought trap, and believed that he had recognized something in one of them. On their way there, Elethria's mind had already begun to interpret what she had heard. Some things were obvious. The one who does not sleep, for instance, had to be a reference to the warlord Arkan, who according to Tarek was named the Awakened One by his followers. The doomed must be the Elder, who often bore that name in visions and prophecies. And the damned was obviously whatever force the Forsaken Sons would bring with them out of the wailing storm. As for the Silver Light, who else could it be but Tarek, who had saved the surviving 7 Farseers from what had happened? Of course, one of the first lessons those on the path of the seer learned was that any prophecy could be interpreted in many different ways. Yet so many questions remained. Who was the daughter of the ancient sin? The Watchers of the Eye? The angels fated to fall and rise on bloodied wings? It would take long hours of meditation to divine the meaning of each sentence, and longer hours still to decide what the proper reaction to them was. The efforts of everyone on the craft world who walked the path of the seer would be required, not just those of the Farseers, who had walked it too far and could now never turn back. However, all these questions paled in comparison to the most obvious one: what in the name of Assyrian had just happened? Elithria had told Tarek her people would be able to pierce through the Forsaken Sons' defenses against scrying. Clearly she had been wrong, but she had never felt or heard about anything like what had struck at them. 4 Farseers dead, and 1 lost beyond all salvation. The 7 survivors who had been caught in the attack were still unconscious, surrounded by healers who directed all their power to heal their flesh and spirit. Their prognostic was still uncertain, but none of them were optimistic. It was possible that the other Farseers would never recover, a thought that sent ice down Elithria's spine. Something had struck at them, something with the ability to see and act from beyond the veil of time. Texts from the fallen the previous Farseers told of entities having such power, the greater demons of the god of change, for instance, delected in manipulating the visions of seers to satisfy their own inscrutable ends. But to actually attack the seer, and in a place as sacred and warded as the dome of a craft world was, what manner of power had the Forsaken Sons allied with that could grant them so powerful a protection? Was it something they had encountered during their conquest of the Mardala, bartering even more of their souls away to gain? Or, and that possibility unnerved the Farseer even more, was it something that had not yet appeared, an echo from possible futures striking at those whose actions might prevent its birth? She did not know, but if Irithiel's hunch was right, then only one line of prophecy was truly important. She looked at the painting, focusing her mind on it. It was huge, covering the entire surface of a wall that was 4 meters high and more than a dozen long. On a background of blackness and distant stars, hundreds, thousands, of vessels fought. About a third of those were of an elegant design, created for beauty as much as power. The painter had worked hard to render the impression of speed and precision that had gone into their conception. But for all their majesty, they were badly outnumbered by their foe, whose vessels were twisted leviathans of metal and flesh. No 2 of the dark ships were identical, each a variation on a pattern of horrors. Some were brutish constructions that would have shamed an orc rock ship with their armor, while others were spindly things that seemed impossibly fragile. A great number of wrecks were also shown on the painting, and the ratio of kills for each side clearly indicated that, at the battle's beginning, the 2 armadas had been equal in number, only for the twisted ships to inflict 2 kills for every loss of their own. "What is this?" asked Tarek. "Some of these ships are clearly Eldar, but the others, I have never seen anything like them." "Riaway Noara," answered Elithria. Her voice was low, yet the names still seemed to echo in the memorial chamber. "The Nightmare Fleet. That is singularly unhelpful. Are those demons in the guise of ships?" The Farseer sighed. In truth, she knew little of the Riaway Noara, and doubted even Irithiel knew much more. Like the exiled of Paraxis, this was a part of the Eldar's past few wished to remember, though the reasons for that varied. "No. The Nightmare Fleet was created by human hands," she began, and she saw Tarek's eyes widen at the declaration. She felt a small degree of pleasure at teaching him of one of his own species' sins this time around. "During the period your kind calls the Dark Age of technology, when they reached into the stars with unbridled ambition, both illuminated beyond anything your species had ever known or ever will know, and blind beyond imagining. In this region of space, they built sentient ships, driven by artificial intelligences enslaved to their own will. They were powerful, very powerful, and they waged war against all they crossed, even their own kind. At that time, we Eldar were still at the height of our power, our downfall still centuries in the future, though the first signs were already there. The Empire sent an army to destroy them, but they underestimated the foe, and that army was destroyed instead. However, Before they lost, they scared the Techno-Lords enough that they turned to avenues of research that even they had feared to contemplate. In order to gain the strength to win, the Techno-Lords used sorcery, building weapons that used the power of the warp. It twisted their vessels and themselves, altering the artificial minds of the ships until the ships and their masters were one. Each ship of the fleet was alive, and insane. Several Eldar worlds burned under their wrath, and they received the name of Ryaway Noara. The Empire then sent another fleet, one equipped with the tools it needed to remove the threat of the Nightmare Fleet. All I know is this: they succeeded, but were never heard of again. Do you know why, Irithiel? Indeed I do, Farseer. This painting depicts the final battle against the Nightmare Fleet, Irithiel explained. Painted from the artist's memory, seconds before the trap was sprung, an Eldar and Monkey constructs alike were trapped together, removed from existence by a dimensional oubliette, one of the most dangerous tools our ancestors had at their disposal before the fall of our empire. We have lost much of our knowledge about how such devices worked, continued the autarch, but ancient legends tell of them being employed before, to contain dangers to the empire until such a time as they could be safely dealt with. That implies that there is a way to release the contents of the oubliette, and that they would still be dangerous. I do not know if any other oubliettes remain across the galaxy, but this one, the one holding the Nightmare Fleet and the Eldar Armada sent to destroy it, lies within the Azeroth sector. The Grave of Heroes and Monsters, quoted Elethria. Yes, this would fit. It is difficult to imagine that the Forsaken Sons would know of it, let alone know how to open it, but if they do, then the galaxy will face a threat the likes of which even our ancestors could not destroy. Elethria looked at Irithiel. The autarch Sora was aflame with conflicting emotions, doubt, anger, and fear, but also exultation and hope. Why he would feel the latter, the Farseer did not know, though she suspected the autarch might have walked the path of command too long, and was starting to be subsumed by its lure. It would be unfortunate to lose him that way. Less than a day ago, she would have brought the matter before the council and raised the motion that he be removed from the path of command and set upon another, more peaceful one. Each Eldar might have to find his or her own way on the paths, but that did not prevent others from helping. Yet with the coming threat of the Forsaken Sons, the craft world could not afford to spare him. We are in agreement, then, she declared. If this is the target of the Forsaken Sons, they cannot be allowed to succeed. Even if it is not, the possibility alone is too great to risk it. I will speak with the rest of the council when they are healed from their injuries, and you will prepare the craft world for war. Myantor will return to the Azeroth sector. You will not be able to stand against them alone, said Tarek, still staring at the image of the battling fleets. His voice was distant, and Elethria fancied she could hear faint echoes of other voices in it. Even with only the resources they had at Paraxis, they would have broken you, and they will have gathered much more from the worlds trapped within the storm. Irithiel bristled with anger at the implication of weakness, but Elethria agreed with Tarek. The Imperium will gather its own armies against the Forsaken Sons once they launch their attack, she began. We will coordinate our forces with their own, using our visions to avoid direct contact. They would likely assume us to be enemies, and neither them or us can afford to fight each other. We must use them to weaken the foe, said Irithiel. Ensure they are between the armies of chaos and the location of the Nightmare Fleet's prison. Elethria quickly glanced at Tarek, but he didn't seem to have heard the autarch's careless words, instead still lost in contemplation of the image of godlike desolation. We shall see, she replied out loud, before switching to telepathic sending, plus do not speak like this where he can hear you, fool. Do you wish to turn him against us? Have you already forgotten the power he wields, the part he might play in the prophecies we just heard? That power is not his, came the reply, bitter and proud. Plus it belongs to the ghosts of our kin, enslaved to his will by foul necromancy. You do not understand the nature of the bond between human and Eldar that exists in him. That he would come to us in this way, bring us this warning, cannot be a coincidence. It is a sign. Plus a sign of what, Farseer? Plus that in order to defeat this latest move of the great enemy, we must align ourselves with the humans. We cannot triumph alone, and your plan would put everything at risk. Plus so you would have us grovel before the Monkey and beg for their help. Even if what this creature said about tainted elders is true, it is their own kindred who will lead the assault. Monkeys cannot be trusted. They will turn on us even if they do not succumb to the corruption of chaos in the first place. Plus, we will not openly ally with the Imperium. Such a thing simply cannot be done, for you were right in claiming they would see us as another foe. But in the past and future, there have been instances of select individuals proving capable of looking beyond their prejudices and self-centered vision, and see the wisdom of following elder advice. That will be our path in the coming war, and Tarek will be invaluable in ensuring those receptive to our words listen to them in the first place. Yes, said Tarek out loud. I suspect I would be. The two elders swirled in place and looked straight at his back. Tarek was still looking at the painting, yet his words left no place for doubt. He had heard their psychic exchange, which not even another elder could have done had he been in his position. Elithria had been careful to shield their exchange, precisely because, after Tarek's display of his mastery of psychic energies in the dome, she had been wary of him being able to listen in on them. Yet her efforts had meant nothing, and judging by Tarek's relaxed pose, he had not even had to try to intercept their psychic transmissions. Do not be so surprised. Of course I can hear you. You are right there. Tarek's glowing eyes and arm contrasted with the image of apocalyptic destruction depicted on the mural behind him. For the first time since she had first laid eyes upon him, Elithria felt fear not because of the disturbing truths Tarek had brought, nor the dire warning he had delivered, or the disaster his presence had nearly caused. For the first time, she was afraid of the monkey himself, and the strange, doomed forged powers he possessed. 7 we were, 1 we are. The warlord hates us, but that is not the threat from him. His ambition will guide him down a dark path if he is not stopped before the pride of his breed catches up with him. Glory beckons to him, the hateful lie that has damned so many souls before him. The seer doesn't trust us. She does not know what we are. She does not understand what we have become, and from that lack of understanding comes her fear. That fear will turn into hatred, given enough time. It is the way of things for all species, no matter how elevated they might believe themselves to be. Do even we understand what we are? We were 7, now we are 1. 6 dead, 1 living, bound together in the twilight realm with chains forged of the stuff of our melted souls. Neither man nor elder, body and soul twisted into something unique. We think ourselves pure of the touch of the enemy, but are we really? So much of what we were has been lost to become what we are. We do not even recall the shape of the voids it left in us, nor do we see what might have filled them. Perhaps we are the monster the autarch thinks us to be. Our thoughts are in disarray, shattered splinters that wax and wane with the tides of the great ocean. We are broken, and we hide the madness with a calm mask made of the shards of the personality whose body we now inhabit. My body. My body. Mine, 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 mine. Thieves kill you, cast you out. It is mine, 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 mine. O Emperor, my arm, what happened to me? We have nothing but our hate. We have no goal but our vengeance. Paraxis was taken, our world was damned, our spirits were stolen from our resting places and bound into slavery by the slaves of ruin, bartered away like a trophy by the Lord of Shadows to the prophet in rags. We escaped, but they will come for us. They will come for all that is and all that will be. The hound is still screaming as his soul bleeds for their amusement, but they will let him loose again soon. They will grow weary of his pain and seek to have him bring new toys for them to torment. They will want us, even if we are broken. But they will not have us. Never. The cage must not be opened. We must fight again. We must make them fight, or all is lost. Few now can stand against what is sealed, and in doing so they would grow too weak to resist the other horrors that await us all down the inevitable path of destiny. They will fight, out of fear if not duty. But alone, they cannot win. Then they shall not be alone. By their very nature, the Forsaken Sons will draw others to this coming war, those who would maintain order and sanity where the servants of chaos would breed madness. The Imperium will call its armies, and the Eldar will ally with them. They have no choice, whether they admit it or not. Their strength is faded, their time as masters of the galaxy past. Only the doom they made for themselves await. O God Emperor, please let it end, please, 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 please. We remember the fall. We remember the flight from the death birth of our God Destroyer, the panic and the despair. We knew it would come, and we thought we were prepared, but we were not. No one can ever be truly prepared to face chaos. We thought we were prepared on Paraxis. Never prepared, never ready, never strong enough. The sins of the past follow us through time and space. Children all around us, who never committed the crimes that created the Eldar's doom, and yet they will pay the price all the same. Where is the justice in this? There is no justice left. Justice died in fire and betrayal, under the claws of the deceived prince. 7 We were, 1 We are,